take motorsport to a space where it's never been before.
8 cars could.
Let's go, boys.
Rad an Rad, so
No gimmicks, just raw power.
2 heavyweights really going bar to bar.
Hey everybody, it's Ryan Sage, the president of Formula.
We're kicking off a new season. Thank you for watching over the racers this weekend.
Here they are. They're fully.
From burnout, racing is not.
Style celebration still going strong 5 decades later. Welcome home to the World Championships of Off-Road. Just watch it. Come feel it.
Industry. We connect. This is EPARTRADE, the premier business-to-business platform for the performance and racing industry. We connect buyers and suppliers 24/7 worldwide. Racing never stops, neither do we. Discover cutting-edge products and services from around the globe. Gaining insights from our live platform, daily newsletters, weekly webinar series, and our highly anticipated annual Race Industry Week. EPARTRADE.com. The racing industry, every minute, every day.
Let's go, boys.
Rad an Rad, so
How many kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man. We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
Not all trailer cabinets are built for the long road ahead.
Aluminum Econo trailer cabinets from C-Tech Manufacturing are engineered to last and ready to ship today. Each Econo cabinet is packed with exclusive features like motion latch drawers and gasket lock countertops, all made under one roof in our Wisconsin headquarters. Shop Econo online today.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Your whole day rides on your diesel truck. Don't let anything slow it down. Keep life and drive with America's #1 DEF brand. Only Blue DEF products are triple filtered and guaranteed pure. And Blue DEF Platinum helps prevent deposits before they create problems. So nothing stands between you and the day, wherever it takes you. Count on Blue DEF and Blue DEF Platinum. Guaranteed for what drives you.
In racing, every second counts. This is EPARTRADE, the premier business-to-business platform for the performance and racing industry. We connect buyers and suppliers 24/7 worldwide. Racing never stops, neither do we. Discover cutting-edge products and services from around the globe, gaining insights from our live platform, daily newsletters, weekly webinar series, and our highly anticipated annual Race Industry Week. EPARTRADE.com. The racing industry, every minute, every day.
Let's go, boys. How many kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man. We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
The ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to ARPinstructions.com.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
Not all trailer cabinets are built for the long road ahead. Aluminum Econo trailer cabinets from C-Tech Manufacturing are engineered to last and ready to ship today. Each Econo cabinet is packed with exclusive features like motion latch drawers and gasket lock countertops, all made under one roof in our Wisconsin headquarters. Shop Econo online today.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Your whole day rides on your diesel truck. Don't let anything slow it down. Keep life and drive with America's #1 DEF brand. Only Blue DEF products are triple filtered and guaranteed pure. And Blue DEF Platinum helps prevent deposits before they create problems. So nothing stands between you and the day, wherever it takes you. Count on Blue DEF and Blue DEF Platinum. Guaranteed for what drives you.
Good morning and welcome to Race Industry Week 2025, brought to you by EPARTRADE and RACER. I am Francisque Savignan, the founder and CEO of EPARTRADE, the racing industry, every minute, every day. This is day 3, and we have an amazing lineup of speakers today. To view the schedule and the lineup of speakers, please visit epartrade.com. With me this morning are Julie Kin, the co-founder of EPARTRADE, Taro Koki, the president of Racer Creator Network, and our superstar host, Mr. Brad Gilly. Julie?
Thank you, Francisque, and thank you everyone for joining us today. We've already had 2 strong days, strong lineups of sanctioning bodies, of personalities, of champions, it's a who's who, and we have collected the brightest minds in motorsports this week. Very proud to say that we have Chris Rice being our opening feature today. And I want to say a special thank you to each one of our sponsors, very hardcore racing companies, believing in this week and how we're connecting the industry all year long. Taro?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Taro. Thanks for joining us, everyone. It's always an honor to be part of this incredible gathering, and looking forward to hosting a couple of interviews today as well.
Awesome.
Right.
Yeah, you know what? I'm really excited about today for a lot of reasons. First, Chris Rice is just an awesome guy, and what a great way to start it off. And the fact that Ram is coming back into NASCAR, and that's going to be a part of Kaulig Racing, where Chris is the CEO, is going to be a fun conversation. But as the day goes on, you know me, I'm excited about motorcycles, so we get MotoGP in there, a lot of other cool things from INDYCAR to Fox to Formula D, NHRA. I mean, it's literally going to run the entire gamut of motorsports just today alone. And this is still day 3. We've even got more coming up tomorrow, which is going to be exciting as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And as Judy mentioned, Race Industry Week, big thank you to our sponsors. It's presented by ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Shocks, Peak, Fifth Third Bank Motorsports, Scott Lewis Associate, and Crower, and of course sponsored by ARP and CTEC. So we're very thankful for the sponsors that make this week, not only this week possible, but also our weekly webinar series during the year. So big thank you to our sponsors. Taro, a special congratulations to you. You announced the winner of the Racer Creator Network a couple of weeks ago, and you're bringing one of the winner on the panel tomorrow, correct? One of the creator.
He was nominated. One of the creators, Honda Pro Jason. He's a Honda guy. He does great things, reviewing cars and teaching how to take care of your Hondas and how to actually sell the Hondas to staff members of dealerships. But yeah, the Racer Creator Awards happened last Thursday. It was a big success. You were there. Thanks so much for coming by. I mean, unfortunately, it rained. It never rains in LA, but it rained. But it was a great event. We had probably about close to 300 people in the automobility tent at LA Auto Show. And it was a big success. And Amelia Hartford who we all know. She's a great creator. She's an actress. She's a race car driver as well. She won the Creator of the Year award, and we're very proud and happy for everyone who entered the awards. And we're looking forward to throwing another party next year.
Absolutely. And I think what's important here too, Taro, is we're always trying to bring the new generation into the automotive world and into the racing world, and a lot of the series organizers are talking about that during this week, and that's also an angle to attract a younger audience. And I think you touched that with Chris yesterday from Grid Life as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we did. So they're obviously in touch with the younger audience, and we touch with Chris on that a little bit. But coincidentally, actually, YouTube YouTube is a big platform for creators, obviously, next to Instagram and TikTok. And, we give out awards for podcasts and everything else. But actually, YouTube announced their 2026 trending topics, top creators, top songs yesterday. I have a little quiz for you guys. What do you think the biggest trending topic in the US was on YouTube? Take a wild guess.
I would say politics, but we try and keep those things sacred here.
Yeah. So that's a great guess. So Charlie Kirk is on the list, but he's not the top trending topic. So the top trending topic was Squid Games. So this shows that things that are trending on YouTube and on social don't necessarily have to be isolated within the platform. It's kind of a social thing, right? Because Squid Games is a Netflix show, but it was trending amongst creators on YouTube. Who do you think the top creator was? You guys have
Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, yes, exactly. Mr. Beast was top song.
Oof.
Both of these artists. They're not, just random.
I can't imagine Taylor Swift is not one of two.
Taylor Swift is actually not on the list of top song. Yeah.
You see?
It's Bruno Mars and Lady Gaga. So they did a collab. Top podcast.
What's his name? I can't think of him.
Joe Rogan?
Joe Rogan. Yeah. Yep, exactly. Yeah. So, these artists and creators, we've all heard of these guys' names. They're pretty strong. So they continue to be strong. And the trend is that there's a lot of crossover, right? So besides Squid Games, there was user-generated Roblox experiences, Nintendo Switch 2. These are all not internet specific topics. Mm-hmm. Another trend was that K-pop and a lot of Korean content was very popular. There's a country by country breakdown on this list. So I'd suggest if anyone's interested in what's trending and what kind of ideas we can take from this and utilize it in the automotive and the racing space, I think that's kind of a good guideline for us to learn from.
If I may interrupt, Taro, GT Turismo, Gran Turismo, which was here in LA a couple of weeks ago, is also another interesting topics because it does bring a younger generation to driving through simulation. And actually the event was sponsored with hardcore companies like Dunlop, then Brembo, etc. So that's very interesting in terms of the new audience. But it is 7 a.m. and we are going to be talking about a new exciting OEs coming into the truck series next year. So I think Chris Rice is with us. So Brad, we're going to let you take over, and we'll be back in about 25 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Taro. Appreciate that. And thank you, Chris Rice, one of the busiest men in motorsports, joining us now, and we appreciate you. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me. Sorry I'm in a car on a phone, but hey, we can get this done no matter where I'm at.
That's exactly right. And that's one of the great things about you. So obviously the big topic with Kaulig Racing is Ram coming back into NASCAR. You guys are going to field a 5-truck team next year. How are things going right now in this very, very short non-racing season?
Well, they're very busy and very blessed to have Ram back in the sport. Thanks to everybody at Stellantis and everybody over there for wanting to come back to NASCAR, right? If we look at our NASCAR world right now, it doesn't look fun, but it is a lot of fun in NASCAR. So thanks to those guys. But we're really busy, to be honest with you, busier than we've ever been as a company. We're building our first Ram truck. We're standing on our own now, so we're building our own bodies and different things like that. So we're building them as we speak. I was talking to the guys, in which I was there last night until late, seeing the first one getting done. So we're a little bit behind, but everything's going great.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. Let's go back to, I guess, the genesis of this. And what can you tell us, Chris, about maybe the initial meetings with Ram and, what kind of pushed us over the edge to bring him back?
Well, we were very fortunate to get in the door, right? And everybody says, how do you get in the door? And I think they were looking at quite a few teams. I said it on Sirius XM, because I'm on there every week. We were fortunate to get in, and they were looking at a lot of different teams, and the first meetings were great. I think our first meeting was probably one of the best meetings I've ever sat in. Myself and Matt Kaulig and Ty Norris, we all were able to go up to Auburn Hills and sit down and talk to those guys about truck racing. We wasn't in the truck series, so we had to talk about that, and it was great. Tim Kaniskas, Nate Merlo, and sitting with those guys and telling them what our vision is, telling them what Matt Kaulig's vision is, and how we go about things and what we do just fit their mold. We didn't know that at the time, right? All we knew is that we wanted to take on the challenge to bring those guys back to the sport. So when we left that meeting that day, I'll never forget that as long as I live, Brad. I told Matt and Ty, and I said, well, if we don't get it, I felt like we knocked it out of the park. We gave it all a gallant effort, and we told them everything that they wanted to know and what they needed to know. Then things started speeding up. Honestly, they had more conversations with us. They had more conversations with, how could we do 3 trucks is the way it started. And then it was 4 trucks, and then it was 5 trucks. And I remember very vividly that I was at a weird place, and they wanted to have a quick Zoom. It was like really fast. They were like, let's have a quick Zoom. We need to talk through some things with the lawyers. And I was like, man, we haven't even got that far. And we literally sat on the phone for an hour and a half and worked through details. And it was so awesome to be with a company like Ram that had the vision we did, and they're going to change the way OEMs do marketing. I can guarantee you that, and I'm excited about that.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that as well. So where does Kaulig Racing come into the conversation timeline in this? Had Ram already worked with NASCAR saying we want to come back? Did we come up with what was going to be an approved nose and tail section and all of those things, the body panels and all of that? Like where does Kaulig fit into the timeline? How did that work?
Well, we fit in. They had talked to NASCAR. They had started working on a nose and tail, but they wasn't even close. We came in probably after they had talked to 2 other race teams, I would think. They have never told us and really never even asked, right? And we came in, at the end of probably last year, probably was our first not really sit down with them, but them getting to know that Kaulig Racing was, I don't know when they were available, but we would do the truck racing. We would look at doing something truck. And I was very vocal on social media and different things that we'd look at any series. And that was kind of why, like, hey, we're there. So we were really hot and heavy about February, end of February, March area, when we really got hot and heavy. And we worked through the summertime trying to get it signed and get it done and figured out what we're going to do. We had a lot of partners we had to talk to. We've been with Chevy for so long that we had to go sit down with those guys, and we've been with all our partners on our race car sales from partners that we had. So we had to sit down with all those too to tell them what we had going on. And we didn't even have it signed. So it was a little leap of faith. And when we got to announce it at Daytona, it was pretty special. special inside of
You're breaking up on us just a little bit right now, Chris. I'm going to let the video catch up here in just a minute. It's miracles of modern technology. Your video almost slowed down to a crawl.
Sell cars and stuff like that.
All right, we'll get Chris caught up here in just a moment. It looks like now he's frozen on us right now, but I'm sure that's just bouncing back and forth in between cell towers and all of the other wonderful things that we have. But it is a great thing to be able to chat with him. And as soon as we kind of get all of that caught up, Chris, we'll get you back on. But we appreciate that. We know some of the challenges of the way things go, Francis. And again,
yes,
we can talk to people across the pond and we can land a probe on a comet, but sometimes we can't get
so we'll get Chris back
We're
on.
almost there.
It was you had the last minute trip to take, unfortunately, and had to couldn't reschedule, and we tried to work around it, but that was the only time we had. So, but he's going to be back with us, and tell us.
We've kind of experienced this last year. You just never know what's going to happen.
Yeah,
and that was with Biffle.
And so the interesting part is, for Ram, that was not a quick decision for them to come back in the sport, right? So what are your thoughts on that part, and how do you see the season coming up?
Yeah, I'm always curious because for us on the outside, we get to see the announcement. But what happened leading up to that announcement? First of all, someone has to sit in a boardroom and decide that, yes, this is what we want to do. Then you have to get with NASCAR. What is the process in re-entering the sport? It's not like, even though with the truck series, a lot of the trucks are common, the engines are common and things like that. Nose and tail sections are different. Really everything from the base of the windshield forward. But, okay, so how do we come up with what this design is going to be? A lot of the engineering work that has to go into making sure that all of the manufacturers are competitive aerodynamically, and then picking a race team like Kaulig Racing. What goes into that? They have to make big decisions, as Chris was talking about, as a Chevrolet team, and they're still a Chevrolet team, by the way, on the Cup side of things, but we have a new manufacturer coming in, so how does that work? And, how do we keep things separate within the race shop of what we're doing over here with Dodge and Ram and what we're doing over here with Chevrolet? And, the behind the scenes are the things that I'm fascinated by, and really that's part of what Race Industry Week is. Let's talk about some of the things that we're doing and the things that are happening within our walls that that maybe some other people can generate great ideas off of as well.
Yes, I'm getting a note from our producer, Judy. We might need a little help on your side from Reed to try to get Chris back on. And so we're trying, get in touch with him. And again, if you're joining us right now, Chris had to be on the road at the last minute, and so we started the conversation really well, and we had a little bit of a technical challenge. So we're going to bring Chris back on. And while we're talking about technical challenge, technicality, and then the conversation we started with Tower this morning, I'd like to remind everyone we are streaming live on YouTube, on racer.com, on Facebook Live, on LinkedIn Live, and I think Chris is back on. There we go.
All right. Hey, look at that. How you
Finally
doing?
got the
Wi-Fi. No problem. Hey, look, we know what it's like out there, and I think every one of us live by you make your season in the off season, and obviously you got a lot of things going on. So we're glad you got back on Wi-Fi.
It's a lot, but that's okay. We're good now.
Yeah, awesome. Well, we were talking about some of the different things that were going on, and a little bit of the timeline and where things were, and just where Kaulig comes into that whole process of bringing a manufacturer back into a sport.
Yeah, and being able to bring a manufacturer back is something that's huge. What people don't know, I think it's been Brad, 20 years since a manufacturer came back in. That's a big deal, right? So having them to come back, being able to bring them back and being able to do things that we can do with them is going to be key.
It is. You mentioned the marketing side of things. Now you're running 5 trucks, so really let's talk about and I'll say Ram's involvement, but really the investment as well. What are these trucks going to look like, or at least what you can tell us here today, and as far as the support goes to them supporting a 5-truck program?
Yeah, so hopefully we can announce that soon. And Ram, has some pretty bold ideas of what they're going to do, and we're excited to be part of that because we're a bold company, right? And it's just like even putting logos on stuff. We're able to do things that are different. So like when you're sitting here and having conversations, you see the logos. Like I have some meetings today, and I'm able to wear this in the meetings. So because it actually looks good. But the trucks are going to be very bold. I think the apparel is going to be very bold. People, if you are a Ram lover or a Dodge lover or anything on that side of the world, you're going to love all of the stuff that we're going to put out. It's actually going to be amazing. I'm excited about it because it's different. It's just so different of what they're doing and how they're looking at it, and proud to be part of it, honestly, because when we get older, I told my mom and dad this, when we get older, we got to stay in the game. We got to stay like, hey, we want to be new. We want to understand the technology. We want to understand that. So I'm excited to learn what these guys and girls know from Ram and how they're looking at it, because I've been in the racing world for so long now, looking at something different. I'm excited. So to give you an answer about that, we're pretty bold.
Yeah. All right. So let's talk about multiple manufacturers. You take a guy like Roger Penske, Chris, and he's got Chevrolets over in INDYCAR. He's run Porsches. He's got Ford on the NASCAR side of things. Well, that's different OEMs with different sports. You have 2 different OEMs within the same sport of NASCAR, because you guys are still going to be a Chevy team in the Cup Series based on the campus at Richard Childress Racing, where Kaulig Racing's home is. How does that work out?
Yeah, so Matt owns our building, so we own our place down in the industrial park there. So, but we are in Welcome, North Carolina. We're just we're our own race team. We're doing our own things. We're mounting our own bodies on our Cup cars, going to mount our own bodies on our trucks. We got to do our own sim. It's like we're starting fresh and new. And I know we're going to struggle in the first 5 or 6 months of the Cup side. We having to build all this ourselves, really, and up for the challenge. I will say I've had many sleepless nights trying to figure out how that's going to work, making sure it stays in budget, because when you're with the OEM and you get all that stuff and everything is taken care of for you, like now you got to do it yourself. Brad, you remember the day you moved out of your house and you had to go get your own house and get your stuff. Like now, put it as a race team. So excited about that, honestly, but it's going to be a lot. And running multiple manufacturers, honestly, it's okay because it's 2 different divisions, right? Like we're in Cup on Sunday, we're in trucks on Saturdays or Fridays, whatever it is. It's a total different deal. We've never had any trucks. This is the first time Kaulig Racing's ever been in trucks. And if you follow our social media platforms, and you'll see we have a Kaulig trucks. So it's just a different series. It's cars and trucks, man. It's they say it in football, blocking and tackling. It is no different. It's cars and trucks.
Yeah, that's pretty fascinating. You talk about really a lot of the things ramping up to this. What's it been like trying to find the workforce that's going to be able to support this? It has been difficult. We are very fortunate that we started with 12 people. Okay. When we started Kaulig Racing, going on 11 years ago now, we started with 12 people. We have 9 of those 12 people still left. So we retain our people pretty well. And I'm very proud to say that, pretty excited about that. We have been very fortunate to get a lot of resumes. We actually had to start its own email to get resumes. So we're very fortunate to be able to do that. So we've hired a lot of people. I think we're over the 140 mark now. So excited about that. So like
it has not been easy, but it really hasn't been as difficult as you think. Now we got to train these guys up. Like it's not like they're coming in all experienced. So it's been a little bit of a challenge to get the managers and stuff like that, but we're getting there. And we're fortunate to have a company like Kaulig Companies, Matt Kaulig, that allows us to do good things for our employees. You know, the way we work, how many days we work, what our insurances look like, what our 401ks look like. And we are very fortunate to have that. And I'm proud to say we're probably one of the better organizations that's ever been in NASCAR and taking care of our people.
Mm-hmm. The origins of Kaulig racing start in what will be the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series in 2026. And how strange is it to not have any of those cars in the building now?
Well, I got a little upset when we paused it, because that is where we started. We've won a lot of races. We've won in the top. We've won in Cup. We've won in Xfinity O'Reilly. We've never won in trucks, and we've never won in late models. So I had to lean on Matt a lot and let him talk me off the ledge a lot, because when we took our final lap at Phoenix, I was pretty devastated. I will be honest with you. And I know we'll be back someday. I know we will. I know it's not we're gone forever. I know we'll be back, because we'll fight to come back, right? But just to end something that was so good and so great is always sad, right? But we got bigger things in our vision, and we have to stay on top of that. We got to understand that what's on the horizon is bigger than we're sitting on. So I had to stay that. So it is a little bit weird. We have we sold a lot of our cars. I think we have about 6 or 7 left, and I think we'll have those done pretty quick, and we won't have any Xfinity stuff sitting in the shop or O'Reilly's Auto Parts.
Yeah, that is just so weird to think about, really understanding the whole history of Kaulig racing. Let's talk about the drivers, Chris. 3 of them we know. What I really love about this is I always feel like a healthy race team has a great mix of, veteran, someone who's sort of, established, and then bringing in some fresh young talent. So Justin Haley coming back to Kaulig racing, going to drive one of your trucks, and we know that he's been successful in taking you guys to victory lane. You've got Daniel Dye, who was with Kaulig racing on the Xfinity side this past season, and then bringing in Butterbean Queen, who, my gosh, I think everything he's stepped in so far has just been successful, and he did finish out the Xfinity Series season with you last year. So tell us about those 3 first, and what brought you to them as part of this truck program.
Well, I'll start with Justin. Proud to have him back. I feel like that, we never left on bad terms. It was just what we had to do at the present moment. He went on to, I think he went to Rick Ware Racing, and, everybody gets a little bit, I don't want to call it hurt, like when you lose your ride. But he didn't lose his ride. It was just the way we had to go to keep financial support going and different things like it. But we're glad to have him back. He's been part of our family. He will always be part of our family, just like, Christian Eckes and Blake Cook and all the guys, Ryan Truex, those guys that have been with us. But I think Justin has a little bit of chip on his shoulder, and we love people that have chips on their shoulders and wants to go out and show that they can do it. So excited about that. Daniel Dye now been with us, been in the house for 2 years. I am really pushing Daniel Dye hard to step up and let's go. Let's, show everybody how good you can race. His background, he was a car salesman and sold Ram trucks and Dodges and Chryslers and Jeeps and everything else. So it actually works out pretty good, him in the Ram truck. And then to have Butterbean Queen come from, Southern Virginia, just like myself, he's a great racer. To be able to show his talents. I mean, he done phenomenal in the ARCA series. So to be able for him to show his talents, I am pumped about, right? Super pumped about that. Super pumped about how well he has done and how well he's going to do. And then before you ask, we will be announcing the other 2 trucks soon. Probably more in the January side of it. Lots of rumors flying around what's going on, but I'm going to say it again. These guys on my shoulders, Ram, they're bold. They're exciting. They like doing things different. So sit back, relax, and enjoy what Ram's going to do for the 2026 season and beyond on all of the marketing stuff.
Yeah, and I'm not going to ask you to break any news here at all because, that's going to be a bigger announcement, I'm sure. But one of the other trucks is going to have a mix of drivers, and you guys talked about we might not know, or we won't know who's going to be in the truck this week until maybe Monday of race week. What can you tell us a little bit more about that program and the way it's going to work and all of that?
I've sat in many meetings. I believe this week alone I've had 21 meetings, and a lot of them. I actually counted it last night when I was finally got done, and I thought about that coming up here today, the Monday before. And, you think about that. That is exciting. In our little world, we'll probably get leaked, right? It's no way around it. It'll probably get leaked. But in the global world, it's a fun thing to keep up with for 25 weekends. Who's going to be driving that truck? Who's going to be, I almost messed up. Who's going to be driving that Ram? So, I'm excited about that. NASCAR is excited about that, the way we're going to do it. And I think the people and free agents that we're talking to, they're excited about that.
That's pretty cool. And then the other truck is going to be basically a driver development program, a driver search. Is that the best way to put it? Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so, we're taking another truck and we are doing a driver development program, looking for the next superstar, looking for the guy that can do it. And that's going to be fun. What they're doing with that is I'm going to say it's over the top. We've spent a lot of time, Ty Norris, myself, we've spent a lot of time on that truck, and it's going to be a lot of fun. What you get to see and understand about that is going to be over the top, and I think you'll be talking about it for years. In our little world, you'll definitely be talking about it for years, and I'm excited for that to come out, and we announced that, and man, it's nothing that Ram has done that has been the normal NASCAR way, and I absolutely love that. I think that we're gonna shake up the mix a little bit of the way OEMs does things, and I'm glad that Matt Kaulig allows us to do that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. You mentioned Ty Norris's name a couple of times. I introduced you as the CEO of Kaulig Racing, so I want to talk just more about structure of a race shop. As you guys continue to develop. You were elevated from president to the CEO. You brought in Ty Norris really at the back end of 2024. And he's been with the organization a while. So tell us about how that has grown and the management and the people that you guys have put into place.
Yeah, so we have. We put a little org chart and structured together. I mean, when you start with 12 people, you don't need any org chart, right? Everybody's got to do everything. But now we have me as a CEO. We have two guys that are basically our operations managers, COOs, and a guy that runs the day-to-day inside the shop, with Lenny Chandler and Justin Cox. And then we have our chief business officer with Ty Norris, that kind of what I call the front office people that make stuff happen and boots on the ground, making things work and get after it. And then we actually have a competition director and on the Cup side with Mike Cook, and we actually have a competition director on the truck side that will be announced. So we actually have a lot of managers and a lot of org charts coming together, and we're actually actively trying to field a vice president of competition also to be able to help with things. So the inside of our race team has become a full-blown business. And I'm telling you that I'm kind of going to school today. That's one of the things I'm doing today of how to manage that myself. Because you got to remember, Brad, I pushed a broom when I started. I built shocks. I was a crew chief. I was inside the competition stuff. And I've been fortunate enough for Matt Kaulig to teach me business. Another guy by the name of Tim Klepper to teach me business. And I'm actually... I'm not scared to tell you, I'm at a place to be able to learn more and get some education on how to manage 150 people, how to be better at different things. Because I don't care if you're a CEO or not. The day you quit learning is the day you need to retire. And I knew this was something that I needed to do, it came up really quick, and I was able to do it. So our business has grown to be a big business now, and it's just going to keep going.
Yeah, and it's been fun to watch your evolution from that, from the crew chief at Kaulig Racing, on up to the CEO. The one thing that, that I love about you, Chris, and that anyone at the racetrack should love as well, is when you get on that in-car radio, especially if I'm thinking 5 truck teams on the track at one time. Sometimes you don't know who your scanner stops at because you still hear your voice. It might be one of the most entertaining things on race day to hear you.
Well, thank you. I love doing that. I think sometimes I overdo it, and I worked real hard on Sundays not to be on any of the radios. So I wear these sound gear, earphones now, whatever. But man, I don't know how I'm gonna do that on trucks because I'm gonna be so engaged with those guys. I want my truck series. We want to win if we could win a manufacturing championship out of our shop, because we will be the only Rams in 2026. Hopefully have some more Rams come in the future, but in 2026, it'll only be us. If we can come close to winning a manufacturing championship, because we are racing for something that people don't even understand now. Yeah, you're racing for a driver's championship. You're racing for an owner's championship. But we are actually racing for a manufacturing championship also. So for me to pump the guys and girls up, like yesterday, I was in a meeting with our people that are gonna be our engineering support and our race team. And I had to explain to our race team, now we're one. We are the OEM. We are the guys and girls. We are the people. It's not like we're getting our services from RCR or GM. It's us. It is us now. So doing that kind of stuff, Brad, I enjoy letting the race fans hear that. Everybody that's watching this or that'll go back and watch it, what I'll tell people is don't ever give up. You can do it. I get in my little pity party. I did after our Xfinity season this year. It was the worst season we ever had, and we had to quit on our worst season ever. But don't get in your pity party. Wake up. Follow me on social media. C Rice and C Rice 1. Dude, I'll tell you that is something that I push to people. Change somebody's life, and that's what I've done to myself, thanks to Matt Kaulig and everybody at Kaulig Companies and different things like that. So, yeah, I'm a guy that pumps people up.
Yeah, well, the one thing I do love about, I'll just call it your management style. And again, these are things we have heard on the in-car radio. Depending on who it is, you do a great job of playing to the personality. Maybe someone needs to be motivated, lifted up, and pushed forward. Maybe you need to put that chip on someone else's shoulder, whatever it's going to be, to get that extra 10th or 2 tenths or whatever it is. I do feel, Chris, you really do a great job of that.
Well, thank you, Brad, and I appreciate that. And my mom taught me that. My mom's always told me that and told me to be, feed into the person, right? Something I still have in my little repertoire or whatever you want to call it. I want to come and see you guys in the booth and understand how y'all call a race and what do y'all see. Where can we be better as a race team to give you more information? And for me to do that, I have to get in your shoes, right? And I do the same thing with drivers and our team and our people and our race directors or whatever it is. I put myself in their shoes. And they always say, don't criticize somebody if you never walked in their shoes. So I always try to throw myself in their shoes, good or bad.
Chris, thank you so much for giving us time today. We appreciate it. Cannot wait to see what happens with Ram coming back into NASCAR and everything else you guys have on the Cup side as well.
Well, I apologize for the technical stuff. I didn't know that we wasn't going to have service, so I would have stopped like she asked me to do. I thought we would be good, but you know what? I love doing this. Maybe next year I'll be sitting in my office if I get asked to do it again. I appreciate all the race fans and racers that are going to watch this, and thanks for doing this for so many days, right, Judy? Everybody else that makes this happen. Without you guys, and I say this, Brad, you've heard me come in the PR room and the media center and say, without you guys, our voice doesn't get out. So thank you guys for doing that. I'm a big fitness guy right now. I'm trying to change many people's lives. So if I can change somebody's life today by making somebody smile, that's what I'm going to do. So don't forget to try to make somebody smile today. And thanks for having me on.
You made us smile. Big smile. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, guys.
Chris,
Stay
thank
with
you.
us.
And I just followed you because you asked. So I hope other people follow you.
Well, I appreciate you doing that, Judy. And sorry I let you down. I thought I would not have a problem, but thank you guys. Thanks for following me. Make sure you go follow me, and I'll keep you smiling. I promise.
Thank you.
Good luck in the season.
Stay with us. We'll run a short commercial from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with MotoGP.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
Not all trailer cabinets are built for the long road ahead. Aluminum Econo trailer cabinets from C-Tech Manufacturing are engineered to last and ready to ship today. Each Econo cabinet is packed with exclusive features like motion latch drawers and gasket lock countertops, all made under one roof in our Wisconsin headquarters. Shop Econo online today.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2025, day 3. What a great session, and it for sure did put a big smile on our face. So thank you, Chris. We're going to be talking next to MotoGP. So we are going to be bringing our special guest who is coming back for the second time and was on with us last year. And as soon as hold on one second, because I'm getting a note from our...
Brad's excited about this interview.
I love motorcycles.
Absolutely. So Alfonso should be with us any second. And my understanding is that we have a short video, an introduction video to get us up to speed with MotoGP. So as soon as Alfonso start his video, is joining us from Spain. And good afternoon, Alfonso.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I had some problems.
No problem. So why don't we just start with the video and then we'll get the interview going.
Well,
That was awesome. I'm pretty sure my heart rate just went up, Alfonso. That was great.
I've seen it about 10 times and my heart rate still goes up.
That is wonderful. Well, we've got a lot to talk about with MotoGP. And before we really get started with some of the different topics and points we're going to hit on, just tell us a little bit about yourself, Alfonso, and what got you to where you are now.
So my name is Alfonso Gartujo. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sporting director at Dorna at MotoGP. How I got here is a bit of a long road. I'm an engineer by background. I started working on engines and slowly ended up here after this is my 14th season now.
Wow, that's really cool. All right, well, let's talk about all things MotoGP and what makes it really the most exciting sport in the world, right?
Yeah, I mean, bit of background, maybe. So MotoGP as the World Championship started in 1949. I believe it is the oldest motorsport World Championship. So this marks the end of our 77th season of incredible racing, of passionate fans, and growth of the sport. So obviously, it's a championship that goes far back in time. And obviously, I think technical innovation. So that mix between heritage innovation, I think it's what keeps it exciting, keeps the adrenaline pumping. It's definitely the fastest sport on two wheels by far, I think. It's unpredictable. I think that's what keeps it. The fans love the drama. They love the close racing. I think you just can't keep your eyes away.
Yeah, for sure. 2025, really wildly successful year for MotoGP. What do you feel made this such a landmark season?
I think there's a lot of things that have probably made it the biggest season so far. For the first time, we've had 22 Grand Prix in one season. Last year we had 20. We've had a new destination that we had not been to since 1992, which was Hungary, on an all-new circuit. We went back to Czech Republic after a 4-year break. I think I think it's the third season of, let's say, the sporting format that we have for the weekends, which definitely keeps it, packed for everyone, action-packed throughout the whole weekend. We have the sprints and the qualifyings on Saturday. We have Moto2 and Moto3 and obviously MotoGP races on Sunday. I think it delivers a solid product, let's say, more racing within one weekend. Probably the high of the biggest news is Marc Marquez being crowned world champion after 5 years of, let's say, injuries that we thought he would never overcome, or we would not see the same Marquez again like we saw in 2019. It's probably the biggest comeback, definitely in our sport. I think probably of many sports. It's a story of resilience. To get back to where he's got himself back to. Also, it's been hugely successful across all the race weekends. We've had, I think it's something over 3.6 million fans attend, all the 22 Grand Prix. It's definitely, a record. We've broken attendance records in many of them, I think almost half of them. So we can see that the passion for MotoGP is growing as we intend to expand as well. We've had a season launch as well, which was a great addition to, let's say, our calendar. So it's been a season of expansion, let's say. To summarize it all up.
Yeah, well, you mentioned world champion Marc Marquez. The great thing about it as well, and this isn't something you can always find, within a given sport, we all know who the personalities are, but I don't think you have to be a MotoGP fan to have heard the name Marc Marquez, to know a little bit something about Marc Marquez. And that really, Alfonso, speaks volumes about what can truly help grow the sport of MotoGP as well.
Yeah. We obviously would love to have 22 Marc Marquez on our grid, but it is, we have to help them, grow their personalities, and Marc's the perfect example for it.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so you mentioned drama, unpredictability. We saw it in the video as well. Yeah. It is spectacular when things happen on the racetrack, whether they be technical and passing and all of that, to when things happen off the racetrack. But what do you feel makes it so thrilling for race fans?
I think it's that unpredictability, as continuous overtaking, as a dramatic crash that can create such a plot twist within a race. And that can be, 3 or 4 times every 10 minutes within a race. So, I think it helps the fans stay hooked on, onto your TV screen, or whether you're on the racetrack. But it's also, we've grown into incredibly competitiveness, and the results are there. Every qualifying session, there's 0.7 seconds between the top 10. I mean, you can't blink your eye almost as quick, and you have 10 riders there. Out of the 11 teams we have on the MotoGP grid, 10 have been on the podium. We've had numerous amount of different winners, whether it be the sprint race or the main Grand Prix race. So it's incredibly competitive. We've been a few years in this tone, so we're happy with the result, let's say.
Yeah, in most forms of motorsport, Alfonso, we see the vehicle. We see the car, be it a stock car, an open wheel car, Formula One, whatever it might be. With MotoGP, one thing I really think is unique is the fact that you actually get to see the athlete. You get to see the rider on the machine and what they're doing and everything they're working. How big of a factor is that, do you feel, when it comes to the fandom as well, being able to identify with that athlete?
I think yes, I agree exactly what you say. I mean, if you, apart from let's say, the skill of riding the bike, you can tell a body position or but a body shape, you can actually, without seeing the number of the bike, you can almost know who is riding that bike. So yes, it sort of makes it a little bit more personal, no? Seeing, how riders physically, wrestling a bike around a track at 320 kilometers an hour. I think it definitely makes you feel closer to the sport.
Yeah, and be marveled at the physics of how, that very, very small contact patch on two tires actually keep that motorcycle moving around a racetrack. And I'm sure as an engineer you appreciate that.
And the physical effort it requires to make it stick there. I don't know if you've seen, or maybe we saw on the video, some of the saves, when they lose the front tire, and they literally wrestle it back onto its two wheels. It definitely doesn't happen in other disciplines, let's say.
Yeah, it definitely keeps you on the edge of your seat as well. MotoGP truly expanding globally. You talked about going back to Hungary, Czechoslovakia, different things like that. What new markets and events are you most excited about coming up?
So I think it's a second race of next year. We're going back to Brazil after many 20 years. I think it's 20 years. All new racetrack or purposely built new racetrack. And in 2027 we will go back to Buenos Aires, which is a great city. So obviously, South America is a big market for us. So strengthening our presence there is important. We also have riders who are showing their talent from that region, from South America. I mean, the greatest timing probably is we've had our first Brazilian world champion in Moto2, Diogo Moreira. He's had an incredible season. We also have David Alonso, who's a rising star in Moto2 this year from Colombia. We've got Morelli, and we've got Perona from Argentina. So we're strengthening the presence in that region. We're obviously also looking to expand our footprint in North America, in Asia. So it's great result for Moreira. He has a seat on the MotoGP grid next year. So it's very exciting for next year. On the longer term, we're also looking to into targeting, let's say, strategic track locations. So for MotoGP to come closer to major cities, and let's say offer a broader experience, instead of being somewhere far away from the major cities.
Yeah, for sure. We have a question from the chat, if you don't mind, Alfonso. David asked, to what extent will Liberty Media be an influence to Dorna?
So, I mean, Liberty Media's involvement, certainly, let's say, accelerates interest in the sport. Just their presence. So Liberty will definitely help us and the teams especially, develop their brand, their identity, and help them create new revenue streams for them. So for the teams to become, strong entities, let's say, that in return will definitely help us grow the sport. We know, or we believe, we have a fantastic product on the track. We've just got to make sure everybody else realizes as well, or as many people realize. So I think we have definitely, need to build on the work that we have off track to make the races, a real entertainment event. And I think that's where Liberty will definitely, we can see is definitely helping us right now.
Yeah. I like that. That to me, that falls into the category of if we don't make a big deal out of it, no one else will. So we need to make a big deal out of it. Yeah, that makes.
And it's especially off the sporting side or off the track side where we can see most potential for that.
Mm-hmm. I agree. We've been hearing about a new pathway for riders hoping to reach the top level of the sport as well. So how will the road to MotoGP work?
So we're sort of, trying to reshape or restructure everything under one brand. So we start with Moto Mini now, which kids can start from the age of 10. And then we're structuring a progression path, with equal machinery and equal possibilities all the way to MotoGP. Obviously, one of our biggest, let's say, goals or targets is to expand into, outside traditional, let's say, markets. I mean, there's a strong tradition in Spain and Italy. We want to make sure that other regions have the same possibilities to come into, a more global access to the top classes. So obviously, it's an expensive sport, so we want to make racing accessible worldwide and giving more chances, to the young riders globally.
Mm-hmm. Alfonso, we've heard a lot of talk about investment in MotoGP teams. What does that mean for the future?
Well, I mean, as I say, it's got to be, it's how do you say, a call effect, So investment into teams means making, stronger teams so that they can also, it's not just MotoGP as a brand, making the sport grow. It's the teams as well making the sport grow. So it's a unified effort from everyone, not just from MotoGP as an entity.
Mm-hmm. I like that. I like seeing the investment. One of the things that, look, as an American, I'm excited about this. Harley-Davidson Bagger World Cup in partnership with MotoGP next year,
yes.
Which I wanted to ask you about. We also had a question come in from the chat asking what tracks the Bagger class would be running in next year. What can you tell us about either of that, either the Harley investment or where they're going to run?
So this is part of, let's say, also strengthening our footprint in the US. Obviously, Harley-Davidson is if not the biggest motorcycle brand in the US, I think by some margin. And I think we're all excited to see the Bagger World Cup. So we have we don't have the calendar full on yet, but we should be aiming at around 5 or 6 events within our race weekends. And hopefully, I think it will deliver great racing. It's definitely let's say a twist to our usual format of bikes.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. I just, again, it's just fun is what I think of when it comes to adding things like that.
It's fun, yes.
Yeah, and you know what? The Harley Bagger World Cup, this is part of it as well, but broadening the appeal of MotoGP. And, you know, how do you do that? What can fans look forward to moving forward?
What can fans? Well, I mean, as I say, we want to broaden the appeal. You know, we know we have a huge fan base, and so we really want to develop, you know, to grow and to bring new audiences into the sport. So obviously, you know, we need to create stories behind or beyond racing. You know, especially for the fans who don't attend races. So it's about keeping engagement, you know, on the in between races, no? You know, we're definitely investing a lot in technology to support this, you know, bringing sport to life. One of the biggest ambitions we have is bringing radio communications into MotoGP. It's definitely a very, very challenging, you know, obviously in a car, let's say you're hotwired to the car, but in MotoGP, it's a little bit more difficult. And so that will also help the riders building on their characters. And I think it's part of, you know, how do they live their racing when they're racing, you know? How do they react? How do they, you know, how do they plan out races? I think that's a great asset that we're working on, and I think that will help it get even closer to the riders and the racing.
You know, every series wants close competition. They want to keep some parity, make sure things are fair. How does MotoGP manage the technical aspect of that? And, you know, not only keeping up with the cat and mouse game of the teams versus people doing the technical inspections and scrutineering, but also continually developing and making it relevant to the motorcycle manufacturers as well.
Yeah, so next year is going to be a bit of a transition year, so the regulations will stay the same as this year, and 2027 will mark a huge regulatory change in terms of the technical side for the bikes. So you know, we're reducing engine capacity, we're reducing the aerodynamics, we're getting rid of the ride height devices, you know, that the suspension. So it's almost going a little bit back to basics. Obviously, you know, all these technical, there's always a balance between the technical innovation and keeping it cost controlled. Because cost controlled, you know, ensures that, let's say, all the manufacturers, all the teams have equal opportunities as well. And that's what keeps the racing close also. So yeah, 2027 is almost, you know, giving the riders back a little bit more to make that difference.
Mm-hmm. And I like that. Yeah, I mean, you know, everything, you know, if you had like a slider and you said, you know, way over here is going to be super technical, sometimes you just have to snap it back and say, okay, let's go back here. And then, you know, it keeps working back up and we're at a snapback point.
It would be really nice if it was just a slider. Yeah, it's just click and, but yeah, it's about making minor tweaks to keep that balance, as I say. And, you know, I think, as we said before, I think that, you know, the close racing and the sporting side and the technical side, we believe we have as good as balance almost as we can achieve. You can always improve, obviously, but we need the rest of the world to see that as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. You're talking about a global sport as well. You know, just the logistics of everything and really moving this machine around the world. What can you tell us about how all of that goes and things are put together?
It's a flying circus. So I mean, for the overseas races, I think we move in 5 777 aeroplanes. and that's a, let's say, for the overseas, it's a more reduced, that's what goes from race to race. Then we have obviously, a lot of logistics that go on through maritime, and then through Europe. I think we carry something like, I think it's 400 trucks. So it's a proper circus. There's a lot of things that go behind, two bikes you can probably fit in a van, but there's a lot of stuff behind, making those two bikes run.
Yeah, yeah, and it's amazing, and I'm glad you illustrate it in a very good way, talking about 777s and 400 trucks and all of those other things. We a lot of times also focus on just simple manufacturers, from a Ducati to a so on and so forth. But one thing I also love is industry support, and that's one thing about EPARTRADE. Suppliers and vendors and all of that.
Yes.
There is really a lot of that in MotoGP when it comes to the parts and the pieces and the fluids and all of the things that go into a motorcycle. How deep is that investment from really all of the names that we see on stickers and patches?
It is a huge investment, not just in terms of economics, but in terms of material. Unfortunately, a lot of riders crash many times, and the amount of parts, not just through crashes but through technical developments, that evolution within each part. So we have a huge presence of suppliers, partners, service companies every weekend, providing that constant evolution, that constant service, whether it be fuel or oil or down to bolts, anything. So there's a huge ecosystem of suppliers behind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. All right, so I am curious, when it comes to automobile racing, a lot of times you see a big wreck and, a lot of times the car hits a wall and you're like, okay, that one's destroyed. We saw some of the pretty cool highlights in the opening video as well, when a rider goes off a bike and it starts tumbling and everything. How bad does it have to be before you're just like, okay, now that's a new bike, or this is a bike that's repairable? What can you tell us about that side?
Normally, if you save the engine and, let's say, the main frame, then you can probably rebuild around the rest of it. Once they put the frames on a jig. Once they see a minimal bend in it, that's it. You can start yourself from scratch. So obviously the biggest thing is the engines, because we have a limitation of engines you can use a year. So as long as you don't undo the engines, the rest is all fully rebuildable.
That's a good thing as well.
Yes.
Look, I am so excited about the upcoming season and everything that MotoGP does, and really just the whole breadth of a weekend. It's not just about the MotoGP race, all of the other things involved in that, like you talked about Moto2, Moto3.
For people who don't know, you should start watching the Moto3 races. They're also they're very, very close as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. Alfonso, thank you for giving us time here and being a part of Race Industry Week. We really do look forward to the MotoGP season to come, and just congratulations on the growth and everything that you guys have done.
Thank you very much for the opportunity again for a second year. It's great pleasure.
Absolutely. Industry Week would not be the same without MotoGP. That's and we try. We try to include every type of racing, and we do have actually a legend tomorrow. We have Freddie Spencer, who is launching.
My side.
Is going to be on and Moto America as well. So thank you very much for being with us, Alfonso.
Thank you.
Brad, we'll see you shortly. We are going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
In racing, every second counts. This is EPARTRADE, the premier business-to-business platform for the performance and racing industry. We connect buyers and suppliers 24/7 worldwide. Racing never stops, neither do we. Discover cutting-edge products and services from around the globe. Gaining insights from our live platform, daily newsletters, weekly webinar series, and our highly anticipated annual Race Industry Week. EPARTRADE.com. The racing industry, every minute, every day.
How many kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man. We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2025. Lawrence Foster is with us and we're going to be talking endurance racing, Lawrence.
We are indeed. We are going to be talking the World Endurance Championship with Frederic Lequien. So looking forward to that. And Francis, can you tell me if my pronunciation was anywhere near the mark?
You need to polish your French just a little bit, but you're getting close. You're getting close. No, I'm very excited. We're just with MotoGP. We're saying Industry Week would not be the same without MotoGP. I mean, it's obviously it would not be the same without the FIA WEC. So I'm delighted to have Frederic with us. I mean, what a great championship this year. Unbelievable.
Indeed.
So, and of course, the iconic, the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So Frederic is with us. It's a little tradition. We have him with us every year. So as soon as Frederic starts his video, we're going to let you... Bonsoir, Frederic. Oh, you're on mute. Lawrence, on
It's okay. Sorry. Good morning.
Good morning, Frederic, and welcome to Race Industry Week. Frederic, it's that time of the year. The racer guys, we're all waiting for the WEC entry list to come out. We know that's coming out in the next few days, and we know that this year we have an additional manufacturer in hypercar with Genesis, a 2-car entry. That takes us up to 8 marks, depending on what we see about Porsche, but 8 marks, all of them basically realizing that this platform is perfect for them. So Frederic, just give us a little bit of a lowdown on why the hypercar class is such a bonanza and is such a magnet for manufacturers.
Thank you, Lawrence. Yes, this is a good question. By the way, it's hard to answer. I mean, because I think that there are several reasons. The first one to me is a good technical regulation. And after the area of what we call LMP1 in the past, which was some fantastic car, of course, but very expensive in terms of budget, we have decided to propose something to the OEMs, which is, I would say, on the budget side, reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we can mention some budget. I mean, we are talking now about, let's say, 25 to 35 millions euro or even dollars, per season, which is quite reasonable when you do talk with OEMs and when you cover, let's say, all the world with 8 races. So I think that this regulation, which allow 2 different platforms, LMH and LMDH, is a good one. And in top of that, for the first time in the history of, let's say, endurance and the World Championship and Le Mans, we have decided to include the famous balance of performance. I see you laughing, but I know why. But at the end, it is just a performance window, and I think we need it. We need to talk less about it, but we need it. And it was not less than 2 months ago. We asked to all the OEMs. It was very impressive, by the way, because we had more than 10 around the table. Because that you mentioned Genesis, but Ford and McLaren, we joined the championship in 2027. So everybody was there, and we asked to them only one question. are you ready to remove the BOP? And everyone answered, no, we need it. But we need to talk less about it. It's just a tool. It's just a tool. At the end, the best competitor will win the race. So a good technical platform, the BOP, and then I do not want to seem pretentious, and I would like to thank all my team, but I think we do a good job in terms of marketing and communication.
Sure.
The return of investment is there. I mean, it's worth it. It's a good platform in terms of marketing. And then we have to say thank you to some very famous brand like Ferrari. I mean, they really push now the WEC in a good way. And yes, we invest a lot in terms of promotion, marketing. We have some good tools. We have a good coverage. It's currently booming on the social media. And we know who we are. And I think that we need to keep our head very cold, you know, thanks to the Netflix generation also. I have to say that we can make a link between the success of F1 and the success of the WEC. I think it's not stupid to mention that.
Right.
And for OEMs, I mean that, and you know, I'm a petrol head. I love WRC. I love cross country rallies. It is my background. I love IMSA championship. But after F1, if you want to race in a world championship, what do you have? So the platform is good. I mean, it's worth it for the OEMs.
It's also stability as well. I mean, Ferrari have made no bones about it that the fact that the homologation window goes until through 2029, there are few championships with that much stability where a manufacturer can actually say, I'm committed and I know what I've got for the next 4 years. So.
And Lawrence, you are totally right. I mean, stability is key. I mean, we must bring some stability to the OEMs. And you know that we are currently thinking about, let's say, extending the homologation period to 2030, which was a very good news for the OEMs. Everybody needs to have a clear view about the future. So, and I think that once again, if you change the technical regulation every 2 years, you are not sustainable.
Is there something, Frederic, there has been talk beyond 2029 where maybe there will be a simplification into a single platform, but as far as you're concerned with things working so well, would your preference to be to allow Ferrari to make a full car, to allow other manufacturers to work with P2 chassis manufacturers?
I just want to be transparent with you and you know, give you a frank answer. A part of the discussion must stay confidential because this is a discussion between us and the OEMs.
Absolutely.
But let's say that the goal of everyone is to make it even more simple. So let's say that we are working on an idea to have maybe one set of technical regulation for the future. It's not easy because at the end, you know, I like diversity. So today you have the choice. You can go to LMH, to LMDH, but I would say that maybe with one technical platform, we will use less and less BOP. So.
Oh, Frederic, you keep mentioning BOP, but anyway, you mentioned fan engagement, and for manufacturers, you know, this is a huge thing. It's a very different product. Endurance is in the title. For a fan actually watching the racing from home, this isn't a 1 hour 40-minute window for Formula One. This is a commitment. So just tell me how big a role in terms of the experience, for instance, the WEC app has played in allowing a different viewing experience to be so successful.
Yes, you know, I think that maybe we have to think like this. We know very well our DNA. It's endurance. It's long race, at least 6 hours of racing. It's good for the show. It's good when you are on site. It's good for spectators. If you have a core, if you are a core fan, then we have some fantastic tool like the FIA Web TV application where you can get everything. You can watch the race live. We have also some broadcasters that they do broadcast all the race, the complete race. But the negative point, it's a difficult format for, let's say, what I call classic television.
Mm-hmm.
We are not doing some sprint race, even if it is a sprint race of 6 hours sometimes.
It feels like that, yeah.
But of course, I think that's the reason why we invested so much in different format to have a very strong presence on the socials. And when you look at the figures on YouTube, you know, or on Instagram, it's 1.2 million subscribers on the YouTube web channel. It's huge. It's really big. It's really big. So I think that what is positive when you have such long race is that you have some action all the time, all the time, all the time. You have so many overtakings. You have two different classes. You have to manage the traffic when you are a driver. So it's a very good show for the viewers. But we have to be and remain realistic. It's difficult for broadcaster to allow 6 hours of his grid only for us.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we use so much, let's say, our own channels, which are much more on YouTube or on the social media.
Now, the centerpiece of the championship, over here, we have the Indianapolis 500 and we have the INDYCAR series. And the Indianapolis 500 is the tide that floats all boats. The 24 Hours of Le Mans, how do you use that as leverage? How do you use that to actually build what is a world championship, where the Le Mans 24 Hours is one race within an 8-race world championship? It must be a huge positive, but at the same time, what are the challenges and opportunities of having such a significant centerpiece?
It is clearly it is a strength to have the 24 Hours of Le Mans in the championship. And let me be very honest. I do believe that without the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the WEC will not exist.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's just simple, like this. I mean that it is important to have the 24 Hours of Le Mans in the championship. But meanwhile, what we have built the last 5 years is to try to give some value to the championship. And now, you know, I just want to mention a discussion we had with John Elkann, the president of Ferrari. He said to us, we want to be world champion.
Right.
We must be world champion. We want to be world champion. And one of the various discussions I had with Antonello Kalitta, when he was in a good position to win the title, to be world champion, he said to me, Fred, you cannot imagine how it is important for us to be world champion. And this is a big difference compared to 5 years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
You have Le Mans, but today for an OEM, of course, Le Mans, it is still the more than the cherry on the cake. This is the 24 Hour of Le Mans, probably the most important race in motorsport. But now we can feel that the OEMs, they want to fight for the title, to be world champion. So I think that we achieved something because we invest a lot in terms of promotion, marketing, communication, etc., etc. And I would say thank you to all the OEMs, because without them, it would have been a different story.
Well, Frederic, stability seems to be one of the themes here, but it's 8 races. There are no changes in 2026. There is maybe a compression of the championship in terms of Qatar starting a month later, probably maintaining more momentum through the early part of the season.
Yeah.
Is that for you the perfect mix? We've got Lone Star Le Mans holding on to a Labor Day weekend slot and growing in momentum, or as a proud Brit here, I've got to say, is Silverstone waiting in the wings, or will it always be will it always be those 8 races? I've got to get that dig in for Silverstone, Frederic.
I think that the most difficult part of our job is to build the calendar. You cannot imagine how it's difficult to build a calendar. First, you need to avoid some clashes with some partners. Give you an example, with John Doonan, we work a lot on the calendar to avoid some big clashes with some big races in the US and some WACR races. Then you need to pay attention to the logistic. Then you have some very sometimes some very hard discussion with some local promoters because they do not have the let's say the slot to welcome you or the place to welcome you. So the just want to come back on what you mentioned, Kota, Austin. This is the only slot we can have.
Yep, sure. But a great one, Labor Day.
It's a great one, but it could be better. It could be better 2 weeks later, but we cannot do it. For some reasons I cannot explain here, but sometimes you cannot just do what you want. In terms of expansion, I think that we need to pay attention to the budget of the OEMs. I would say we need more races to get more coverage, and the return of investment would be even better with some more races. But the balance is very fragile. So maybe in 2027, we will have one more round. And if we have one more round, it will be in Europe.
I won't push you too far, but you know which one I would like it to be. Frederic, you talked about John Elkins and saying how important, for instance, for Ferrari that it is a world championship. Do you see WEC, and I'm talking about LMGT3 here as well as the hypercar class, but is this a series where the cars are undoubtedly the stars? I mean, Jenson Button won't be back next year. Mick Schumacher is coming across to INDYCAR. We're not sure about Valentino Rossi, but really the series, it's Ferrari that wins Le Mans. It's not Alex Palou winning the Indy 500. Are the stars the cars, and is that the marketing USP in terms of WEC?
I know. I mean, we are very happy when we welcome some, let's say, very famous driver coming from F1 and so on. But to me, it's also a question of respect for all the others. I do not like to underline the presence of those, let's say, big stars of motorsport, because I think that we have some incredible drivers in the championship, but they are specialists. They do endurance for a while, and sometimes maybe they are not so well known, like Mick Schumacher or Jenson Button and so on. But of course, it's always good to welcome some big names, but we are not running after that. I mean, that it's something, and by the way, it is not in our hands. I mean, it's the choice of the manufacturer and the team. So, and then you can have some famous name, but we do not have to forget that at the end of the day, endurance, we are talking about 2 or 3 drivers in the car. So they need to think about also the team spirit, the integration of the drivers. But I'm pretty sure that we will have some big names in the coming years. I'm pretty sure of that.
I'm pretty sure too. Moving on to relevance and sustainability. Obviously, hybrid has been key to WEC for several years. Biofuel. I want to talk a little bit about the biofuel, but also just gives an update as well on, for instance, Mission H24 and WEC's desire to sort of push racing into some new areas.
Yes, you know that H2 it is for us something which is very important, because if we think about endurance, long race, I mean, today it's not serious to, let's say, to bet on EV cars. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. We know that our future is very close to the H2 technology. So we are currently still investing a lot, developing a car, which is called H24. And we we learn. I mean, we are learning day after day. We are discovering some new things in partnership also with the FIA. Just want to remind you that the FIA decide that for motorsport we need to use some liquid hydrogen. It means that for us it was kind of big news. It was important to not restart from zero, but to rethink completely the tank, etc., etc. So I'm not going to say that we are late or we are in advance, but we are still investing a lot in this technology.
Mm-hmm.
Because the question is when. It's for when. I mean, when on the 24 hours of Le Mans or in the championship, we welcome some H2 cars. It's very difficult to answer. Our will is to welcome as soon as possible some manufacturers, even in a garage 56 for Le Mans with hydrogen. But I think that if we are talking about racing, competing with the others, 31, 32, 33. I mean, it's difficult to say precisely right now that we will have the first competitors in race in 30 or 31, because month after month, year after year, we do some progress. The OEMs do some progress. So, but this is clearly the direction we want to go.
Just talk about biofuels, because there is a fascinating story. It seems almost, given that Le Mans is the epicenter of the championship, it's fascinating that the biofuels started life as a lot of it as grape debris. Just talk about the push for biofuel and that whole sustainability within WEC.
Yeah, we are very proud of that because we were the first world championship to use some biofuel in partnership with Total Energy. They develop, I mean, the product themselves, and it was funny, by the way, I mean, the story that it comes from wine, so it's so French at the end,
Don't tell me that's not true, Frederic.
No, this is absolutely true. That
okay.
It's absolutely true. It is done from, let's say, grape and wine. So. No, it reduces our carbon emission by 75%. So it's very good. And it's not, I'm not doing some greenwashing. By the way, it is a topic that I do not really feel comfortable to talk about that because I prefer doing things instead, talking about, we will do that. No. We are doing that. It's not we will do. We did it, and we are very proud of this because now some big championship are using the same product. SRO, they are using the same product, and I think it's a step in the good direction, and we do the same with DHL. We try to give a preference to sea freight instead air freight. We do what we can. At the end of the day, we organize some sporting events, motorsport, and when you really analyze, let's say, our footprint, races, it's only 1.5% of the footprint.
Right.
So,
sure. Yeah, it's the.
But I am sorry to interrupt you. I am surrounded by people around me in the company. They have between 25 years old to 30 years old. So believe me, I have the pressure.
Yeah, well, you're talking to another old timer here, so I get that pressure. Yeah, Frederic, it's 4 months to the start of the 2026 WEC season. As we say, we've got a new manufacturer in Genesis. Can't wait to see the entry list and see some of the changes, see some of the.
You will get it at the beginning of the week, next week.
That's brilliant. No pressure then, but yes, we will look forward to that one. Just give us your take on. I mean, the season just gone was a brilliant one. The season ahead, can it top 2025?
Yes, I think it will be amazing, really. really. I mean, you know, what we have seen in 2025 is that, I mean, the gap between the cars, they are so close. Even, you know, even the end of the championship, it was very close between three manufacturers for the title. It's clear that Ferrari dominated the beginning of the season. It was more difficult at the end. Once again, I mean, we have so many OEMs in both class, by the way, hypercar and GT. That, I mean, the competition is there. I mean, and this is something. I'm not worried about that. I really do think that we will deliver. When I say a show, I mean, it's not something artificial, but you know, sometimes after 6 hours of racing, even the 24 hours of Le Mans, after 24 hours of racing, only 14 seconds different between Ferrari and Porsche. And you know, once again, I do not want to seem pretentious when I remind that, but sometimes you have some much more bigger gap in some races that it's even in F1, sometimes you have 25, 30 seconds between the first and the second. And it was the case in Imola, in Spa. It was the case not in Brazil. The domination of Cadillac was, by the way, was very big. But again, in Austin, the gap were like this. So no, the show is there. I mean, I think 26 could be even better than 25th. And we will see in 27. 27, it's another story.
Goodness me, 10 hypercar manufacturers. That is going to be crazy days.
Can I say something? Because you know, I know that we are talking between specialists, and you know, there is something we do not want to do, is to mention all the time the number of OEMs we have. We will get 10 OEMs or 9 OEMs or 10 in 2027. But we know we are not crazy. We know that in a way, maybe it's too much.
Right.
So, you know, sometimes, you know, I used to say to my team, maybe the good format is 6 or 7, you know. 10, it's huge, it's massive, and only one can win at the end.
Exactly. And only 8 races to
we
win.
need to maintain a good return of investment. At the moment, they always get, all of them, they get a very good return of investment. But I have to say that every morning I wake up and I say, this situation is completely amazing.
Yes. Yeah.
All my career, I took my phone to find competitors. We are sold out on all the platforms. European Le Mans Series is the same. We are very close to release the entry list. I mean, you will see, it's crazy. So I'm very proud for that, because you know, it's good for motorsport, for the entire family, not only for the ACO, for LMEM. It's good for IMSA. It's good for all the motorsport family. Circuit racing, off-road. It means something, is that motorsport is not dead at all.
Well, Frederic, we didn't avoid mentioning balanced performance, and apologies for mentioning the number of manufacturers, which is mind-blowing. It may be worrisome to you, but it is mind-blowing. Thank you so much for finding the time to...
Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you, Thank you very much. Thank you.
It was a fascinating 25 minutes. And yeah, get ready for 2026, Frederic.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
We could have you on for 24 hours, Frederic. I love the passion, and thank you so much. Merci.
I don't know if I can do that. Thank you very much.
We're going to be talking Extreme H in a few minutes, so stay with us. We'll run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
Scott Lewis & Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewis.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Your whole day rides on your diesel truck. Don't let anything slow it down. Keep life and drive with America's #1 DEF brand. Only Blue DEF products are triple filtered and guaranteed pure. And Blue DEF Platinum helps prevent deposits before they create problems. So nothing stands between you and the day, wherever it takes you. Count on Blue DEF and Blue DEF Platinum. Guaranteed for what drives you.
Thank you and welcome back to Industry Week 2025. Dominic Wild is with us. Good afternoon, Dominic.
Good afternoon. How are you guys doing?
Excellent. We had a terrific interview with the WEC, and now we're being joined by Ali Russell, and we're going to be talking about the Extreme H series. That sounds very exciting, Dominic, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It really is an exciting series and a look into the future of motorsport as well.
Excellent. Welcome to the program, Ali.
Thank you very much. Nice to be with you. And thanks again for including us.
Of course, of course. And we have a short video to start the interview. So let's roll the video and then the two of you are on for the next 25 minutes.
We take motorsport to a space where it's never been before.
8 cars good to go down to turn 1. 3 wide, McConnell gets squeezed.
I think what we do is always to look for the new frontier. And the new frontier now is in hydrogen.
KMS take it by the tiniest of margins. That's the closest race we've had today.
To develop a completely new ecosystem of technologies, from the charging to the transportation, storage, to the cars themselves. It has not been easy.
This is a perfect place to test hydrogen in a very aggressive environment.
Backward off, roll on the outside!
And it's the first time that we've really pushed hydrogen in a racing format.
Gender parity for us has been our superhero quality. We've got 1 car, 2 drivers, men and women both racing.
It's enabled us to really see how far we could go against males in the same machine on the same track, which you don't often get in sport and you definitely don't get a lot in motorsports.
Could not be closer. Amanda Sorensen takes it for Team Star.
We've done 14 legacy projects. We've been involved in everything from reproduction of turtles here in the Middle East to the preservation of different species and also rewilding. The championship, I feel, shows that actually you can create sport, and sport can be fun, exciting, entertaining, but all at the same time have a purpose. Using the competition of racing and accelerating solutions for tomorrow.
Jamil Motorsports win the first ever FIA Extreme H World Cup.
Definitely some happy memories there. Good afternoon, Ali. Thanks for joining us at Race Industry Week. Extreme E has been around for a while now, and it was a very successful product, but obviously you've transformed into Extreme H now. What was the thinking behind this decision to pivot to be in a hydrogen championship?
Yeah, thanks, Dominic. Very briefly, we have done a huge amount of work behind the scenes. So if you look at, we're the same group that founded and developed Formula E, which was the first electric motorsport. we felt that Extreme E was doing well, but we felt the opportunity was bigger to move into an adjacent space and not compete with Formula E, so to speak. So we've moved into a pure play communication. We were using hydrogen to charge the electric vehicles, and what we've done is gone one stage further, but really ramped up the opportunity. So we're presenting ourselves as the first and the only global hydrogen motorsport, which is incredible when you think about it, and it's quite historical in terms of that moment. Now we've got a long way to go, but ultimately we see that the marketplace is going to be over 640 billion by 2030 and over 1 trillion by 2050. So it's a high growth adjacent category that isn't being serviced by motorsports. And ultimately, motorsports about helping people with R&D, accelerating change and accelerating sustainable change. And that's quite frankly in our DNA.
And that's a really good point that brings us on to the next thing I wanted to talk to you about. Motorsport is always been a test bed for future technology. I mean, you mentioned Formula E, we see it there with technology being developed for EV road cars. Extreme H is no different, but there's a wider reach too. It's not just about hydrogen cars. There's other applications as well. What sort of wider industries can Extreme H help?
Yeah, well, I think you're absolutely right. If you look at the hard to abate industries like steel and cement and fertilizers, hydrogen is a big part of that, and certainly the economics on green hydrogen are improving. So where you've got a huge amount of, let's say, wind energy or solar energy, you're able to store that as hydrogen. So effectively, hydrogen becomes your battery solution. And so it's the production of hydrogen, it's the storage of hydrogen, it's the logistics, it's the refueling, and it's the propulsion. And at the moment, the industry has let's just say it has a challenge on perception. People believe it's unsafe. And so what we've got to do is to show that this is very safe, that what we're doing with a fuel cell, what we can do in the future with a combustion engine, allows us to have a championship which has peak performance in a safe environment, and at the same time improving technologies that you and I and our families in today and in the future will use moving forward.
I think the 8-car World Cup final alone proved that this technology is safe. I mean, it's something we've talked about in the past. You say the word hydrogen and car fans get spooked because of, misconceived ideas, but we had close racing, we had bangs, there was a roll. It's perfectly safe.
Yeah, it's funny because when you get into a car now, you never think with petrol or diesel, you never think about the flammable nature of it, or when we started Formula E, there was the worry that either you're going to get electrocuted or a battery fire was going to start and you wouldn't be able to recover drivers. So I'm not saying that we don't look for the highest level of safety, but I'm saying that's what the FIA do. That's what we do is we attempt the impossible, and what we try to do is to create the regulations that mean that we can go racing in these extreme environments, in these extreme terrains, and show off the performance of these futuristic vehicles, and that is incredibly satisfying when it goes right. And we had no problems at all in Kalitta for the FIA Extreme H World Cup, and we're endeavoring to ensure that we've got the same stringent structure in place to replicate that consistently.
And you mentioned the FIA, of course, they're involved this time around. It wasn't FIA Extreme E, but it is FIA Extreme H. Tell us about the scope of their involvement and what do they bring to the series, aside from, of course, credibility?
Yeah, I went through a huge journey with FIA as a partner with Formula E, and it's great to have them back on board. We were always an international series with Extreme E, but I think that step up to the top table, it gives you that level of credibility, which I think is really important when you're endeavoring to bring in major OEMs into the racing series. And at the end of the day, their safety requirements are of the highest level. And I think when we're dealing with new technology like this, we need investors, we need teams, we need manufacturers, we need drivers, we need the whole ecosystem and all our stakeholders to feel comfortable with the approach that we're taking. And the FIA helped to double check that, triple check it, and it's been they've been really part of the overall team. And at the end of the day, they're also great adjudicators. We don't necessarily want to be taking decisions ourselves on sporting fairness. And they operate at every level of motorsport from Formula One right down, and we feel very comfortable with that layer of administration on the series and on our participants.
Just to touch on a point you made there, you mentioned OEMs, and of course in Extreme E we had General Motors with the GMC Hummer brand and Volkswagen with the Cupra brand as well. I know Toyota are involved somewhat with Extreme H in supplying the fuel tanks for the cars, but what's the manufacturer interest been like, and has the recent World Cup generated even more interest? Could we see them arriving next year, the year after, or in the near future?
Yeah, I think what's helped is we're a gas powered championship. So what that means is we're road relevant, and we've started with a roadmap which has fuel cells. So we have a Symbio fuel cell at this moment in time. And we allow the manufacturers that get involved to replace that with their own technology. So like Formula E, we're a championship that allows us to be a test bed, but not a test bed for shock absorbers or aerodynamics or other forms of racing service. What we're looking at is the fuel cell or the combustion engine. And at the moment, it's fuel cell into battery or straight into an electric drivetrain. So what we're allowing manufacturers to do is to develop their own technology in that space, or the same opportunity for a combustion engine, and that will be an additional opportunity, because it's a bit like VHS and Betamax. There are different manufacturers looking at fuel cells, there's different manufacturers looking at combustion engines. What we want to be is the platform for both, to develop their R&D and to really get a strong return on investment. And as you said at the beginning, the racing is incredibly popular. So it's not just the fact that it's an incredible test bed, it's the fact that people are watching it all over the world, and there's an opportunity for OEMs to get notoriety of being involved in the championship, but also to race on a Sunday and sell on a Monday sort of approach. You can buy Hyundai and Toyota hydrogen vehicles today. They've been available for the last 10 years. So we hope that what we do is we accelerate the opportunities for people to purchase hydrogen vehicles and really help to stimulate the demand curve.
We've just had a question in the chat from Andrew Klein. Thanks for sending that in. He was asking that when hydrogen combustion is launched, will there be design freedom on how it is accomplished?
Yeah, it's what we're doing at the moment is we've got a manufacturers advisory board, and what we do is we speak to the manufacturers that have an interest, and we then go with FIA, review the amount of interest. What we don't want to be doing is creating a series just for one manufacturer. We want something fair and equitable that ensures there's balance of performance. So the fine details will come from many different discussions that go on, but rest assured we're looking to develop the technology together with OEMs, develop that roadmap, and to work hand in hand. So it's not coming from a high of this is what you have to do. We work through it together, and that's that sort of collaborative approach that we've taken to all the championships that we've run.
And as well as the technology being developed and being a collaboration between those involved, we can say the same about the format as well. I know it's something that you guys worked on for the last year leading up to the event. And it was, for the first time, we saw 3 different disciplines at one event. Now, you kind of tinkered with the Extreme E format throughout season 1, and you've gone back to this one car on one day and multi-car on another day this time around. What was the thinking around opening up this format and expanding it in the way that you did?
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes from the fact that we went to a World Cup. So what we wanted to have was multi-disciplines, test the drivers and the teams across different formats. And what you saw was that certain teams dominated certain days. Some were better at rallies, some were better at head-to-head, some were better at multi-car. And so what the championship allowed us to do is to test them over a 3-day period, and the best of the best won. And we absolutely love the multi-car approach, but we also think there's a huge amount of value in terms of proving that the cars have performance in the rally stage, and the head-to-head is just so exciting. It's I have to say that's probably my favorite now.
It worked out really well, didn't it, with a lot of close fights and tense finishes.
Yeah. And we're
So
looking at evolving that more. Do we do it at night? How do we get fans to enjoy that experience? Do we have other entertainment, concert type approach? And, nothing's off the table at this stage. We've had a really good first event, but what we want to do is to build and to complement and to develop that so that we continually outperform people's expectations of Extreme H.
Well, with that venue, a nighttime event will be fantastic. We both know it, don't we? So looking forward to seeing that. Something very timely with today, with the news that you guys put out about how the speed gap between the male and female drivers is closer than it's ever been. We've seen huge improvement since Extreme E started 5 years ago. Looking at the performance of all of them, it's not just that the females are closer to the males, but there's a mix as well. It's not just one half, one gender, and one half the other. And it proves that with the right opportunities, males and females can compete equally and on a level playing field. So, first of all, how do you feel to have been the series to finally prove this point? And what do you think other series can learn from what you guys have done?
Well, I think first of all, we should be shouting from the rooftops. I mean, I've come from a multiple of other sports, whether it's football, whether it's rugby, whether it's Olympics, and what I've seen here is that motorsport has a real opportunity to really embrace equality. You're not having to change much at all. Men and women can fight it out on the track. The challenge we've got is we're not inspiring more women to get into our sports. And so if you look at professional licenses, 97% of licenses are held by males, 3% by females. So your talent pool is far smaller when it comes to female racers. The format that we've gone for is like mixed doubles in Wimbledon, and so it's fair, it's equitable, it's not painting a car pink and having females participate. They race, they properly race, and when you give them access to the same cars that the men have, and you give them world-class coaching, and your teammate in this championship is actually someone who coaches and helps you to get better. It's amazing what can happen. And in a period of 4.5 years, we've got those times coming down from over 4 seconds to 0.3 of a second, and we could be at parity next year. And for me, that's progress, and that's progress in a way that the females deserve to be there. They've worked incredibly hard, and they're giving the males a run for their money. And soon, I think we'll be talking about drivers in our championship instead of male and female, and that I think is a real step forward.
In many cases, we already are, aren't we? I mean, at the end of last season, we were seeing fastest lap from an overall weekend being a female driver on more than one occasion. So if we're not there already, we are very, very close.
Yeah. And do you know something? I all of us have, mothers, sisters, daughters, nieces. Most people have one of the above. So I look at it, and there is an aspect of this is why can't our sport lead the way? Female sport is the biggest growth area in global sports. Motorsports should be seeing this as an opportunity and working out how they can have more initiatives to create this sort of environment. And also, purely from a commercial point of view, why would you only want to market to 50% of the population when you can market to 100% of the population? We've got a billion people around the world that watch motorsport. Why wouldn't we want 2 billion? Why wouldn't we want to increase that? And that's not to say that only men watch, but the historical audiences in motorsport have been 90% male, 10% female. We're getting that almost 50-50 in our sport. So we're attracting a lot of new customers to motorsport. And I think we're doing that because we've got short form sport, which is there for the next generation, sprint racing. And secondly, we've got female role models and male role models for people to follow, and really it has that broader appeal that all sports are looking for.
There was a moment last year where I was watching some racing from the Extreme E races in Scotland, and my 6-year-old, well, she was 6 at the time, my 6-year-old niece was looking over my shoulder, and she was asking who he was. And I said, well, actually, it's a she. And she said, there can be girl racing drivers? And I said, yeah, of course. And her face just lit up, and I've never been so proud. So it's not just about the gender split as well, but the age as well. We can get youngsters encouraged and involved as well with this.
Yeah, I always talk about this as our superhero quality of Extreme. Extreme H is and Extreme E before it. It's been amazing for the drivers that have been involved, and what we've managed to do is to really translate the entertainment in a way that it can be consumed by so many more people and make it so much more exciting. And these athletes have had incredible careers as a consequence. And I love when they go on to World Rally races, World Rallycross, even someone like Jamie Chadwick says she's far better at racing on wet as a consequence of being involved in us.
I've just noticed that I seem to have vanished, so I'm not quite sure why that's happened, but we'll persevere. A bit of a tricky one. I know that your neighbours, E1, have also gone with the gender split that Extreme E and Extreme H has pioneered. Do you think that could happen in any other category of motorsport?
Yeah, of course it can. I'm not saying. I think we've got to be very, very careful in terms of pressurizing people to change their formats, accordingly, and to follow us. But I think what we've shown is with a bit of creative thinking, you can broaden the appeal of your sports, and that can be done through accessibility and social media. And there's no doubt that that's been done through Drive to Survive. But also in terms of the sort of equality piece and how we've made sure that men and women race in the races together as teams. I think it's about being progressive, being innovative, and always looking at what we can do and where we can go with things.
It looks like we lost Dominic, Ali. Dominic, are you there?
I am, yes. Yeah,
Oh.
we noticed, unfortunately, but we're carrying on. Don't worry.
Okay, excellent.
Now
No, go ahead.
there's a 5-year deal to race in Kadir, and you've got a fantastic location there, an amazing backdrop, and you've built a phenomenal track there as well, which some of the drivers were saying is the best off-road track we've ever had. But in the past, it was a multi-event calendar. So is Extreme H likely to return to a similar format in the coming years?
Yeah, I think the format has changed. If I'm honest, the multi-continent format meant that we were going everywhere by ship, and what it meant was we were losing a lot of momentum in between the races. So we think to have a 3-4 day racing format rather than a 1-day racing format across every 3 months, to have a day of racing is far more compelling. It builds up momentum. It's an appointment to view, and we think it works well. Would we expand into the right regions? Absolutely. I think we've always got an eye on what other things we can do, where we can go. And it's fair to say that we would look at areas which were sort of hydrogen hubs, so to speak, so marketplaces where there was a desire to develop hydrogen technology. So it could be China, could be Japan, could be Korea, could be Canada, could be Brazil, could be Namibia, could be Germany, UK, France, Italy. It's pretty endless. But there is definite interest in the hydrogen economy in a lot of the countries that I talked about. So Would we go back to as many as 5? I think that's maybe unrealistic at this stage, because what we want to do is prioritize the FIA Extreme H World Cup at Kalitta. But there could be some form of incremental racing that we carry out throughout the year.
And if it does stay in Kalitta, the World Cup just stays as it is in Kalitta, could that go from a 3-day event to a 5-day event with even more disciplines or ideas being incorporated?
Yeah, of course it could. And again, as long as it's additive, what we're interested in is top class talent taking part in top class competition. So, I don't think we would add days just to have more days of racing. I think we would have to bring another format of racing in, maybe more of a Dakar stage that involves it. But at this moment in time, we're looking to replicate what we did last year, but just to put whistles and bells on it and make it even more impactful.
Now, as we've said, the first Extreme H World Cup was a tremendous success, but what lessons have you learned that you can take into future events?
Yeah, I think it's about collaboration, and I think we've got a new way of working. So I think a lot of the freelancers that we brought in, and you'd be amazed at how many people it takes to put one of these events on, and that sort of in-house versus freelancers. And I think we've gone with a far more flexible workforce in terms of moving forward, where we don't have everything in-house. And I think that's been quite creative. We've had some of the best talent coming for a 2-week period to get the race ready. And it's quite impactful. So we've lucked out, I think, in terms of the partners that we've had involved, people like Aurora, people like Alcamel, to name 2 of our current partners. But it's amazing what we've been able to create and develop in that in-house, outsourced sort of approach is been one that's far more dynamic than what we had in place before.
Now, obviously, the dust is quite literally still settling from Extreme H in October. I don't know if you've managed to get all of it out of your shoes yet, but what is the 2026 event looking like? Have you already set to work on that? What can we expect?
Yeah, we are looking at a similar time span of the year. We'd like to be a wee bit cooler, funnily enough, Dominic. It was still quite hot in early October, so we're looking at going closer to the back end of Q4, just with the view of additional fans being invited and having the opportunity to have fans on site, because that would certainly give us or complement the event. And we had over 2,000 fans that were in the corporate areas, but what we would like to do is to have more general admissions and invite more people to come and see and believe in the hydrogen future.
Well, it'll be good to share it with all these people, because some of us have been fortunate enough to attend these races in person over the last few years, and that they really are as good as they look on TV. So yeah, it'd be good to get a big wide audience to share the fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and Dominic, I've very rarely been interviewed by a ghost. It's been a fairly interesting interview. So thank you very much for persisting there, Dominic. I can see Judy's come back on, which obviously means we're handing over to someone else.
Yeah. No, but thank you so much, Ali. I mean, what you're doing with Extreme H is extremely important for the industry, and a lot of people are paying attention. We have over 100 years of R&D in ice engine, and it just it's very important to see where all that is going. And so thank you for being with us today, and all the best with your series. And then sorry, we had Dominic for about 20 minutes, and then we don't know what happened. So thank you. Great question.
As long as he's okay, that's all I'm worried about.
I'm very much okay. Don't you worry.
I think it is. So stay with us. We're going to go into our next session. We're going to be talking with the president of INDYCAR. So thank you very much. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
Thank you and welcome back to the program. This is day 3 of Race Industry Week 2025. Mark Glendening is with us, and sorry for the little technical challenge we had with Dominic early on, but it was an interesting one, wasn't it?
Mark is with us in voice and face.
Absolutely. And then just so if you were watching Extreme Age before, Dominic is also the permanent correspondent of Racer on Extreme Age. So, he goes to all the events as well as Formula E, and so we're happy to have his contribution. So, Mark, welcome back to the program. We're going to be talking IndyCar with Doug Boles, the president of the IndyCar series and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Awesome. One of my favorite things to talk about.
Doug is with us.
Doug.
Good morning. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon by 1 minute. Absolutely.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, happy to join. Thanks for having me.
All right. I've only been to Indy in December once, Doug. I mostly remember being cold.
I could turn my camera around and you could see the snow. It is nice.
I was just going to say, what's the Speedway like?
It's covered in snow right now. It's definitely not May weather, but there's something about this place. It's been around for so long, and even when it's snowy and empty, it's pretty magical. And we don't put any plows or anything on the racetrack, so you see this beautiful, pristine snow and the occasional animal track. And every once in a while, I may get a Tahoe out and do some donuts out in the racetrack and just see how it is.
What kind of animals would you get through there?
We've got everything. I mean, it's a lot of squirrels, raccoons. We'll get deer out here. It's quite a big. It's 1,000 acres, right? When you think about the whole campus, so we have an awful lot of wildlife, a lot of bird life out here with the small ponds that we have throughout the facility. So it's pretty amazing the animals you find out here. Fox, we have a lot of fox dens. Every once in a while in May, we'll see one of those fox we'll have to go down and have a yellow during practice in order to make sure we get our fox back in their fox dens.
Yeah. Fox, very on brand. I like that.
Yeah.
Well, I will ask a bunch of IndyCar questions in a minute, but just keeping your IMS hat on for a moment. The museum reopened this year after a massive, it wasn't really a renovation. It was like a reimagination.
Correct.
What's the reception been like now? You've had a few months to see it.
So that building was built in 1975, 1976. The museum opened, and it literally hasn't really changed in those almost 50 years. So when we closed it in October of 23, we went through all of 24 with it closed and opened up in April this year. I don't think people knew what to expect. Even when you saw the renderings of what it was going to be like, it's just so completely different. It's so interactive now. The colors, the sound, the way the cars are displayed, the starting line experience that gives you that one feel of what it's like to be here on race day. So many people don't get a chance to be here race day. So to really feel what it's like, it's really transformed the way that people experience the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on days that we aren't on track. We've been thrilled with it. The number of people that have been through has been outstanding. The way the displays are set up, the way you can even putting cars on an angle where before they were flat, just being able to see in the cockpit of a car from 1935, what those drivers might have gone through is pretty spectacular. So it's been a pretty neat opportunity for us to tell the story differently, and you can't get through it. It's almost one of those ones where if you really want to go through everything there, it takes more than one day. It's pretty amazing how much details in it.
And then on the IndyCar side, it's been another interesting season, and especially for you, as you're appointed president of the series, in addition to your existing role at IMS at the start of the year. What's that experience been like now? You've had a few months with your feet under the desk.
Yeah, it's definitely been a different experience. A little bit of juggling for me. A lot of really trusting both teams, right? For me to sort of keep the job at the Speedway, inherit the job at IndyCar, and really just trying to elevate the teams that really execute and make sure that both those organizations are functioning, and just trying to be the person that can be there to help them when they've got issues, but really giving them the runway to operate the organization. And then For me, I think the biggest thing is to start thinking about what are some of the high level things we need to do to grow the series. What are some of the things we need to do to really set forth, a 2, 3, 5, 10-year plan of how are we going to grow the series. So I spent a lot of time through the year really trying to write out that path, kind of what we call the path forward. How are we going to grow the series as we continue to move forward? Obviously, working with the partnership at Fox, really trying to build that. First year with Fox in 2025 was outstanding, but we can't take our foot off the accelerator. We can't let that just be, hey, let's introduce IndyCar and Fox together. That just has to be sort of the bar. We just have to now figure out how we continue to build on it every year. So definitely been a challenge, but could have done it without the staff on both the IMS and IndyCar side of things to really step up and together continue to grow it. And then certainly, the drivers and the teams have really stepped up to help us grow the sport, bringing new sponsors in, new partners in. The competitive product that we have on track continues to be really strong. So leaning on them quite a bit. And we've got a lot of meetings here in the next couple of weeks as we get ready to reset and start all over again in 2026.
You obviously have very deep ties in the paddock already, but it's a different dynamic when you're appointed into that sort of position. What was it like navigating those changes with people you've known for years, but now you have this whole different kind of relationship?
Yeah, it's definitely a different relationship. It's one of the ones that, my wife and I laugh about at home, because when you are the promoter of the Indianapolis 500, the largest single day sporting event, and you're sort of setting a stage for people to come to their Super Bowl, it is a different relationship that you have with the drivers, the teams, the manufacturers, the partners that are involved. And then when you take on the IndyCar series side, there are so many constituents who are really dependent upon the IndyCar series growing to make sure that their organizations are growing. And everybody has their own idea of how to get there, and not everybody's idea is exactly the same. So kind of juggling through those differing ideas. You might have a partner that needs something different from a team, that wants something different from a driver, that needs something different from a promoter at one of the series events that we run. So really trying to work through those relationships is really the biggest, and then saying, okay, what are the key things that we really need to do to move forward? You're not going to make everybody happy. I'm not going to be able to address everybody's concerns, but what are the key ones that as an organization we have to address so that we can continue to elevate the series and continue to give all of those different constituents a platform that allows them to be successful in their businesses. And we need them to be successful in their businesses, because that's really the heart and soul of what makes IndyCar work outside of our fans, right? Our fans are really the heart and soul, but then you've got this meat of teams and partners and others that you have to make sure that they can be successful. So it's been a bit of a learning experience. Obviously, I've been on the team side before, so that's a little bit helpful. I've been around drivers my whole life. I've represented drivers. My stepson's Connor Daly, so I see the challenges that drivers go through. So trying to be able to put all of that in the mix and then figure out what the right answers are going forward.
I remember when you were being interviewed not long after you were appointed, and you were talking about that process and how keen you were to get out there and talk to all the different stakeholders and get a feel for their priorities and their concerns and the challenges they're facing and their ideas for how to move forward. Were there any surprises that came up over the course of that process?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think it is different though. I mean, you could have a great conversation one day with a constituent, and then the next week have an absolutely difficult conversation with them on a completely different issue. So they are relationships that need to be managed over time, and that they're not always going to be positive or happy conversations. I think the one learning for me, and maybe at some level distractions is not the right word, but the one thing that's been the biggest challenge for me over the course of the last 10 months has been how focused I've gotten on the comp and ops side of the business. And that's really important, obviously, right? You want the competition to be good. You want the operations to be good. You want it to be fair. We've gone through some challenges there that we've had to work through, and we continue to be prepared so we don't have to deal with those in 2026. But those are the things that at some level for me feel like inside baseball, right? They are really important to the paddock, and at some level they're important to the fans, but they keep you from getting out of the mix and saying, okay, let's focus on growth. How do you focus on growth? And to focus on growth, sometimes you got to make sure that you're not caught in the weeds. And I found myself driving home at night sometime and go, yeah, what did I do today to grow the sport versus what was I doing to solve those little bit of fires that are maybe really important to somebody in the paddock, but it's not a big deal to the long-term growth. So for me, it's just been, how do you get to a point where you can balance that and really let the bulk of my focus be growing the sport over time? And I think in 2026, I've learned a lot from 2025 that I can be better at that as we go forward.
One of the areas back when you were first appointed that you highlighted as being excited to tackle was PR, marketing, and capitalizing on some opportunities to move the series forward in that regard. Have you started to see the sort of progress you're hoping for in that area?
Yeah, I think the progress we had a lot of progress in that this year. I think a lot of it because of the partnership that we have with Fox and Fox's interest in truly growing our sport, and literally having a conversation with a decision maker with your TV partner literally every day throughout the year. I think it's the biggest thing. Using that platform that they have, having an open dialogue where we can say, hey, we've got an idea to do X, Y, and Z, or they have an idea to do X, Y, and Z, and really trying to make sure that we execute those. That's really been where I've seen the bulk of our success is in the way that we've worked together. And obviously you saw later in the year, Fox really believes in this product and in the direction we're going, and the leadership and the teams and the drivers, the personalities, that they invested in us, right? So they aren't just our TV partner, but they're invested in making sure that our series continues to grow. So I think you'll just see that even better next year. Are we perfect? No, we have a long way to go. We have a lot of ways that we can continue to grow. How can we get some of our social connections better? I'd love to see more content on our YouTube. I think about young kids today and the way that they consume media. So much of it is in little clips on YouTube, and we've got great stories to tell, and we've great personalities to highlight. So we've got a long way to go. But I think with the team we have in place at INDYCAR, we've got a lot of new faces in there that are really helping us grow that. And with the folks at Fox, I think you're going to see us be a little bit more aggressive in 2026 in terms of how we're going to grow the brand and grow the personalities and hopefully grow the audience.
As you say, Fox did come on board as a stakeholder midway through the year, buying a 30% stake in Penske Entertainment. It seems like that's quite a big integration to go through mid-season, but it seems like it was relatively, at least from the outside, it looked pretty smooth. How's it gone?
Yeah, I think it did go smoothly. It was a relatively quick process. I think part of that was we spent an awful lot of time leading into 2025 as we were looking for our next TV partner, or the TV partner that would pick up in 2025. The folks at Fox knew us pretty well, and then get to really know us as we were operating. So a lot of the things you might go through if you had a completely outside organization thinking about investing in your organization that you would want to do your due diligence. A lot of that was sort of on the job training that the folks at Fox and the folks here at Penske Entertainment and at the Speedway and at the INDYCAR series, we sort of knew each other. So I think that helped condense the timeline. And then getting that announcement made in the summer, and then ultimately, we just had our first board meeting where we had board members that were Fox board members as part of the Penske Entertainment board. We just had that recently, and just to see how the dynamic with the relationship is not necessarily different, but they're actually having them in that boardroom is going to be great for us going forward. So I think the reason it happened so quickly is just because we knew each other a little bit better than maybe somebody might that was just coming in to invest and hadn't been able to work alongside us for almost a year.
Gotcha. And moving on to the schedule, looking to next year, we have a couple of changes, including one new race and two new venues. We got the brand new Grand Prix of Arlington in Texas, and then Toronto moves from its traditional home at Exhibition Place and goes 20 miles up the road to Markham. Can you tell us a little bit about what to expect from those two events?
Yeah, I'm first of all, I'm excited about the change we made to the schedule. One of the biggest challenges I think we've had, and we had certainly in 2025, is you have this great kickoff at St. Petersburg, and then we go dark for 3 weeks and nobody knows where we are. You just lose that momentum. Yeah. So to be able to have the momentum of 3 weekends in a row and March 1st, the 8th, and then all at Phoenix and go into Arlington, that's going to be a really great way to kick the series off. I think, having had an opportunity to go to Arlington, to walk the venue, to see the work that we've already done for the pit lane and some of the construction that we had to do down there to make sure that the track was going to work. It's going to be an outstanding facility. It's a really cool location going around the two stadiums there with the Cowboys and the Rangers. But just how open it's going to be. You think of street racing oftentimes and it's really tight quarters and maybe doesn't feel quite as fan friendly in terms of the ability to see things. I think it's going to be a really, really great venue. It's going to race well. It's going to have really high speeds in it. We've had a lot of great momentum in terms of ticket sales and hospitality sales. It's going to be a spectacular event. And one of the things I think we have to do going forward is create more events, not just races. Obviously, the Indy 500 is an event. Long Beach is an event. Some level, St. Petersburg is an event. And I think Arlington will be too. The question is, we got to keep that momentum of events going as we continue to add events over time to make sure they are big events. I'm excited about Markham. Again, same kind of thing as Arlington. The location is going to be a great location. You've got a city and a community that's completely bought into having us there. And then just the way the racetrack's going to be, all new asphalt, really wide racetrack, a lot of good passing locations. I think it's going to be another one of those places that people enjoy going. The thing I've heard the most about, there's obviously a history in open wheel racing being in Toronto. It's a great community. We've got a lot of Canadian history in terms of our drivers in our sport. But the biggest thing I've heard over the last few years is just how difficult it's been to get to the venue, the traffic and just the location where it's sort of tucked away down there. I think you will eliminate a lot of that with this new location. I think we'll see a lot. I think we'll see a lot more people actually come to the event. So really looking forward to it. Got a great promoter, obviously, with Savary, with Green Savary, who've been a promoter with us for an awful long time. So we're excited about that. Couple other things. I'm excited about going back to Laguna. There have been times in our history back in the kart days where you closed at Laguna, so that'll be a fun one. And then the Nashville race after the World Cup final on Fox is going to be a big deal for us, and I think it'll drive a lot of new viewers to our sport, and hopefully that'll have some carryover as we continue to grow the sport. So a lot of cool things in the schedule.
And Phoenix too, which doubleheader with NASCAR comes at the expense of Iowa, so we're kind of trading one oval for another. But how do you feel about going back there and also just about the current balance of road courses versus street courses versus ovals?
Yeah, well, Phoenix is a racetrack that, like the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, not quite as long, but its history really is rooted in IndyCar racing. You think about all of our iconic names in our sport competed and won at the Phoenix Mile. So going back to Phoenix at a track that, historically it used to be the race right before you came to Indianapolis. And if you could run well at Phoenix, you were probably going to run well at Indianapolis. We'll have a couple races in between Phoenix and Indy, but I think it will be it's another one of those great events that we can have leading into May. I am excited about doing a doubleheader with NASCAR again. We did that here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for a few years in the summer as a way to it was born out of COVID, right? How can you help NASCAR and IndyCar get back on track and really do something that worked well? And we enjoyed doing it. It's funny, when early in the NBC relationship days, NBC brought in all of their motorsport partners for a motorsport summit. And one of the things that came up was, can we do a doubleheader or even a tripleheader? How do we get a bunch of motorsport properties together and race at the same venue? And I was the first one to raise my hand and say, I'd love to do it at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And my friend Eddie Gossage, back in the day, Eddie Gossage said, yeah, you might, but I'm going to do it before you. So Eddie and I sort of had this competition, and COVID allowed it to actually happen here before it happened at Texas Motor Speedway. So having an opportunity to be part of the Cup weekend and be back in Phoenix is going to be another interesting experiment. I know people from the outside think, man, NASCAR and IndyCar and F1 and IMSA and all these different series compete against each other, and we do at some level. But at a higher level, maybe a more detailed level, we help each other. And so the opportunity to be together on that weekend, it's going to be interesting to see how all that plays out, and looking forward to being there. I think that should definitely be a fun one. In terms of the mix, I think the mix is really important. It's one of the things that makes IndyCar unique, the ability to have short ovals, super speedways, road courses, natural terrain road courses, and street circuits. I think is what makes our series unique, and we need to stay that way. I'm an oval guy at heart, right? And I love ovals. We just need to make sure the ovals we go to are competitive and create compelling racing. But I think that mix is really important to or to the brand of IndyCar.
When you look at a map now, are there blank spots on the country where IndyCar isn't racing, but you think it should be? I mean, we often hear from fans in the Northeast is probably the obvious one.
Yep. The Northeast is our primary goal in terms of, if you said, hey, pick one place that you need to go. Our priority would be to get out to the Northeast. We've had a couple of opportunities to go visit some potential venues in the Northeast over the last few months, and we'll continue to focus on that. Would love to definitely have a Northeast race on the schedule sometime in the next couple of years. But building a race from scratch, especially if it's a street race, takes some time, and we'll continue to work on that. But the Northeast would be our priority. And then you start looking at the middle of the country between, call it Gateway, and by the time you get out to California, is there some place in that area of the country where you can put a race together? We get an awful lot of calls and from people who'd love to have us race at different places. In the Midwest tends to be one of those places we hear from folks a lot. We feel like we're pretty strong in the Midwest right now, and right now the focus is we've got to figure out how to get back to the Northeast, and then after that we'll figure out what the next locations should be.
I have a question here from a viewer, Robert, who actually sort of preempted what my next question was going to be too. I was going to ask about Mexico City. Obviously didn't work out this year or for next year, but is it still in play for the future? And Robert's asking, will there be an international race such as Mexico City, Spain, or even Silverstone to broaden the audience similar to the NFL strategy?
Yeah, thank you, Robert, for the question. And obviously a lot of disappointment that we weren't able to secure the Mexico City race for the 2026 schedule. It was something that Mark and the team ahead of me had been working on for quite some time. And I think they felt like it was really close to being a done deal. In fact, we had what amounted to an agreement to run there, and ultimately, as you know, it didn't get put on the schedule. We still do have conversations going there. Mexico City would, especially with Pato and the excitement that folks have around Pato, it would be a great location for us to go. So it's still something that we're looking at. If we were thinking about international locations, Mexico City is probably the most likely next one. Doesn't mean that there couldn't be others, but that would be the one that because we're farther along in terms of conversations. And then in terms of looking at international schedule, I mean, I think there's some internal debate here as to, how would that fit? Could you fit in an international race inside our current schedule? Would it set outside as an exhibition, which it might be an option, but it's just really challenging trying to figure that and fit that into the schedule and where we might go. But it's definitely something that we're looking at. But Mexico City would be probably the leader in the clubhouse in terms of the next outside the U.S. event that might get added to our schedule.
One thing that won't change for next year is the car. That's still a couple of seasons down the road. But how is the work on the next generation car coming along?
So, I obviously inherited a car that was pretty far down the road when I took on this job. First of all, the folks at Dallara are fantastic partners to work with. I think the biggest challenge for us there's a couple. One, you want to make sure the racing continues to be the racing that we're used to. And then secondly, safety is so important to us, especially when we're racing on ovals. You need to make sure that whatever that next generation of your car looks like, that you don't just maintain the safety standards that you have, but you find a way to increase them. So the car has come a long way. Hopefully we will have an announcement early in next year, and hopefully have a rollout of that car and begin to start testing it sometime in early next year, as well as we prepare for bringing it out in 2028. So the progress continues to be there. We're trying to finalize what the engine format will look like for 2028, so that we can get all of that stuff rolled out and get ready to go leading into 2028. But it definitely, hopefully have something on track sometime next year so we can start testing, and then hopefully have the teams testing in 2027 as we lead into 2028.
So early next year would also be the timeline for releasing the first renderings to the public as well?
Yeah, I think that's probably accurate. I don't think it'll get done before the end of this year. And the other thing for us is when we roll it out, I want to make sure that we roll it out and it's ready to go and people understand what it looks like. We can talk about the benefits of this new generation of the IndyCar, why we think it's going to be better. It's obviously, we need it to be lighter. We need it to be more nimble. We want it to be, frankly, I want it to break a track record at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But in order for that to happen, we have to think about safety, and there's a whole bunch of other things that go into that. So there's a lot of things coming, but yeah, definitely happens sometime after the new year, I believe.
As the guy who has to keep finding ways to illustrate news stories about a car that doesn't exist yet, I cannot tell you how excited that makes me.
Well, we'll be pretty excited to get it in everybody's hands and let everybody see it, and we're excited. We've got a few tweaks left to go, but we're getting close.
Another thing in the works that a lot of fans are very excited about is the new video game with iRacing, which I understand is still in the queue for next year. Have you heard any updates about how that's developing?
Yeah, I think it's developing really well. We've had an opportunity to try some of the competition side to see how it's going to work, how it's going to look. I'm not any good, but I love iRacing. In fact, on the other side of this camera, I have my sim here in the office. I've got one at home. I just think it's going to be a great opportunity to have a console video game. We love the partnership that we have with our friends at iRacing. I just think it's going to be fantastic for our sport. It's going to be fantastic for our fans. It was something that was really important to all of us to get done properly. We talked about this for the last several years, and for whatever reason, it just kept not getting to where it needs to be. So being able to know that we're going to have it, to know it's going to come out, to know I think it's going to be a platform and a game that our fans are going to love and be excited about. And I can't wait to participate and get beaten by most of our fans, but really looking forward to playing along with everybody.
Another question here from a viewer, Frank, asking your thoughts about trying to add a third or more engine manufacturer to the series. And I guess I would dovetail into that, trying to keep the two that you've currently got happy.
Yeah. So that's a great question. And fortunately, since I've kind of taken on this job, I've had an opportunity to meet with a variety of engine manufacturers, which has been fantastic. We all know that the automotive industry is going through a little bit of a transition right now as they're trying to figure out what a consumer wants, thinking about some global economic challenges and where they are. So those things weigh into decisions to participate in the sport. I'm really hopeful, though, that we can certainly get to a point where I'd love to have 3 manufacturers as part of the IndyCar series. The nice thing about it is that that's a 2028 rollout. So we still have a little bit of time, I think, to get that done. I think one of the biggest challenges leading up to this point, I know that the series has talked for a long time about, hey, we need another manufacturer. How do we get one? And the longer we went with sort of the same engine package, the harder it was for an outside engine manufacturer to say, I want to get in, because I'm hundreds of millions of dollars behind Chevrolet and behind Honda. And so you're going to bring your brand in and struggle for a while. So the idea that we're going to reset the playing field in 2028, I think, is one of the best opportunities we have to engage a manufacturer. The Fox momentum for sure has changed the way a lot of our conversations have been going with manufacturers as well. So I think that's a positive. We just have to double down and do everything we can over the course of the next 6 months to try and get that to try and get all our manufacturers to stay and be in, but also to add to that.
You mentioned right at the start of our chat about the work that had gone into as you were settling into your new role as president of the series, just mapping out the path forward for the series over the next 5 to 10 years. It's been a while since IndyCar leadership has laid out a long-term vision for the sport publicly, and I'm not going to put you on the spot by asking you to do that now, but what are the main sort of challenges or opportunities that you're seeing over the next 5 to 10 years?
Obviously, the thing we have to do over the next 5 to 10 years is become what a lot of us remember open wheel racing, especially IndyCar, Champ Car, Kart, whatever you want to call it back in the day. We want to be the racing series that everybody in North America and at some level globally, but certainly in North America, that people think of when they think of motorsport. A long way to go, but I don't think it's something that that is a goal that we can't reach. And I spent a lot of this summer really kind of mapping out what I thought was a good beginning point to have a conversation about building that plan. We've worked on that internally here, and I feel like hopefully in the next several weeks, we'll be able to roll that out in a way that our fans can get behind, in a way that our stakeholders, whether it's team owners, drivers, others, can get behind, and we can have some metrics to say, okay, here is how, or here's the beginning of the path to move forward. We all know these paths. You might have a direction that gets you 10 years, and you may have to pivot and move because something might work and something might not. And we'll be prepared to do that. But we definitely, to your point, we need to share something that all of us in the IndyCar community can get our arms around and say, okay, this is the direction we're going, and here's how we're going to get there, and we can all row in the same direction.
And Francis and Judy are back, so we're about to get wound up. But I just want to throw one more at you. Give me your dark horse for next year's championship.
What do you want?
A dark horse for next year's IndyCar title.
It's not really a dark horse, but man, I keep my eye on Will Power. I think he'll be energized given the change for him. And I still think Scott McLaughlin is somebody that we expect big things from. So I think it'll be interesting to watch those two, but especially Will, just the energized. He's continues to be really, really competitive. He's going to have to bring a new team along. It'll be fun to watch how that transition. And I think in the back of Scott's mind, given where Indy was and some other things, and the expectations of him to be up front, it'll be interesting to watch. So they're not necessarily dark horses, but I think those are two to watch. And then we all have to figure out how to beat Alex Palou. I mean, that's not going to change just because we've been off for a few months. He's still going to be the guy that everybody's got to figure out how to beat.
100%. All right. Thank you very much, Doug.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. Great to have you on. Great honor. So thank you so much. Stay with us. We'll run a very short video and we will be right back with our next speaker.
In racing, every second counts. This is EPARTRADE, the premier business-to-business platform for the performance and racing industry. We connect buyers and suppliers 24/7 worldwide. Racing never stops, neither do we. Discover cutting-edge products and services from around the globe, gaining insights from our live platform, daily newsletters, weekly webinar series, and our highly anticipated annual Race Industry Week. EPARTRADE.com. The racing industry, every minute, every day.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2025, day 3. Great interview, Mark. Was great insight from Doug, and I saw a lot of comments in the chat.
Yeah, I love the comments. A lot of great comments on Doug.
And then we're going to be talking broadcasting with Pam Miller, the Fox executive producer for INDYCAR. So Pam will be with us any second. And then Mark will let you carry on and talk about a little bit more of INDYCAR, but this time on the broadcasting side. And then after Pam, we'll have CJ from Racer Network. So we're going to have 2 stations back to back on television and broadcasting. So Pam Miller is with us. Mark, on to you.
Pam, how are you doing?
Hi. How are you, Mark?
I am well, thank you. It's great to be talking to you. I'd like to get started just by learning a little bit about you and your background and how you got started producing motorsports TV.
By chance, I was actually started my career covering the New York Giants and New York Jets and lots of NHL hockey, and was working in New York City, and then was recruited to work at ESPN. By a couple of gentlemen that a lot of people on this program probably know, by the name of Bob Scanlon and Terry Lingner. And I was working with Terry on NHL, and went on vacation, came back, and the NHL was no longer one of the properties at ESPN. But when he called me in, he asked me if I'd try to learn about auto racing. And next thing you knew, I was in Watkins Glen, hanging out with a bunch of NASCAR guys and Benny Parsons and getting the lay of the land, and took a chance. I mean, Terry knew that I wanted to produce live sports, and ESPN was a very, very small company at the time. And, it was a great lane for me, especially as a female, to get into, because it was kind of under the radar, but it was probably the most challenging sport at ESPN to work on. So
must have been a fun process, just immersing yourself to it, because I guess if you're coming into it cold, and you maybe don't immediately appreciate all the different elements that make racing so interesting, especially from a storytelling standpoint, because it's not just cars going fast. There's so much more to it. So can you talk a little bit about how that understanding evolved?
Yeah, Terry was great about comparing hockey players and my storytelling that I was doing in hockey and football, how I could apply that to racing, which was great, to have him as a mentor. And I noticed it right away. I mean, Benny Parsons was one of the greatest mentors you could ever have in racing, one of the greatest men, I've ever been around in the sport. And he could really enlighten you to the different characters and different stories. And I just loved learning about all of them. The Dale Earnhardts, the Rusty Wallaces, the Jeff Gordons, and diving into their backgrounds. And I had done the same thing with Wayne Gretzky and Mark Messier when I was covering hockey. So for me, it was just a natural segue. And the more I learned about the technical aspects, and to your point, it wasn't just cars going in circles or taking turns and corners. I really loved it. And it was just, you talk about in those early days, just learning the ins and outs, all the personalities, the crew members, the crew chiefs. And then, of course, at those days at ESPN, we had every form of racing. So I was at Indianapolis working on features for the 500, and then within a year of being asked to work on racing, I found myself producing Formula One. So, I got to meet some great characters there and tour the world. So yeah, I just loved finding those stories, and I still love finding those stories.
Do you have any favorite stories from those times, from that period that sort of stand out to you?
Oh gosh.
Putting you on the spot here. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, there's so many. Gosh, I mean, well, I had some great times with Nigel Mansell, when I was producing Formula One in Japan. I remember standing in Suzuka watching all the fans file in, very organized. And, we had been to so many places, and we were at a party there at the hotel at Suzuka, and he gave me some flowers out of nowhere. It was just great, just some fun times. I mean, I got to travel with Hobbs and Varsha. You can't get better, traveling mates than those two. Gosh, there's just so many. I remember sitting at the wall at Indianapolis for the first time and back in those days, and just seeing the cars go by, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'd never seen anything, or watching cars at Talladega the first time. I mean, it just grows your passion for what you're trying to do. And gosh, I don't know. There's just so many stories. I could go on and on, but I was really fortunate to meet, and still fortunate to meet, so many different great personalities and experience so many different things.
Just in the way you've told stories through your career, it hasn't just been through event broadcasting. You've done a lot of documentaries too. A lot of really successful, really award-winning documentaries that zero in on some really cool stories. Can you talk about some of those? And I'm not going to ask you for a favorite, because it's probably asking for a favorite kid, but ones that resonate with you.
I think, the whole genesis of some of those stories, I mean, blink of an eye is special, because, having done the first 500 with Fox, living that whole moment, knowing Dale Earnhardt like I did, knowing Michael Waltrip as well as I do, telling the story through Michael's eyes, knowing what we all went through that day, the rash of emotions through that whole first speed weeks at Fox, all the different things we went through, learning, teaching people who hadn't done racing before, the emotional roller coaster of the 2 weeks at the time of Speed Weeks. I mean, and being able to tell that story from a different perspective, Michael's, and then hearing from people in the industry that they learned things from that doc that they never knew, even though they knew everybody in the doc. That says a lot. That was a proud moment. And, the Shirley Muldowney, Betty Skelton, and Paula Murphy, the trio of those three women, and the progression and the doors they opened. Without Betty Skelton, there's not Paula Murphy driving an IndyCar around the Speedway in 1963. Unfortunately, 2 weeks before John F. Kennedy was assassinated, but still, a moment that opened the door for Janet Guthrie, and then what Shirley Muldowney's done. I mean, with all the sass and, all the things that she's gone through in her life, it was a real honor to be able to tell those three stories. And then, of course, the comeback in North Wilkesboro, that was another one that no one saw coming. That was a really great synergy tying back to Benny Parsons for me, and Terry Parsons, his widow. So and that's just the start of it. It's such an honor to be able to tell those stories to new people. And it's important to tell those stories for future generations to know who they are and who all those people are, and what happened in those moments, from a different storytelling. It's another way of connecting people to the live events,
Yeah.
down the road.
Betty Skelton, it's amazing. Like for viewers who don't know, I mean, you'll probably help me fill in the gaps here, but she was an aviator. She used that sort of to accidentally get into racing and became really successful there. She was a groundbreaking automotive ad executive, then somehow got into astronautics. Like,
I don't think there was anyone more influential post World War II in transportation. I mean, she helped develop the Corvette with Zora Duntov.
Yeah.
I mean, she, and that original team with John Fitch and Zora, I mean, when you think about from any person's perspective, male or female, she drove the first IndyCar at the Proving Grounds at Dodge Proving Grounds. Yeah, she's pretty phenomenal. And the thing that was stunning to me is that people were starting to forget her. She's in 15 different types of Hall of Fames, to your point, transportation Hall of Fames, and people were starting to forget. And I think it's been really great that, the Automotive Hall of Fame honored her this past fall. And I think it's great that people are remembering her and what her impact was.
it just shows how many stories are still out there too. Even when you think everything is so saturated, there's still.
And you can spin them to today. I mean, that's the key, right? Like there's a direct line between Betty, Paula, Janet, Lynn St. James, Danica Patrick, right? And it's not just women's story. Like there's stories all everywhere you look that if you look at like a current person, you can always backtrack to a genesis of where that person got the inspiration, or a person that like maybe was the foreshadower of where that other person ended up. You can always tie what's currently going on to the past and vice versa. And I think that's a great way of bringing in new people and new eyeballs and getting people connected to where we are now, but also knowing a little bit of where it all started or where it came from.
Yeah, that context is massive.
Yeah.
And over the years you've been doing this, how has technology and developments in technology changed the experience for fans and in the way you create an experience for fans?
It's been an amazing transformation, and having, lived so much of the development of it back, when we started Fox. I remember when we first started having pointers and everybody was, amazed, and all that was because of what CART and a company called Quokka had done to develop that a few years before, and just the evolution from that moment on with the pointers to first down lines and, football games. And now we have, all these interactive graphics with, using technology like driver's eye cams, and we're able to overlay different, metrics over that, and how everything's in real time, and there's very little lag. And it really has helped as a storytelling tool to really let people know how a driver is reacting, how a moment in time in a race changes everything. It's really become a really great story tool, a storytelling tool to immerse people and let people know. But the key to some of that is just not burying people in it, right? Like you just don't want to overwhelm them with too much on the screen at once. Because then, and you have to be really pointed at when you put it on the screen, because you really want to have it be in the most impactful moment. You don't want to have it. We have it in our truck. We have what we call the Aunt Linda rule, which is if Aunt Linda doesn't understand it, or it's too overwhelming for Aunt Linda, we need to back it down. So, it's how do we have it tell the story without getting too in the weeds, how to appeal to the most people, but also give the gamers a little peek at what, the drivers are doing or the car is doing, and give them a little taste of that, and others to see where things might be going. It's been a great tool. And honestly, I can't wait to see what we do next, because there's always constant ideas, innovations, and things we're going to try. And I love trying things. I'll always try anything once and then see where it leads. So.
You kind of preempted my next question there, because I was going to ask if there are any developments on the horizon that maybe aren't quite ready to be used live yet, but you're looking for a way to integrate them as soon as they're ready.
Yeah, we're always looking at different things. I mean, some of the gaming elements, some of the things, as we go, we're always learning and trying to have cameras match up with different immersive experiences that we can create, or there's always the human element of it, right? I did a series called SRX where we innovated a lot of the different metrics for things like health, things like heart rates and things like that. There's a lot of things to still dive into. I think that over time it's getting better and more user friendly and more dynamic. So you're always looking for different things that you can put into the show and try. Some things stick, some things don't. But again, the key is just don't over clutter it. Don't over give people too much where they're too confused. You don't want to do that either. So, but there's always things on the horizon that you're working on. Like this year in IndyCar, our Mobi or our heads-up display on the in-car cameras, on the Halo. I mean, that was different. We tried to integrate a lot of different information into that, and that's only going to evolve and develop. And I think that was something that offered a different, unique experience for people to see all the different aspects of what the car was going through. And the driver was, being a magician with the steering wheel on how he was adjusting all the different things. I think that was another great step.
Fox obviously has a ton of experience in motorsports coverage through a quarter of a century of NASCAR plus NHRA for nearly 10 years. Was IndyCar just kind of a plug and play situation when you moved over there, or were there new challenges specific to covering IndyCar that you had to adapt to?
No, it's never plug and play. I mean, you never look at it that way. You're always trying to look at the big picture and what stories you can tell and how you can put the pieces together. And with our group, what was great about our group was that it was not all our NASCAR people. There was literally myself and one other person who had done any racing on our crew.
Oh, really?
At all. We had a director who had never directed a race. He was learning. We had a whole new fresh set of eyes, which was a pretty amazing experience from my perspective, because it enabled me to collaborate with a whole different generation of people that were learning. Now, some of them had been race fans or interested in racing, but had never covered a motorsports race. So, we had the benefit of an experienced announce crew, but we didn't have a crew. We had a crew that was truly learning, and a crew that could look at things with fresh eyes and say, hey, what about this idea? And, I loved that, because that was a great way to get younger people in our company involved. And there was a true, starting from scratch approach. Well, from Eric Shanks and Brad Zager and our whole executive team, like, how can we do this different? We don't want to be NASCAR. We want to be IndyCar, and make sure that the identity of the sport is carried through. And these are different characters. Alex Palou is totally different, than Joey Logano. Okay. We can't even think about that part of it. So different forms of racing, different challenges. Every week was a true new experience and a learning curve for the whole crew. And we have a great notebook going into 26. But I think it was really fun to see the sport through eyes of different people who could bring something to the table. And every idea was considered, and it didn't matter how crazy, or if it had been done before. If it had been done before, how could we apply it here? How could we change it? How could we make it better? Okay, we put a camera in that corner they've put a camera there for 20 years. Okay, how can we make that camera be different? What type of equipment can we use? So I think it was a really fun, exciting year for all of us. And to get something to start from scratch on and see what we could do.
It was fun kind of seeing the product evolve through the season, because it was very obvious. I mean, you said you like to try different things, and you could kind of see you guys trying things and experimenting through the season. Some of the features stuck. I know people really like the ghost car. What were your sort of main takeaways and things that you want to build on for next season?
Sure, the ghost car. Like I said, we learned a lot. And I had said to our crew from the beginning, like, if we are sitting here in St. Pete the same way we are, and we haven't progressed by the time we get to Nashville, then it hasn't been a great season. Every week, to your point, we wanted to evolve. And I was really proud of everybody. We really pulled together and evolved each week. And things like the ghost car, things like the ghost car from the Halo, which we experimented with at Indy. We experimented with a lot of things at Indy. I think that we'd like to see with qualifying and different, bring in more sectors, more precise interval type things. That's what we'll be working on. But also our storytelling. I mean, I think that we were really fortunate that the drivers were so cooperative and we were able to tell their stories in snippets, and really be aware of story arcs and storylines all year. Every race has its story, every driver has its story arc, and then there's the overall story arc of the season. And I think we caught on to that. And there's a lot of cameras that, we'd like to experiment with and move around, more drone coverage, things that I felt that everybody, as they brought ideas, we would consider, like to your point, try and then see where we could lead for this year. And I think that everybody's kind of pulled together some thoughts on what worked and what didn't, and what we can try to maybe move here that was over in another turn that maybe is better at that track. And that was sort of the things we had to go through to create a playbook, like how each week and each track was so different. That's another thing you don't get in the other forms of racing is like, you're on an oval one week and a road course the next week, a street course the next week, and then back and forth, it's never the same. So, but yeah, we're really excited about that and taking some of those ideas and seeing what we can do to make them even better.
No, Fox is a lot more than just a broadcast partner to IndyCar. It's a stakeholder in Penske Entertainment, which covers the IndyCar series, IMS, IndyCar Productions, which is a massive commitment and one that it shows that Fox really believes in IndyCar. What are some of the areas that you think Fox can help the series grow?
Well, I think promotion's number one, right? Like I think that really, you saw that with the Indy 500. We had the full horsepower of the entire company behind it from, every Fox network was there, every Fox entity, any sport we were doing had an IndyCar promotion, getting drivers to help promote on different shows. We continue to do that now. You'll see drivers at football games, NFL games, different events we're at, helping us launch events. I think that's been the biggest difference. I think, we've brought some fresh eyes, like I said, with camera angles and different ideas. We have, our bosses really love the sport and really believe in the sport. So we get a lot of support with different ideas that we have. But I think that the proof is the more that we get the message out there and the more we get outside the main racing world to get the message of who these guys are and how great racing is in IndyCar, especially, you can't ever overlook the beauty and the charisma and the charm of the Indy 500 and just what a great world event that is. It's all there. It's just getting the message out to people and reminding them that they're there. And I think Fox does a great job with that.
Yeah, I think everybody who's watching is nodding along with me when you say that. Andrew, on the promotion side, you guys came screaming out of the blocks with that at the start of the season with those pre-season driver promos with Joseph Newgarden and Alex Palou and Pato O'Board that were hugely well received by fans. I think partly because they were so well done and partly just because it was super cool seeing IndyCar ads all through the Super Bowl. Do you guys plan on developing that next year? We're going to see those come back?
Oh, yeah. Our team with Robert Gottlieb leading the way are very deep in development on that right now. But I'm not going to ruin any surprises. But yes, you will see extensions of those stories and more coming up. So,
were you surprised by how well received they were?
When I saw them, no.
Yeah.
They were entertaining, right? They were different. They got above the noise, and as everybody knows, like getting above the noise is half the battle.
Yep.
I thought that they were so impactful and told their stories, and I think most people relate to athletes' stories, right? And that's the best way that you could get the message out there. I just thought from the first frame I saw, I thought, oh my gosh, this is so outside the box. It'll reach an audience, and of course it did. So. I'm excited to see what the next round's going to be.
So am I. We have a question here from a viewer. He says, I view IndyCar is going through a generational change. Therefore, what is the plan to broaden the younger generation? And as example, they say F1 has grown their female audience by 30%.
Yeah, well, I would say it's already, I think it's happening organically in a lot of ways. I mean, we've been introducing, if you watch our shows, a lot of the personalities, because I feel like if you don't connect the personalities, you can have all the great graphics, all the great cameras. You've got to get people to really connect with the personalities. And if you watch our shows, we've really tried to go beyond, the obvious stories. We did even a piece where we put Christian Rasmussen, Louis Foster, and David Malukas around a semi-campfire shooting questions at each other, which was really well received to that younger audience. Pato Award, if you've been to an IndyCar race, mostly females are standing there willing to give him a bracelet at any moment. So, it's definitely reaching to that demographic, and definitely broadening the audience through promotion, through personality connection, and giving them a peek behind the curtain. And it's been great because the IndyCar drivers have really been cooperative in trying to help us do that.
And I see Francisco and Judy, which means we're about to get kicked out. So I just want to throw one more question at you, if I may. One perennial issue for IndyCar is remaining visible between October and February. What can Fox do to help maintain the series profile during the winter and the off season?
Well, we've been doing that. I mean, you saw Joseph Newgarden at the Cowboys game recently promoting Arlington. You've seen Pato at games. Alex Palou has been at college football games. We've had our announcers at different games. I think, putting them out there in different environments with our other athletes and on our team, in other sports, I think is one of the best ways, keeping the conversation going. And we try to do that as much as we can.
Great. Well, I really appreciate your time. It's been fantastic talking to you.
Thank you, Pam. I do have a question actually for Pam. At the beginning of the season, IndyCar ran some amazing commercials around the personality of the drivers. Did you have any involvement in that?
Well, I mean, we as a team, we all talked about it, but like I said, Robert Gottlieb was really the brains. Our head of promotion was the brains, and Eric Shanks kind of putting the ideas together. I mean, obviously we all knew that we wanted to promote the personalities, because if you don't get the names out there and the personalities and show why they're different and show, why you need to root for someone, right? It's a long race and you've got to get people to buy into who they want to see win. So I think it was always the goal to make sure that we introduce those personalities first, and then the rest could follow.
You did really well. That was new and exciting, and so well done, excellent. So thank you so much for being with us, Pam. So stay with us. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Your whole day rides on your diesel truck. Don't let anything slow it down. Keep life and drive with America's #1 DEF brand. Only Blue DEF products are triple filtered and guaranteed pure. And Blue DEF Platinum helps prevent deposits before they create problems. So nothing stands between you and the day, wherever it takes you. Count on Blue DEF and Blue DEF Platinum. Guaranteed for what drives you.
Thank you and welcome back to the program. Brad Gilly is joining us any second, and we're going to be talking with CJ Oliveras from the Racer Network. How are we doing, Brad?
I'm doing fantastic. I hope you and Judy are as well. It's been just an awesome day. Really enjoyed Pam Miller, especially talking about the things that Fox has done with INDYCAR this past season and what's to come.
Absolutely, and we're going to be talking more about television in a few seconds.
And Brad, I don't hear you quite so strongly, so.
Okay, let me check on that real quick, and I'll get it set.
Okay, and I think CJ Oliveras is with us, and we're going to be talking a little bit more about television.
There he is.
How are you doing?
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Glad to have you on today.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Francis. Thank you, Judy. We'll talk back with you here shortly. CJ, how you doing today?
I am great. I'm here in the snowy and frigid Indianapolis.
You and many other people who we actually have here at Race Industry Week, which is just fantastic. But let's just start with an overview of what we're going to be talking about here over the next 25 minutes or so, and the Racer Network, which is a really exciting thing that we have in our world now.
Yeah, you know, we're really excited to be participating this year, and you know, it's a new world for us. We're the media platform formerly known as MAV TV, but earlier this year we joined forces with Racer and have rebranded and re-energized and restructured the moving media part of our business, which includes our traditional cable TV network, our app Racer Plus, as well as our Fast Channel, which is a free ad-supported TV network that's available on all your connected TVs and devices, not only here in the US, but around the world.
That's fantastic. Well, I think we have a little video to start with as well. So let's go ahead and get that rolling and, you know, really help set the table for what we have here today.
Cool.
Let's go, boys.
Rad an Rad, so
No gimmicks, it's raw power.
Two heavyweights really going bar to bar. Big Bold man, he takes the lead.
You got nothing to lose.
Man, I hope this truck works, because it ain't ever hit these jumps like this before.
Can Wilson make it apart here?
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
Reese over the bars.
We gave it hell.
You're creating something that's coming out of your own head that never really existed.
Sold.
23 laps to go, and I had a lap and a half lead on Al Unser.
I'll just always keep chasing.
Man, that is awesome. What a great sizzle reel. Here's the thing I really love about it, CJ, when it comes to the Racer Network is, you know, I'm not like just a stock car guy or an open wheel guy or a motorcycle or off-road. I'm like anything with an engine, or I guess nowadays anything with an engine or a motor, depending on which way we're going. And the Racer Network pretty much covers it all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's really the intention of what we're trying to do broadly to motorsports fans and auto enthusiasts is there's a little bit of something for everybody, and in some cases there's a lot of something for everybody. You know, from four-wheel to two-wheel, domestic, international, pavement, dirt. On the racing side, we pretty much got it all. And then, you know, for our auto enthusiast fans, we've got shows like Stacey David's Gears, which has been on, for decades, and My Classic Car with Dennis and his mustache, and more recently, in the last couple of years, we really leaned into the collecting side and the auctions with our prize auction possession is the GAA Classic Car Auctions from North Carolina, and that's been a tremendous partnership for us and really fills a niche for us that others don't. So,
how hard is it to really to build a network? And I know like there's a history before it was called Racer, like you mentioned with
Sure.
MAV TV, but coming up with the content to feed that and being able to collect all of that.
Well, it is no small task. We've got now somewhere in the neighborhood of 750 hours of live racing coming from all over the world. That requires us to go out and identify what rights are available, secure those rights, then work through the operational details of what it takes to get it on the air and share it with all of our fans in the audience. That's one piece of, the process. There's a huge technical infrastructure that is behind all of this as well. And then, the marketing of all of that and the communication of all of that. And now that we are a part of the bigger Racer family, we're looking at ways that Racer writ large can super serve these distinct fan bases. So, handing them off from network to the website, using social as a top of funnel engine to give people awareness of, hey, here's a new article that dropped. Here's how that article or the podcast relates to shows that are upcoming on the network, and really kind of create a bit of a flywheel effect so that somewhere in the Racer platform, if we don't, as an example, we obviously don't have Formula One or NASCAR or INDYCAR rights. You just had Pam on, my friend and former colleague at Fox. We don't have those on the network side, but those are key components of coverage on the digital side and what we offer on racer.com. So, we're constantly looking at ways to integrate across the platform and again, kind of super serve these distinct fan bases.
Yeah, if we go back to what we all talk about traditionally, it used to be broadcast and was broadcast television, radio, whatever it might be. And obviously with the advent of the World Wide Web and things go on, you use the word digital. That's almost how I think of everything now. Because if someone says, is this written? Is it broadcast? Is it this? It's like the answer is yes to all. Because and that's really where this world is today, right? Because between social media and what you can show people and what people can read about, I mean, it really now is just one thing all put together. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's a really fair assessment and understanding. The difference, I think, for us now as part of the Racer platform is we kind of have a touch point in each one of those ways that the consumer wants to engage, right? So depending on the time of day, where you are, what you're doing, etc., you can't always look at the big screen on the wall. Sometimes you need to be looking at a computer. Sometimes you need to be looking at your phone. Or sometimes you want to lean back and just like feel a magazine and read a story that is evergreen and that you can go back and revisit, stories of great legends in racing. So to really kind of put the audience and the fan and the customer, our customer first, and say, okay, what do they want? What do they need? And how do they need it? And how do we reduce the friction so that they can get to those things as easily and as quickly as possible?
Yeah, let me ask you about the live event side of it. And I'll say feeding the live event. And what I mean by that, all right, an event can be happening. I could just simply be watching it on the Racer Network, and that's great. Like you said, maybe I'm in my car, but I have my phone with me. Maybe I'm at a family gathering and I've got my tablet, my iPad, whatever it might be. And all of the different outlets to be able to do that. So the live event could be either me watching it, me following it socially, me following it a different way. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so as I said, I mean, we've got over 750 live events a year, coming from all over the world. And in most cases, the best, easiest way to connect with everything that we have to offer is through the app, candidly. The app has the equivalent of the feed from the cable TV network in it, but it also has another 300 races that are available exclusively on the app. And via that app, you can watch it on every device you own. So, you know, and you know, we're providing scheduling information and tune-ins and letting people know in advance and promoting, hey, listen, we've got DTM coming up this weekend, or we've got Australian Supercars coming up, or we've got oh my gosh, World Superbike or Speedway from Poland or what have you. So we really try to get out ahead of that and make sure that the audience knows about the things they care about and when they can jump in, and more importantly, where they can jump in.
Mm-hmm. And then how about, okay, so now post event, while we're just focusing on the live event side, number one, maybe I missed it. Now I can go back and watch it. How much of an appetite is it for that? Number two, okay, there were some really cool things that happened in this event. So what other type of content can we create around that live event that then lives on beyond?
Sure. So virtually everything that you see in the app or on the cable TV network is going to be available on a VOD basis. So you can go in and watch. If you missed, you know, this weekend's Aussie Supercars race, you can go onto the app right now and watch it. We're also, what we do kind of over the course of a weekend is we're clipping, you know, kind of the big moments from a lot of the races out and sharing those primarily across social. We're going to start in 2026. We're going to start dropping clips from various races on YouTube as well, as another way to engage with the fan and know that, okay, sometimes they want bite-sized chunks, so we're going to give them bite-sized chunks. We also do a little bit of that with the traditional cable network. We run re-airs of live races. We also typically within a week, maybe 2 weeks, get a highlight show package that's a condensed version of those races that, for those people who are a little more time sensitive, you know, their schedules are a little more complex. They can get a half an hour version of a 3-hour race. And really it goes back to this idea that we need to be able to give the consumer what their taste, whether they want a full meal or a snack.
Mm-hmm. And I love that. The other thing as well, if we talk about first the dedicated cable channel, if you will, all right, you know, we have 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock slots, but in the greater digital world and the other app world and different things like that, you could really have multiple live events going on at the same time.
Yeah, and we often do. There are weekends, you know, over the course of the weekend between the traditional cable channel and the individual races that are on the app, we've had 24, 25 races over the course of a weekend. And that includes, you know, some really, you know, high level racing out of Europe, you know, British Touring Car and DTM examples. You know, obviously we've got a massive off-road package as well from, you know, we're the exclusive home in North America for Crandon. We've got a great partnership with Score, Core, King of Hammers. We also deliver Dakar same day. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on sometimes on the same weekend at the exact same time.
That's pretty amazing, and it's great the way technology has allowed us to do all of that. You talk about some of the other programming as well. Like, I'm a big fan of Stacey David and a lot of those other things.
Yeah.
You know, finding those. I mean, it's real easy for a lot of people to say, "Man, I have this really good idea," but you know, how much of the content are you guys producing? How much of it are you guys carrying, if you will? You know?
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a whole effort in addition to going chasing all those racing rights. We're constantly looking out into the landscape and talking to people about show ideas and one of the really cool and exciting things about this moment in time that we are in presently is that there is this new category of content creators who are creating for social and for YouTube. Last week at the LA Auto Show, we had the Racer Creator Awards, which was the first time that we've really leaned into that community and showcased some of the amazing work and content that those folks are creating. You can expect to see more of that kind of content on the network and on the app going forward. We're having some really exciting conversations with a number of folks who come out of that creator universe as another source of content for us. And some of those folks are creating short form content that we can bundle up into a half an hour of kind of the best of the creators. Others are creating longer form content that we'll program in half hour increments.
Mm-hmm. When it comes to, really, we talk about distribution of a lot of things. I mean, you sort of, in today's world, unless you are, a Fox or whatever, a long established broadcast network, I mean, is this just something you literally have to almost package everything into your own deal? Just sort of like what the Racer Network is now. It's not the Racer Channel, it's the Racer Network, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we look at each kind of programming opportunity. So whether it's a race or it's Stacy's show or it's the GAA auctions or it's this creator content, looking at that and saying, okay, how do we create a unique viewing experience that has value to the consumer across each one of those platforms, right? So whether it's the cable TV, the app, we're able to embed a video player in the website. So if you go to racer.com, there's a watch section that you can go and watch all, a bunch of these shows and some of these races on a VOD basis for free. And that kind of gives us a lot of different ways. And then there's social and YouTube as well, which, it's obviously you can't put a half hour show on Instagram, but you can take a really cool segment either during a race and then try to, encourage people to come and watch it live, or send them someplace else and they can watch the entire race on demand, or they can just be satisfied with the little clip that they get in social.
What are the challenges of programming in season, and at any time of year, someone is still in season, which is great, versus programming off season? How much of that becomes highlight stuff, replay stuff, and all of that?
Yeah, it's funny. I heard an expression the other day. I think it was in one of the Monday sessions. I can't remember if you were leading it, where somebody was talking about the non-racing season.
That's it.
There's no off season anymore. There's just the non-racing season, right? But the fact of the matter is, for us, because we're pulling stuff in from all over the world and internationally, we've got a solid offering of Australian racing right now, with Aussie supercars and some motocross that comes out of Australia, which will bridge us to Dakar, which is in January, which gets us to King of Hammers in February, which gets us to March, which is, the big push for the rest of the racing classes. But we do take advantage of less racing during this kind of window of time from, say the end of, mid-November into March. And we've got, we'll have another GAA auction coming up at the end of January, I believe. We're premiering new episodes of, several of our other non-racing shows. So we really use that window of time to give something to the audience that's unique and special. The other thing that we do, particularly during the upcoming holidays, is we do a bunch of marathons. We take the best stuff from the last year, then we marathon the heck out of it during the holidays. We'll have a week where it's just off-road racing. The whole week is just taking all of the 2025 off-road racing, from Dakar to Hammers to the couple of Baja races that we did late season, and so on, and marathon all of that stuff out. Crandon, I can't forget my friends at Crandon, who are, boy, talk about an event that is so exciting to be at, and is really great racing and a lot of fun to watch. But is still kind of a secret in the motorsports world. It is a great long weekend of some really excellent racing.
CJ, when you start talking about these marathons, I think, hey, look, the new Shark Week is now on the Racer Network, and it's off-road week or something like that, right?
Those were your words, not mine. But yeah, we have maybe used similar analogies when talking about it internally. So yeah, we're super excited about the off-road marathon week. We're also really excited about the other marathons. We'll have an auction marathon from all of our auction stuff coming up over the holidays, and several others as well.
If I have a show that I'm looking at maybe creating, producing, maybe it's existing, or if I have a racing series that, I'm like, hey, I want to get that video, that digital outlet and everything. Sure. What's the best approach to you for that?
Email. I mean, honestly, we get emails every day with opportunities and ideas, whether it's a race series or a documentary series, or how-to shows, build shows, etc. We've got a barn find show that's coming out after the first of the year. That is a net new show for us that effectively came on a cold call. So yeah, if folks have opportunities or ideas, that we welcome them. That's part of our job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. And I think to myself, okay, if I was coming to you beforehand, I feel like I need to have many things vetted. I feel like I need to have, just like anything else, my business plan, my this, my that. Here's what what I'm going to provide, what I'm putting together, and all of that. And maybe I'm just looking to you for simply an outlet, if you will.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And those deals, we try to approach each of our programming relationships with a whiteboard. There's no set way to do a deal. So we try to kind of enter into it from the idea of, okay, what's the idea? Is the idea, engaging? Is it a good one? Is it something that we believe that our fan base will respond to and it will resonate with them? If it is, okay, what's the next level of it? Okay, what kind of a deal, what kind of a commercial relationship are you looking for? And that like I said, that can look a lot of different ways. Do you have sponsors already attached? Do you need sponsors? Has this existed in another form, someplace else? All those things become part of the calculus and the discussion that we have with folks.
Mm-hmm. What I love about this is I think of Racer magazine, all right, and I think the traditional print form, that if I just want to read about racing, I'm going to open up Racer magazine and a lot of times not know what to expect until, I look at, okay, what is in this issue? Because it may not necessarily be, some of the top Formula Ones and INDYCARs and NASCARs and so on and so forth. But, now I might find something like you mentioned, off-road, different things like that. I even think back to the early days of ESPN when I could turn it on a random Saturday morning, or the old TNT, and watch swamp buggy racing or tractor pulls or motorcycles and all of this. This network is a perfect extension of that, in that if there's something I'm interested in, if I just want to see something going fast and competitive, I'm going to find it here. And I might not even know what I like yet until I actually turn it on that show.
Yeah. I mean, we on the network side, we have pro polling, tractor pulls still. which has a really strong, passionate fan base, among others. You know, we've done. I mean, we've got some things that are one-offs. You know, the Isle of Man TT, an amazing, thrilling, you know, week plus of racing in this tiny little island off the coast of the UK, which draws a very specific audience. And we've got some other stuff. We've talked to the folks in like snowmobile, sled racing, skidoos. We've also had marine stuff. We've had P1 on, some other powerboat racing. There's, you know, a couple of other water related. Air's gone. There's no more air racing anymore. But yeah, we're always looking at what's out there and what may draw an audience, and how something that our audience is already watching, what's the thing that is kind of the corollary, oh, if you like this, then you might like this as well.
Yeah, the Isle of Man is one of the most fascinating things to me, and something that I would, that is a true bucket list for me for sure. And I'm so happy that you guys are covering it. We do have a question from the chat, if you don't mind, CJ,
Sure.
and maybe this goes to the broader, you know, there are a lot of outlets out there. What are the plans to bring more short track racing to the Racer Network? Snowball Derby, for example.
Yeah, we have a legacy of being in the short track world, midgets and sprints and dirt and pavement. We don't have much of that now. A lot of that has been consumed by our friends at Flow, but we're always looking at stuff. We actually did a little bit of an experiment with World of Outlaws, gosh, back in the spring. They wanted to kind of take some stuff everywhere all at once, and we partnered with them on that. So yeah, we have big ears for the short track world.
Yeah, which really is one of the great things that we have. Like I said, the Racer Network, you mentioned Flow. To me, I don't always necessarily look at those things as competition. I look at things as complementing each other. It's almost like you go up the highway, you see a lot of car dealers next to each other. There's a reason, you know, if we're bringing attention to motorsports in general, and I also think of the crossover. We talk about so many different forms of racing on the Racer Network. I might be here for the Isle of Man, and the next thing I know, I'm up until 4 a.m. watching, you know, road racing or different things like that. So, I mean, it's a neat thing.
It's more likely that you'd start with Isle of Man, and then you'd end up transitioning into DTM or British Touring Car in the wee hours of the morning, and then we start to bring it back to North America. Maybe there's some Asian racing, Asian Le Mans mixed in there in the early morning, and then we bring it home with our domestic race series.
What a great way to sum it up. CJ, thank you so much. And thank you for what the Racer Network brings to really all of motorsports.
Thank you, Brad. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, CJ, and great to have you on. And as CJ, mentioned and talked about Racer Network, we are live on Racer.com. We're live on the Racer Network as well, and as well as on YouTube and our different channels. So stay with us. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with our next session.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
Not all trailer cabinets are built for the long road ahead. Aluminum Econo trailer cabinets from C-Tech Manufacturing are engineered to last and ready to ship today. Each Econo cabinet is packed with exclusive features like motion latch drawers and gasket lock countertops, all made under one roof in our Wisconsin headquarters. Shop Econo online today.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you and welcome back to the program. Joe Castello is with us. We're going to be talking about the exciting world of Outlaw. Mr. Castello, how are we doing today?
Oh, I'm well. How about yourself, guys? Judy, Francisque, it's been a great industry week so far.
Yes. No, I love the world of outlaws. So this is going to be a great interview with Brian Carter.
Absolutely. And we have Brian every year. They do a fantastic job with the series. And this is, what short track is all about. So Brian should be with us in a second. Brian Carter, the president and CEO of the World of Outlaw. Brian, welcome to the program.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Thanks for having me back.
Have you on again.
Yeah, it's good to be here. Celebrating another year of success. So life is good.
I like to see it. Good to meet you, Brian. Joe here, and conducting this wonderful interview that we've got going on. And so I'm pouring through the World of Outlaws storylines. It looks like you guys, you just said it, had another successful year, some back-to-back champions, some repeats, finishing it all up there at Charlotte. And not far from a start here in my home state of Florida, almost days away, right? In January.
That's right.
Again.
Yeah, we've heard everybody else talk about the no racing season. We go back racing in January. So January 21st, I believe, is the first day of the late model season. So it's a very short period of time to kind of catch our breath, get everything serviced, and get it back out on the road. It's nonstop.
That is great, a great series. And one thing about the World of Outlaws, and I would love to hear you just kind of talk about the position that you guys are in now. Multiple styles of race cars, but you guys race. You are an active series, multiple nights, multiple tracks, a literal circus of speed.
Yeah, it is amazing what it takes from everybody to get up and down the road. We have 26 series, so it's across all disciplines of dirt racing, from karts to four cylinders to modifieds to late models and sprint cars and all of that across 32 states. So it's nonstop for us, and it takes quite the commitment and dedication, and that's what I think the World of Outlaws titles and the wins mean so much to everybody, is that there is so much of that legacy. They know how hard it is, and the competition isn't getting any easier. It is the parity in the field across all classes is amazing. So it is a raw form, and we are at it. We start racing in February, and we take a few weekends off, but very few, and we're racing all the way to November when all dirt roads lead to Charlotte. So it is a nonstop, but I think that's what our fans want. It's what our competitors want, and trying to work all that in. It's a lot of fun, but it's a challenge as well.
I would love to hear you talk a little bit about that, some of the challenges in that, EPARTRADE. We hear the successes, but we also discuss the challenges. And I think every motorsport has got the same goals. You want to get younger, you want to get more eyes, you want to get more eyes for longer, people to know your drivers. You got this David Gravel, back-to-back champion, interesting character. You want to build his reputation and awareness out there. So I'd love to hear you talk about some of the things that you've done well over the past season, but I'd also like to hear you talk about some of the challenges that lie ahead.
Right. No, what we want to do is create that connection to the race fan and create not only the series, but all of our personalities. There's so many amazing stories of families and careers and commitments and heartbreak and all of those pieces. For me, it's creating that personal connection between the racing and the race fan, and that creates a lifelong fan. And as the technologies come to us, we're more and more available to the younger fan through the phones, the internet, the social media components, the short form video, the long form video. It's amazing how much the world has migrated to being engaged in your hands, and then getting them from there, how do you get them to the racetrack? But the only way to get them to the racetrack is to have a personal connection through a friend or through somebody on the racetrack that they know. So from our perspective, some of our greatest success has creating our own streaming network, years ago, creating the social channels and the engagement pieces, creating an at-track experience that includes putting the faces on large-scale video boards, creating the personalities. Those parts are critical to the long-term growth of the sport and continuing to bring fans into it, connecting them, and then that keeps them around for a long time. But none of this stuff has gotten any easier. When you talk about challenges, keeping up with the tech platforms, keeping up with the streaming technologies, keeping up with the demands of what the market wants as it relates to attention span and connectivity and those pieces. And none of it's gotten any easier or cheaper. So as I get older, and time is of the essence, and time is the most valuable resource that you have. So when you talk about challenges, it's a lot going up and down the road. These teams are back and forth and across the country. We try to make that simple, but they're working on logistics of rebuilding engines, building up chassis, maintaining everything, managing a storefront, maintaining a lifestyle, maintaining a home front. I mean, these things are all hard. Same thing for my crew that goes up and down the road. So it's not getting any easier, and everybody wants to be in the know today, waiting on news, waiting on connections, waiting on the information. Nobody's waiting. So we can't take a wait either. So it's a dynamic. Everything's public. So they love to talk. Everybody loves to talk about what's going on and the good things and the bad things. I want the good things to get more traction. Those are the pieces where it's hard to manage that storyline, but we have so many great things that are happening at the racetrack. And it's amazing the level of competition, the level of engagement is larger than it ever has. So that's all encouraging that we're getting the results as well.
Well, first of all, you've been in this position for a while with the World Racing Group, and have definitely left an imprint. You just ticked off a couple of things that took tremendous courage, like the live stream with Dirt Vision, to do that on your own, to just decide to make sure that your fans had a place to go, even if you had to provide it and invest it and maintain it, as opposed to television rights coming up, going away. Who would love the sport as much as you, and you took that responsibility, and clearly that has worked out.
Yeah, no, it is a huge resource and a component to the World Racing Group that I'm very proud of. The Dirt Vision came along as the production company for This Week on Dirt in Syracuse. It was, so we actually bought Dirt Vision and as part of the acquisition of Dirt Motorsports, but it didn't become what it is until the early 2010s. So the 2010, 11, 12, we started doing some of the pay-per-views, and we started doing some of the streaming in 2017. So this is all really new to us. But having the ability to take that, to grow that community, control the content, create the messaging, reinvest those dollars back into dirt racing. So everybody who's a supporter of Dirt Vision and a subscriber is a huge sponsor of all dirt racing. So I want everybody to feel good about that their money is not only going to their entertainment value, but that money is getting spent back into dirt racing and supporting dirt racing. And that's an important component that I don't think anybody else can say. From that perspective, it's important for us to maintain that. So, everybody who's a Dirt Vision subscriber, thank you. You guys are sponsoring dirt racing. And for us, it's how do you create the balance between the want to be at track and the compelling, all of the content that we can create and then deliver it to the customer. And I want people to bring in, most of our content is free. All of our video on demand is free. Come and curate your own playlist. Come and watch. We have our own curated playlists. They're 24/7s. We're picking the best races of the year. But come on into Dirt Vision and become a registered user for free. Take a look through it and build your own playlists all the way back to. I believe we own every piece of video that I know that exists of the World of Outlaws back to the very beginning, and you can watch them all on Dirt Vision for free. And that, for me, that creates engagement and a place for the fans to go and enjoy dirt racing.
That is awesome. I could just see myself and others out there going and just dialing up greatest races and unlocking in a little bit on that. Let's not assume that our worldwide audience knows everything about World of Outlaws, though. It is my understanding, obviously, the Wayne Sprints, you got the dirt late models, you got some big block cars. What is the core categories? You mentioned you've got many as you get engaged with youth and people out there at dirt tracks, but the core product, how would you describe each?
The core product, we have the entire hierarchy of dirt racing. So from the flat carts and the kid carts out at Millbridge on Dirt Vision, all the way to the pinnacle of dirt racing, whether it be the UMP Summit Modified Nationals that run during the summertime, that are the absolute badass dirt modifieds, to the big block modifieds and Super Dirt Week and the legacy that was created back in 1972 with Glenn Donnelly, to the super late models through Summer Nationals and Dirt Car and the legacy of Bob Mimmer and the Stacker 2 Extreme, a lot of brands that people may or may not know of that it became the World of Outlaws late models. And the pinnacle, the pinnacle is the World of Outlaws branding. And we want, that to be what the world recognizes, whether it be late models or sprint cars. These guys are at the pinnacle of the sport, and they're on a national stage, not only through Dirt Vision, but they're a partnership with CBS Sports Network and CBS, putting them out to the larger scale marketplace so that we can, this is the rawest, badass form of racing that there exists in my mind. And we do it every week and all across the country, and everybody can participate.
How have you managed the balance between wanting to engage, like you just said, with the person who is not a fan, but could be, versus the live attendance, like really the core, the people who are going to come out and experience this and watch dirt get slung and really enjoy those guys coming off the corner. And it's two ends of a spectrum, right? Like you're a funnel, you're building a funnel with a TV show, but you want them to come to the races. How important is your live event in this deal?
The live event, butts and seats, absolutely the most critical thing to our business, because that means that we're creating commerce for everybody involved, not only prize money, but beverage and ticket sales and camping, and the community is benefiting as well. But the top of funnel, the availability, it's absolutely a marketing funnel. We want people to become aware. We want to create a website at worldofoutlaws.com to come out. If you're curious, come and take a look. Here's some snippets of some videos. Here's the pieces, but that funnel has to feed to an at-track experience that's beyond any other sort of motorsports that we can provide to them, and we bring it to them. So we have fans that travel around the country and they go to destination events, but we want to come to them so that they become attached to it at where someplace that they're familiar. So for us, the top of the funnel has really where the radical changes have happened for us, not only through the social media and the rest, but our own video pieces and our ability to capture content. But the driver's got to be to get them to the racetrack. We can create commerce away from the racetrack in a way that we never were able to 10 years ago through the streaming and the broadcasting pieces. Typically, that was upside down for us. We paid for TV. We paid to produce TV shows. We paid for advertising for our sponsors. Now we're creating commerce for that, reinvesting it back into the sport. But we've got to drive people to the racetrack, and because that creates the connectivity, the personal. They can walk up. Our pit areas have always been open. Buy a pit pass, sign the waiver, come on in, get close to a race car, get to meet the people, know the families, know the wives and the moms and dads and all the pieces that are happening. And that's where you create the connectivity with the race fan. And that's where you create the commerce. We can create streaming, we're reinvesting it back, creating promotions and other pieces, but it has to happen at the track or we lose touch with who our real fan base is.
In the end, though, it's racing. And when you are putting on a racing series, you have to deal with racers, and that is always interesting and a challenge. Rules packages, making sure everybody's within the accepted rules package. Is that a challenge? And it seems like you guys have maintained I would say a consistent rules package for quite some time now.
Yeah, no, from the 410 sprint car side, our stability has come from the lack. We've kept the rules consistent. We've introduced a rule to tighten it up. We've introduced rules for safety. But when you start changing rules, you start spending money, and it's really not a great place to be. From our perspective, we have everybody on the racetrack trying to outrun us on a rule book. So I understand the dynamics of racer versus sanctioning bodies very well. And people are always looking for that edge and advantage. But so it's always going to be a challenge. But I expect that from our racers. They want more. They want to go fast. They want to win. And they try to outrun us. And if we dial them back in, they try to outrun us. We dial them back in. And it's a constant challenge. But the beauty of what we're dealing with is that we do not have to manufacture racing or competition. Our stuff is so visceral, so real, so amazing from a pure racing perspective that it's a lot easier for us. We don't have to deal with a lot of things that some forms of racing are dealing with. The at-track, on-track experience is amazing. Might have a bad night, you have a track that gets locked down, or you have a bad weather night, or it may not end up that way, but by and large, our races are spectacular. And from our perspective is, if you're going to change something, make sure you have an objective to do it, what you're trying to achieve, and make sure that you're on that objective. And that's when we change rule books, and we have to dial some stuff back. Would I love to dial the late models back 20 years and get back to where we were? I'd love to, but I can't. But I'd love to dial some things back on all the classes, but I can't. But we keep them in tune. We try not to change things unless we have an objective, and we try to stick to that. And so far, so good.
Corporate sponsorship still a huge part of the racers' budget to get to the track. It's never going to be affordable to go racing, keeping up with the latest technology. But it seems like you guys are providing a good platform for the business or the sponsor who wants to get involved with a race team as well.
Yeah, no, the resources that come into racing are pretty simple. It's always been, the race fans spending ticket money, the sponsors are supporting the racers and the series, and now we have a broadcast company and streaming that's providing resources in our world for sure. So you can't get any of those out of whack. The sponsors want to be there because of the people that are at the track or the people that are watching. So you got to keep all of these things moving, but the sponsorship is a critical component, and we actually are providing data and exposure to sponsors that we never expected to deliver, again, 5 or 10 years ago, through our own streaming, through massive viewing audiences, through video on demand. So the ability to support a sponsor's return on investment in the car, there's going to be different dynamics with each sponsor. Some are passion sponsors, some are return sponsors, and are return on investment sponsors, and all those pieces have to work. And the sponsors only involved because of the community that we're bringing together that they can expose themselves to. So understanding that piece, so whether that be the at-track community or the viewership community, we have to create that opportunity, or the sponsors will go away and it will get out of balance in a real hurry. And the cars and the series both have to succeed in bringing sponsors to the table.
Let's look ahead to 2026. What has got you excited? Walk us through the season and what should be on our radar for World of Outlaws 2026.
Well, there's we've already announced our late model calendar. Our sprint car calendar will be out within days. We're getting ready for those releases. Most of the calendar, the big events have already been announced. So, for me, I'm excited about it being pretty consistent with what we've been able to do. We've got some great supporting customers and racetracks and race teams. So, I'm excited about going racing again in January. There's a bit of this letdown of adrenaline at the end of the season. We get all of our trucks in service, we get all of our stuff, we rebrand, we do the other pieces, but I want to go racing again. I'm ready to go racing. And we started at the track in Volusia in January. So, I'm excited about seeing what story does develop. I don't know who's going to be the champions. We've had a couple back-to-backs, but I want to see who's going to be the champion. I want to see the great racing. I've got a great field of youngsters coming in, another rookie battles. We've got great rookies. Some great youngsters in the Super Dirt Car Series in the Northeast. We've got our UMP mods schedules all put together. I'm excited about the consistency that we're able to provide, and then focus on growing something as opposed to trying to work through the dynamics of something struggling. So I'm excited about that.
Well, developing your own stars, people that people want to follow, and the legendary names that have come up through the series transcend dirt racing, right? And so let's talk about this David Gravel. Tell me a little bit about him, a back-to-back champ, 2 in a row. Bobby Pierce also has kind of got a lock on the series right now. They're looking really strong.
Yeah, no, David's a great champion. He's got a young family. It's a great story. He's got another baby coming in December. He does his own, I think he does some cooking channels. I know he's done some of that other piece. He critiques chocolate milk. I mean, it's fun, but he understands the commerce, from that perspective. David's a great champion. He's climbed up the wins list really quickly. He is on, he's up in our World of Outlaws all-time wins list. He's got a bunch of people chasing him. From David, it's fun to see his family and to hear the stories, and moving from Connecticut to Florida and then chasing racing. And then you talk about how his team has been consistent with Cody and Todd and Taylor and the guys that are making up that that amazing team that he's built. And that's how you got to do this. Same thing for Bobby. He is fast anywhere he goes. He's a champion at heart. The whole family has been in racing their entire lives. Bob is, there's no doubt what Bobby has in store for us as we watch his career. And we're only at the beginning of that too. So it's like both of those guys, youngsters in the racing world, they're not going to race forever, but the changing of the guard happens really, really sort of without pause in our world, whether it be from Steve to Donnie to Brad to David to who's next. I don't know. You've got, Sheldon, Logan, those guys, Chasen, Carson, Chasen. You've got Buddy Kofoid. To our fans, those people know, our fans know who those names are. If you don't, go to worldofoutlaws.com and figure it out. We've got 10 guys that could win a race any particular time. And in the field, hell, 20 of them could win any particular night. So, that's the exciting part for me. As it relates to, Bobby, he's got a target on his back. They want to beat Bobby Pierce, and they want to beat David Gravel. They want to beat those guys. So as a champion, that's what you signed up for. So it's fun to watch it. I don't have to do a thing other than set the stage and let them play.
That is awesome. No, it's exciting hearing you talk about it, and certainly the passion that you have for this style of racing. And my experience, I live in South Florida, so to get up to Volusia or Clewiston is probably the closest. Yeah. I was looking at this schedule, but it is a die-hard form of racing, and everybody is super passionate about it. But if I got some of the racers together and I asked them, like, guys, what's your biggest challenge? What do you think they would say? Because, I speak to drag racers, I speak with racers of all kinds, and some of their gripes, kind of similar. What do you think these folks would say, like, their challenges about participating and keeping it going?
I think it's the time balance piece is probably the hardest. I think that the older the guys get, or the more their time commitments to their families. So we've been really trying to address that piece. Nobody's going to tell you that racing's cheap and affordable for everybody. So we're not going to hear that. They're going to be the other side. It's expensive. The costs are getting more expensive. From my perspective, those are hard to balance. And for us, we've got to make a calendar that makes sense to address the first one. We're actually we've been giving 4th of July off for the World of Outlaws late sprint cars for several years, but with some success. We're going to try out Easter weekend being off this year, so give them a couple of breaks. So we'll get a chance to, some of the racers don't want to take a break. They race for a living. They need to race to make money. Some of them want to take a break. So, it's hard to make everybody happy, but some balance of that we're listening. That we want the family commitments to be priority, but we all need to make a living, and we need. I wish I could, like I said, dial back some of this stuff. That costs a lot of money, the people, the roads, the on the road, the equipment, the trailers, the hotels, all those pieces cost money. And our guys are on the road a lot. And that's probably what they would complain about the most, the time away, and then how much it costs to go do this.
It's very interesting to hear you mention the racers that race for a living. And that's kind of an old school. I think, the first person that comes to my mind is Dale Earnhardt, not a sprint car racer, but someone that, the story is he would get a loan to buy tires, to win money, to pay bills, that kind of thing. And that in the world of outlaws, because you race so often, there are many people that this is their job. They build a race car. They know they're fast. They know they've got talent. They're maybe not receiving a multi-million, 7-figure check. They don't have a private plane, but this is how they earn, by being a racer. That's cool.
Yeah, no, my job is to make as many livings as possible around the racetrack. That's my job. So whether that be in the series and the sanctioning, or until, at the racetrack and the families that own racetracks and the different pieces and the racers and their families, and giving them the opportunity to bring their families out. There are people making a living at dirt racing, and it's my job to make sure that there's as many of those people as possible. And I feel good about where we're at on that front. There's guys that do this for a living. There's guys that can come and race with us that don't do this for a living, but they can still be competitive at the track when we come to their town. And that makes me feel good. I'm not racing to try to keep 40 teams satisfied. I'm trying to keep 400 some teams, sprint car teams satisfied, and 1,000 some late model teams satisfied. When they come and race with us, they come in to race at the greatest show on dirt, and they can participate in a way that they can be competitive at the level they choose.
That is so exciting. All right, we're starting to get a little long in time there. A question has just popped up in the chat. I'm going to ask you, and then I'm going to kind of float something generally. But the question from Rod is, for young racers trying to get to World of Outlaws, what is the ladder progression, like a nice progression to get where they want to be?
Well, there's a very pathway to get to the World of Outlaws. Most of them come through some version of karts or mini sprints or micro sprints. Some of them come through midgets. So those are all available in just about every geography that I'm aware of. So some version of kart racing or mini sprints or micro sprints. There's a lot of those. I'm blessed in Charlotte area. We got so many different forms of racing that you could go race every night of the week almost. So, but the best pathway, we have some people that do progress from fender cars or from full fender cars, but most likely it's going to come from some version of open wheel. And then, you can race as young as 16 with a nice credentials list. So you're going to have to go out. The good thing is that there are regional programs. There are 305 programs. We own the ASCS, which is the 360 program. There are regional programs that allow the stepping stones to sprint car racing to get to the World of Outlaws levels. So the pathway is, I can't generalize any of it because everybody has taken a different path, but there's so many opportunities to go out to the kart track and see, there are kids that are driving barely past when they can start walking. So it's fun to watch it, and we're memorializing it, keeping it, we're recording it all, even at Millbridge up the street from us. So, there's so many pathways, there's so many local opportunities, and there's so many opportunities to race with the World of Outlaws around there's so many different places you'll want to race first. That's for sure. You're not going to jump in a car, go buy one and jump in. It'd be a short night for you, but it would, but there's so many opportunities to get out there and give it a try and be a part of the racing community through a local dirt track, a local kart track. And there are so many stories. There's so many people, youngsters coming up. That's what I'm excited about.
You've gotten me excited about World of Outlaws 2026. Is there anything that we didn't happen to touch on in this interview that you're excited about, that you wanted to talk about, that you wanted to put out there to the EPARTRADE audience? If so, now's the time.
Well, I just want to thank all of the people that invest in the dirt racing around us, whether I see them directly or not. It takes a community to do this. There are a lot of manufacturers that have people that are, have devoted a big part of their lives to dirt racing. There's a lot of manufacturers, a lot of tracks, a lot of fans. Like I said, thank you to all your fans that come out to the races, that watch on Dirt Vision, that haven't gotten to a show, come out to a show. If you're coming to a show, bring a friend. That's what I need people to bring people to the racetrack. Send them the World of Outlaws link. Send them the Dirt Vision free registration. Come take a look and see. For me, I just want to express my gratitude to all those people that I don't get to do that to, so that they know that, we're just part of the group. We're just enjoying racing. We're just trying to make it work for as many people as possible. And we're trying to entertain folks for a living. And to get to do that, it's a blessing. So I just want people to come and take a look, see what we're doing. And for all the EPARTRADE, all of the community, I thank them for watching and thank them for being a part of it and being interested. It's my job to keep them interested. It's, hey, show some interest, come and take a look. And for me, that's a great place to be.
Appreciate it, Brian. Great job.
Thank you, Joe.
And you for sure take us interested in what you do, Brian. Thank you so much for being with us. We are going to run a short commercial, and we're going to be bringing our next guest. Joe, we'll see you in a few minutes, in an hour or so.
1 hour.
Exactly, and we're going to be talking more drag racing. So thank you very much. We will be right back with you.
Ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
Thank you, and welcome back to the program. I would like to invite you as well, like Brian just did. If you're watching on the Zoom program right now, on racer.com, or on the Racer Network, or on YouTube Live, or Facebook, wherever you're watching, please invite your friend and your industry colleagues. We produce this event for you, for the industry, for everybody to enjoy, and as well, the everything is being recorded, and we'll make the each sessions individually available a little bit later next week. So Taro is back with us. We are going to have you doing 2 sessions back to back, Taro, right?
Yes, with Jason Deinhardt from
Time Attack.
From Time Attack, yes, and Ryan Sage from Formula Drift, back to back.
Exactly, exciting type of racing, and they both do a fantastic job. And very exciting cars, very exciting series, great audience, great engagement with the fans, and beautifully produced. So we will have Jason with us any second, and my understanding, we have a video, so we're going to start the interview with the video of Time Attack. And then Brian, no, hold on a second. I get a note. So Jason is here. Jason is here. So
yeah, he's here.
Excellent. So we're going to wait for him to start his video, and as soon as Jason is on the panel, we will run the video.
There he is.
Hi, good day, everybody.
Good to have you on again, Jason.
Hey, Jason.
Great to be back. How you guys doing?
Good. Thanks for being on the show.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
How's it going? My name is Jason Deinhardt. I'm with Global Time Attack.
Years ago, I worked at Super Street Magazine. I was fortunate enough to work alongside John the Dairy, who had a great idea of throwing a time attack once a year here after SEMA. We continue to carry on the tradition of Super Lap battles, which is now the Global Time Attack Finals.
This is Global Time Attack.
Well, awesome. Well, Jason, good to see you, man. I think last time we spoke was actually during Race Industry Week last year, wasn't it?
Exactly a year ago. I think you're right.
Well, how's it going? How are you? How have you been doing the last 365 days?
Pretty good. I can't complain. Define myself back here again, talking about Time Attack, and talk about what happened over the past year, and to talk about what's going on in the near future, meaning 2026 and beyond. I feel thankful to be able to do so. So in that aspect, it's been a pretty good year, ups and downs, of course, just like, anything else when it comes to racing, especially, it's not always easy, whether if it's from driver's point of view, team owner, organizer like myself. But no, it's I'm happy to be here and talk about Time Attack. Overall, it's been a pretty good year, and it ended strongly, which is nice, with our last event at Buttonwillow back in November, almost a month ago. Ended well. We had a higher car count than we've had in terms of Time Attack participants, or I should say Time Attack competitors. So that was nice to see that number creep back up. Nobody got the record. It's been a pretty long-standing overall record at Buttonwillow at Clockwise 13. Will Ah Young from Canada in a Honda Civic set the record back in 2018. And a couple people have gotten really close the last couple of years, but no one seemed to knock it off yet. So, that's another, funny thing about Time Attack is you're chasing sometimes, a record that might be, standing for, 5, 6, 7, sometimes 10 years.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a little anticlimactic as well, since no one broke the record. But that's just for my personal enjoyment, from the sidelines. But yeah, looking forward to the future. Hopefully with the strong ending to 2025. That means something positive going into next year.
Yeah, yeah. I remember you just mentioned in that hype video the first super lap battle with John Naderi back in what year was that? Remind me.
2004. 2004 was the first year that we started doing the event at Buttonwillow, and it was, if you remember, it was just an invite only. It was really just meant, that there was no internet. I mean, there was internet, but it wasn't being used for the magazines yet. So the magazine, the paper edition each month was still king.
Yeah.
And at that time frame, 2003 and 4, it was really like the heyday for Super Street magazine. I mean, it was huge at that time, if you remember.
Yeah.
Over 300,000 paid circ, each month. People that kids nowadays that don't know what that means. Paid circulation, people that guaranteed to buy that magazine each month, which is a pretty high number. To put it in relative terms, at that time frame, Motor Trend was right around 800,000 to 1 million. So Super Street was a pretty heavy sword, back then.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, it was just for editorial purposes only. So it was invite only the first few years. And it was the Wednesday after SEMA. And the idea was to try to take advantage of some of the cool cars that might be at SEMA week. And just say, hey, would you guys want to stay in this area for a little bit longer, maybe just another few days to a week? You could do this competition on Wednesday. We'll write about it in the magazine. We'll cover it. And it was pretty cool for the first few years. I ended up leaving, I've told the story many times, I ended up leaving the magazine around 2007 and found myself back doing Time Attack in 2010 and 2011 under the Global Time Attack organization. And at that time frame, still a bunch of our friends were still working at the magazines. A lot of them were smart and they stayed working there longer than I did. And I went back to them and kind of asked, begged, pleaded, hey, I have an idea. We're doing multiple competitions around the country, and I'd like to end it with you guys at Buttonwillow each year, and it'll be our GTA finals, in collaboration, if you guys are still calling it, super lap battle or not.
Yeah.
And we did that 2012, 13, 14, 15, until the magazine's budget and presence really shrunk, as you know.
Yeah.
And at that point, they didn't have the budget to continue helping with producing the event anymore. So we just took it on ourselves to continue doing it. And that's why I said carry on the tradition.
Yeah.
I've got a unique perspective because I happened to work there at that time frame when it was launched. So I have this, I've got this kind of affinity for it, or this extra love for that configuration at Buttonwillow and doing it to end the year. And it's had its peaks and it's had its valleys. The peaks are when an international team finds it worthy enough to come out and play. And of course, when we get more teams from out of state, the more the merrier. That makes it really fun. It's been a benchmark track for a long time in Time Attack. So it continues to be so. So yeah, we'll be back there next year in November. That's for sure.
That's cool. Well, thanks for the brief history of Time Attack in the US. But Time Attack was originally, it evolved in Japan.
Right.
Again, with the magazines holding these crazy Time Attack events at Tsukuba Circuit.
Yes.
And it kind of like caught fire on Australia as well. And how's the Time Attack trend happening around the world right now? Can you give us a little explanation of like globally how it's doing?
Yes, it's definitely on the rise globally. I'd probably say in a lot of these other countries, which I'll mention in a second, it's definitely it's more of a popular motorsport there than it happens to be here if you compared it. We could start with probably where it's the most popular within its own country would be Australia and Japan. Those two countries, it's very popular there. It's a pretty mainstream motorsports almost in Australia. They get a lot of their pro drivers that come out from their different racing series to compete in the upper echelon cars at World Time Attack Challenge at Sydney Motorsports Park each year.
Yep.
You know, they've got you know, a cool thing going on to where it's a once a year event. So it's not just people in Australia, but it's also many people around the world that will prepare a car and you know, hope to you know, get an invite or to be accepted, you know, similar to like a Pikes Peak type situation here in the United States each June. And some people are building their car just for this one event a year, and they utilize maybe their home tracks in Japan or home tracks in Europe or even home tracks in the United States, where it's really just like, you know, it's great to set numbers at these tracks, but it's really all a practice and a culmination to get to, you know, what's considered the biggest time attack in the world, which is definitely the World Time Attack Challenge in Australia. It's huge. And again, it's big in country. And I'm sure, as you know as well, Japan, it's also very popular as well, especially in terms of still, you know, very traditional, like where the cars, you know, you get heavy aero, not heavy, I don't mean heavy like that, I mean extreme aero, like you'll get out here in the States and also in Australia, but there is something that they still hold on to, very clean lines. You know, the wildest stuff you'll see will be like a Voltex kit, you know, transformation on a car, to where here in the States, you get a lot more homemade aero, smaller boutique companies that are doing this for smaller batches, which is really cool. So, you know, that's another thing that, you know, really drives the sport is the creativity and the ingenuity. The rules are so relaxed to where, you know, within certain classes, especially once you get into limited and unlimited, you know, you could do so much in terms of aero on the car and try different things out, that whether you're emulating, copying, or that you're coming up with on your own, which, you know, is also very unique to the sport.
Yeah. You mentioned Pikes Peak as a comparison. I mean, Pikes Peak is kind of like the ultimate time attack, right? Because it's not really
it's a time attack up a
Yeah.
magical, very dangerous hill,
Yeah.
you know, or mountain, I should say, which is absolutely amazing. If you have a chance, go to that. I've been to it a couple of times, and such a cool experience. I'll definitely go again. I don't need to go every year. It's a hike, meaning, you know, you're up very early in the morning, but it's special, you know, and again, you hit it.
Yeah.
It is a time attack.
Yeah.
It just happens to be a hill climb, and it's cool. You know, I mean, it's the camaraderie, the community. It's another thing that I really like about the time attack racing format is it's a little action sporty in a sense, to where you're competing against yourself, you're competing against the course, and you're also competing against each other. But there's a respect for the sport and for how hard that it is, to where people do pull for each other, and they're proud of each other, and they cheer each other on, which is a cool thing to see, even though they're like, oh, now I've got to go back to the drawing board, or I thought I had it, you know, and, you know, now Taro got me, and I got to go back out there. I got to figure something out. It's another thing that makes it a lot of fun.
What kind of things have you seen happening in Australia that perhaps, you know, we could adapt here or learn from in the US to grow the sport like they have in Australia?
You know, I'd probably say the attention to detail on the builds and the program. You know, there's a funny thing that I noticed, and I've been to the World Time Attack Challenge in Australia. I've also been there 2 times as well. It's kind of my thing. I'll go somewhere twice to try to get a good feel for it. And having conversations with a bunch of different teams out there, you know, one of the jokes that they had running were, you know, hey, when we've been out to the States and watched people compete out there, they'll show up with like a $100,000 truck towing a, you know, $40,000+ trailer, and then the car comes out and they're complaining that they didn't have money to buy a sequential transmission, so they can't compete, you know. And it's like, well, the sequential tranny was probably the same amount of money as the trailer. You know, you could have had a different type of setup. These guys will show up with an open trailer, even though the car is, you know, it looks like $1 million build, and it's probably $250,000 build at least. So, you know, their focus, their attention is really solely on the car,
Yeah.
the race car, the time attack build, the car.
Yeah.
That's where all the attention, the detail, the money goes into. I think that's one thing that, if you're going to dedicate yourself to the sport, there's more people over there that are all in on it.
I see.
That helps grow it. Why? Well, because most people on the fringe of maybe being a fan of time attack, the thing that really draws them in for the most part is cars that they recognize, but they've been built to the full tilt of like limited class or unlimited class in terms of our classing, where they're pretty wild looking and they're fast, and that's what catches people's eyes too. It's like, is that a Subaru? Oh my gosh, look at that thing. Is that wow, that's a Corvette. Look at that thing. I haven't seen one like that before. What is that racing? Well, the rules are so relaxed, especially with the aero, that you can get pretty crazy with it.
Yeah. What kind of trends have you seen in the modifications, and what are you forecasting like happening with the builds?
We're seeing more and more people here, which is great, to kind of follow that suit, go all in, go deeper into their builds and dedicate the car for time attack. So, what does that mean? Lightening the car up wherever they can, increasing the safety and the rigidity of the car. And we are seeing more people, opt for like sequential transmissions in the classes where it allows it. Seeing a lot more builds in the limited class, more so than the unlimited class. And, doing this for as long as we have and I have, you see trends that are directly related, or I should say, directly related to, the economy and how things are going for most people in terms of work. And, not to get into that for too long, but yeah, things haven't been great for me personally. I know that, and even for our organization in terms of revenue the last couple of years. So a lot of conversations that I've had, even with, other shop owners, some are having good years, some are off a little bit. And I know with a lot of drivers that we talk to, it's harder than ever to get to multiple big competitions a year and really put it all out there. These weekends cost them, upwards of at least $5,000 every weekend they go out, I would assume, you know what I mean? If they're especially if they're traveling from out of state.
Right. We started out the interview or this conversation talking about magazines being the first outlet for time attack when it first started. Now with the rise of obviously with social media, now creators being a huge part of engaging with any kind of motorsport, any kind of like car culture or automotive content. How has that helped you or generate attention? How are you seeing that whole landscape?
I wish I could take advantage of it easier in terms of creating more relationships with influencers, to leverage their viewership that they get to help grow the sport. Just it's been tough, because there hasn't been someone out there that's really built a car that was like really dedicated for time attack, that's just going all out for it, and again, that's kind of the double-edged sword of time attack is there's no hiding if you're set up and if you're fast or not. You either are or you're not.
Right.
And it's not an easy thing to get into in terms of being really good at it. It's an easy sport to get into because it's not wheel-to-wheel racing, so your car doesn't need as much safety. You don't need a wheel-to-wheel license. So the barrier of entry can be pretty easy, but to be competitive, you have to be good. And that's one thing that we've talked about internally. Like, I wonder if that's why we haven't seen it more, and not just with our organization, but even other organizations. And I think a lot of it is too because it's not that easy to do. So it's not that it's easy to also get 1 million subscribers on YouTube. It seems impossible to me. We've been trying, So not trying to discredit that at all by any means, but I'm also not trying to discredit what these time attack drivers and what these teams do in order to go fast. It's not easy. So that's probably a lot of it too, is that it would be a long game let's say if I was an influencer and said, hey, I want to build a car. But I do welcome it. We would love to work with somebody if they wanted to get into the time attack scene, build a car, and if they didn't have connections in this part of the automotive world, we could definitely help and work alongside with someone. So I'm open to it. I would love to. We just haven't seen it here at GTA very much. And of course, there's some drivers that have been great at their social media presence to where they've, become micro and smaller, size influencers, and hopefully that continues to grow. But no, I haven't seen as much of it as I'd like to. Like, let's say, like in a car show building or a car building type world, but to get a time slip at the drag strip or get post a time at a circuit under a time attack, I think that's maybe a little bit of a daunting task, to where we're not seeing as much of that.
I see. Have you, tell us about your plans for next year. Are you planning on collaborating with other events, for example, to get in front of a bigger audience? How are you, from an organizer's perspective, what are your plans for 2026?
Yeah. One thing I'd like to touch on really quick, I don't want to take too long. I know we don't have a ton of time, but one thing you'll notice on the schedule for next year is that we're not at COTA. We're not at Circuit of the Americas. We've been there for the last 6 years in a row, whether if it was February, March, or April. The last couple of years, it's been April, which has been great. A little bit better weather. We did the event back in April this year, and it looked like it was the best event that we've ever had there. And on paper, it still was. But unfortunately, we're just still so far out of reach from breaking even on it. The place is incredibly expensive to rent out and throw a spectator event there. And we took a really big swing the last, like I said, 5-6 years, and we tried to make it happen. And every time we kept getting closer, it just kept getting more expensive and just, kept being a little bit and further out of reach. And in order for us to survive, I had to leave it off the schedule for 2026, hopefully bring it back in 27 or 28, or to another track of that type of notoriety, whether, somewhere else, maybe around the United States, and throw that level of an event. So that's a bummer, but at the same time, it's reality, and we want to live to see another day and have a schedule for next year and the year beyond. And in order to guarantee that, we had to cut budget. That, like I said, that event was incredibly expensive to throw. And at that event, to help answer your question, what helped is that we did work with other organizations. We had a car show organization that took up a part of the venue there and promoted and helped get time attack in front of a different audience. Same thing with Lone Star Drift. They had a drifting program that was going on there. And in the past, GLTC, which is Grid Life's Wheel to Wheel series, 2 or 3 seasons in a row, they joined us there as a wheel to wheel race happening in between the time attack sessions, which was pretty cool. Last year, or I should say this year, we in place of them, we had an exotic car and like hypercar sessions with cars like that were out there. That was actually turned out to be like a super cool thing. There was like some one of one cars, some very rare cars that were out there, like this, Apollo and these different cars that I wasn't even aware of until I saw them in person. So going into 2026, what I am excited about is May 30th, 31st, for the first time ever, GTA is going to be at Thunderhill Raceway in Northern California.
Nice. Yeah.
We've never been there before. We're going to run the East 3-mile bypass course there, which from what we've educated ourselves with is kind of the sought after time attack course there, especially for the quicker cars. So looking forward to that. We're linking up with SCCA time trials for that weekend and with Lone Star Drift. So on the West course that weekend, SCCA will be there, and also Lone Star Drift will be there on the West course, and then GTA will be on the East course that weekend, Saturday, Sunday. Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
I can't talk about the car show partner on that, but it's about to get locked down real soon, and it's going to be pretty cool. It's actually someone that most people know. It's pretty popular. To hint at it, they specifically focus on a decade. So if that helps at all, I think you know what I'm talking about. After that, in August, which has become an annual event for us now, and we try to do this everywhere that we go, and we're always searching to create an annual event that same weekend every year we can go to, and sometimes things change, like COTA, we can't afford it anymore, so we got to take a break on that. So May 30, 31st, Thunder Hill, and then August 22nd, 23rd, we're back at the Ridge Motorsports Park up in Washington State. I think this will be the 6th or 7th year of the Ridge Motorsports Park, maybe the 6th. Fun event. SCCA Time Trials is joining me at that one as well. We're joining GTA at that one as well. Lone Star Drift has always been my event partner at that one. They allow full course drifting. So like right before lunch, we'll have them go out on track and do a full course drift. And then during lunch, we'll clean the track off. So when the time attack guys come back after lunch, the track's all prepped and nice. And then we also let the drifters end the day on the track as well, which is pretty cool. And they're doing ride-alongs in a parking lot drift circuit that they create, which is pretty cool. Those first two events are open to spectators. So we'll have a spectator ticket program for those ones. The Ridge Motorsports Park, it's been a slow build over the years, but it's been worth it to go back, which is nice. We had around 4,000 spectators back in just this past August there over the 2 days. It's not a huge number, but it's not bad either. And again, it's growing. It's more of a local draw. It's about 45 minutes south of Seattle airport, kind of in a logging town, an old logging town where they don't do any logging anymore. So it's a little sleepy, not quite as sleepy as Buttonwillow by any means. I don't think anything's as sleepy as that.
Or Thunder Hill.
Or Thunder Hill. Yeah, I know, which I'm going to find out. I've been told it's pretty sleepy up there too.
We got one Walmart there.
And then we end the year November 14th and 15th back at Buttonwillow. Clockwise 13, and similar fashion. For the first time, SCCA Time Trials is going to join us at that event as well. So yeah, definitely looking forward to that. We've worked with SCCA Time Trials before throughout the years of doing GTA in different various forms. At one time we were official event partners. We were sanctioned by them. We used to have a time attack licensing program that we worked with them on, which we still recognize, of course, and it makes it a lot easier to vet a driver if they show up and say, hey, I've got the time attack advanced SCCA Time Trials license. It's like, okay, well, no brainer. You've got enough experience to run with us. It makes my job a lot easier of not researching people and trying to prove if what they're telling me is correct or not, if I don't recognize who they are.
Yeah, for sure. And then you have Buttonwillow to close off the season, I guess.
Yeah, Buttonwillow to close off the season November 14th and 15th. And SCCA Time Trials is going to join us at that one too. Which is, looking forward to that. Should be a lot of fun.
Nice. So are there any formats that you're, exploring, different classifications or any type of changes you're exploring, or just kind of keeping it the same?
Well, the rules, this is pretty, people like to know about that. No big changes with the rules, no big changes with the classing, just some minor cleanup on just some wording, just to make things a little bit clearer for people, or clearer for how we was intended. So no big changes there. I don't see us adding a new class or anything like that, especially for 2026. So we're feeling pretty good about that. We are bringing the points chase back, which is cool. Most of these events, they're all West Coast is coming up. Thunder Hill, Ridge, Buttonwillow, so 2 California, 1 Washington State. So we're putting a points chase back together to incentivize people to come out. We'll have an awards program for that as well. And I know before we sign off, I wanted to thank, we have a new sponsor that just signed on this morning before I came on, which is cool. MMR, Modular Motorsports Racing. I want to thank Mr. Mark Luton over there for signing on this morning. It takes drivers and it takes sponsors. And, of course, and us volunteering our time to keep this machine going. So thank you, Modular Motorsports Racing. Appreciate you. And Link ECU. Also talked
Oh.
to Jason the other day.
Great.
Another Jason. I like talking to Jasons. But yeah, Link ECU. He's committing to coming back next year as a sponsor too.
Great.
They were our official ECU for a few years,
Mhm.
and they took a break this past year. So I'm happy to have them back.
Mhm.
And if I can just plug two more Ray's wheels.
Go ahead. Go.
I want to thank Steve for being involved with GTA for a very long time. You know, it's such a racing heritage from Japan. It's a favorite. So I love having them involved. And then 812 Wheels, American-made wheel company out of Texas. Want to thank them as well for helping us out this past year.
So what did the new sponsor Module Racing, did you say?
Modular Motorsports Racing, MMR, specialize in Ford Mustang.
Okay.
Later model stuff like Coyote Motors,
Oh,
turbocharged
cool.
stuff well known in the drag racing world.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not aware of them, but what do they get from sponsoring? What's like their package though? So just to give us an example of like if you sponsor your series, what kind of like packages are you offering and what do they get in return?
Yeah, so they're signing on as an official level sponsor. We don't have a title sponsor. I'm looking for one. That would be great. But yeah, we're going to work with them on an awards program. So existing podiums will get vouchers, from the company. A lot of the sponsors do that, which is great to give back to the drivers. And then on top of that, we're going to work with them on some sponsored drivers and create some content with them and release some videos throughout the year on YouTube and on their YouTube as well. Collaborating with the drivers is kind of like a trio. And they're going to have some activations at the events as well, parts on site, with a booth, be able to answer questions, things of that nature. And we're also looking at doing kind of like a competition within the competition, meaning like, just to put it really easy, like, fastest Ford Mustang, of the event, brought to you by MMR. You're automatically signed up in it, whether if you knew it or not, if you have an eligible car. So it'll be Fords most likely. So we're looking at introducing something like that, which is great. We've done this in the past, like fastest Honda S2000, and it could just be covering over all the different classes and kind of creates a cool little competition within the competition, because sometimes the people with let's say the S2000s maybe aren't podium or on the podium in the overall competition, but they've got something else to compete for, which is really fun.
Yeah. What kind of platforms are the popular ones these days? Like cars? Models?
Okay, so Asian imports still very popular. Like what? Subaru is still very popular. Hondas, especially the later model, like all the Type R stuff, the Civic Type Rs, very popular and quick out the box,
right?
Which is what makes them really popular. Street class right now is being dominated by the late model, the new Supra, doing very well. A lot of Supras, see a lot of those out there. Seeing a lot more older BMWs that people are going full track, full time attack spec on, which is really cool. So 80s, 90s, more 90s-ish. A lot of newer BMWs as well, turbocharged motors. And make all the domestic guys happy. A lot of Corvettes.
Corvettes are great out of the box too.
The last few years. And it's funny, 15 years ago, we talked about it. Like at one point, we're going to see a lot of Corvettes, they could dominate. It just, just kind of depends what people do with them, but we're seeing a lot more Corvettes out, which is cool. Later model Ford Mustangs too, again, and that's how we linked up with MMR. And which I find really cool is that we're also seeing like older classic cars. Like this guy brings out like a 56 Chevy Bel Air, time attacks it, which is really cool. His brother has like a mid-80s Chevrolet S10 small pickup truck. And this thing's full unlimited class, flat bottom, wing. It's super sick.
Did I see like an old Camaro or something like
Jason,
that?
Jason and Carol, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I have to, I'm the timekeeper here, and it's already 33. So
timekeeping is one thing I understand.
We could have gone on for another hour. And thank you so much, Jason, for joining us. We love what you do.
Thanks, Jason.
Congratulations on the new sponsors and everything you do in the series.
Yeah.
So we're going to bring Ryan Sage directly next. We're going to dive into Formula Drift without interruptions because we're a little bit behind. So Ryan should be with us any second. And then Taro, we'll let you carry on. We'll go from time attack to Formula Drift directly into it.
Just stay on.
Hello, Ryan.
Good to see you again.
Hey, how are you guys?
Hey, Ryan.
Are you breaking or are we going?
I guess we're going.
All right.
There you are. How's it going, my friend?
It's going good. I'm doing well. It's it's been a really busy off season. It was a really tough and long season, but a lot of fruitful things. So yeah, I can't complain too much when I look in hindsight. But in the moment, when you're in that singular time slice, you're like, what am I doing with my life? But then when you broaden out and you think about it big picture, and you kind of meditate on it, you feel more appreciative and grateful for what's going on, even though it can be very stressful at times.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you had your first season without Irwindale, right? You want to start with that? Like how was that preparing for, a completely, new track, just for you guys at Long Beach? I mean, that must have been just another one of those, mountains to move, right? I mean, tell us about that.
I mean, that was unquestionably the hardest event I personally have ever done in my career, period. I mean, even beyond, and I think most of the staff would agree with that, but even beyond the kind of standalone build that we did in 2008 for the World Championship out on the pier.
Yep.
That was nothing compared to this. And it's weird to say it. I think I've said it a few times to some people, and they kind of don't get it because we've been in that area before, and it's the downtown city streets. The main distinction is that, besides, a different course configuration, which is not all that different, it's that, in one, we have this huge support system with the Grand Prix, and they have an event going on that next weekend, and we're part of that whole deal. In this one, we are basically alone. And so everything from, the city interfacing to all of the production elements to all the things that you would need to kind of build an event from the ground up with literally nothing there. The only thing we really had knowledge of was who to talk to and who to work with on the various pieces that need to come together to do an event, at the convention center in the city. Outside of that, it was, basically the heavy lift was on us. And Long Beach 1 is already hard, so take that backbone away and it just magnifies to a great extent.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, what was the most hardest part about it, though? I mean, you had to do everything, obviously plan everything yourselves, right? Because for the Long Beach Grand Prix, the course is already set up for you, and you don't have to worry about moving things around because you're basically coming to an event that's pretty much all set up. This time, you've been to Long Beach, as you say, and you're running the kind of a similar course, but it's up to you guys to run and manage and set up the whole thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Long Beach Grand Prix starts building at different times, or it has been built over different times since post COVID. They'll tighten schedules, they'll broaden it out depending on what's going on in the city. But generally speaking, if you drive into downtown Long Beach sometime around February, you'll start to see some of the structure come into play. And it takes that long to build because they can't stop the everyday traffic flow of the downtown city area, and that obviously covers more than a mile. We basically had to start our build, I think, close to about a month out. So a month out, which puts us just right after Salt Lake City. We're already pivoting to who's got to be on ground to start overseeing the track layout, and what are the hours that need to occur for that to happen. And equally at the same time, we have people like Kevin who's doing that, but Kevin was also building personally our Hall of Fame monument that's been delayed and delayed and delayed, because that's been something that's going to be permanent infrastructure at that area down at the convention center. So he basically, I did not see Kevin I want to say for 3 to 4 weeks leading up to the event. I think I saw him I was like, you have to come in the office for this staff meeting so we can talk to each other, because I can't get, these messages from Andy about what's going on. And I just don't want to miss anything. I want to make sure I know what's happening. So, I mean, they were great about all that, but all of us were under like a different kind of preparatory engagement for this event. And that's basically what the difference was. And just to contrast, like we go into a normal event on the Monday of the event.
Yeah.
So that's just like a massive difference.
Right. I mean, you have like local guys and promoters and you have partners on that are taking care of a lot of things that you had to do for Long Beach, right? So how did you think the event went? Like from your perspective, everything. I mean, I was there, but from your perspective, was it a success? How do you feel about the whole thing?
Well, I've thought about that a lot. The way that I kind of answered that question when we announced it was that we were taking a very, very big risk, because it was going to be the cost to do it. The initial cost to do it was going to be like 3 times any event that we currently do.
Yep.
And so, if we totally buckled it, or for by some chance we had, something crazy happen, and it was to tank in some way, it would really, really damage the company, because we were really putting ourselves on the line financially. But we felt that we needed to do that because there wasn't a clear replacement for Irwindale. And the conditions to replace Irwindale were pretty clear. It was, it needed to be in Southern California. And there's routing questions and a lot of other things related to teams for that. And it had to be something that could, at least in principle, be envisioned as having the gravitas of an Irwindale.
Yep.
Now, when you start looking around the Southern California area, you really are not going to get that in a cookie cutter venue. I mean, you can keep going further south. You really don't see it. We looked as far south as San Diego.
Right.
We started considering maybe NorCal. We thought about Vegas. But at the end of the day, about 4 months into this kind of plan of what are we going to do, the guys come into my office and they're like, I think we got it. And so somehow or another, we had kind of spurred some, discussion and some interest from some people in the city. And that's how it all kind of came about. But then we realized, holy crap, like this is going to be the LB1 build, similar, but it's 100% on us, soup to nuts. And so, we knew that there was a certain like number that we had to hit, and we kind of got there. So from that sense, it was fine. The event itself, I thought it was really cool. And I think that there's a lot to be built on there. And one of the most important things is that the relationship with the city, and in particular the mayor's office, was not something that we had in an intimate way before.
Okay.
And after that, and actually even prior to that, because he really wanted to be involved in the event, that was a created relationship that was able to be nurtured. I mean, I was being pulled into a lot of conferences in Long Beach, and a lot of like groups that were getting together, particularly because you have the Olympics coming up, and Long Beach is going to be kind of a part of the Los Angeles host, and they're building the amphitheater. They've had a lot of big events come through there. So we got kind of like lopped into this really cool mix of people that are doing stuff in Long Beach.
Yeah.
And the mayor is very, very pro event. So that is totally atypical. We will oftentimes get some interest from regional areas where there may be a county that's looking to do something from the travel bureau or something like that, and we can get some attention. We won't get it from a major city, and Long Beach being a major city, even though it's near Los Angeles, was a pretty big deal. And so that just kind of changed the dynamic a lot. And on the competition side, that course layout was a layout that we wanted to have, because we don't have a lot of those in the US. And the way that I would describe that is, if you look at the tracks in Europe, they are not very like there's not a lot of go really fast, slow down, go medium, go fast, slow down. This whole accordion effect.
Yeah,
and that's a lot of what we have here, whether it's a short course, Banks track, or a place like Road Atlanta, which is a beautiful venue.
Yeah.
It is horrendous for that factor, which means a lot of controversy, a lot of crashes, a lot of people having to make tough decisions.
Right.
You don't have a lot of that in the European tracks, where you have this kind of like really consistent linear, lot of turns. The emphasis becomes about the driving. And that part I really, really enjoyed, because I thought we saw some of the best tandem that we've ever seen, not just in the final rounds, but from the 32 all the way down to the finish, and even parts of seeding. So I would say that, it's not the right question to ask me, because I'm not the Don King promoter. It was awesome. It's the greatest thing in the world, whatever. I'm very, kind of used to downplaying like our successes and being like, yeah, it was good. It was cool. We had a good time and all that. Meanwhile, I think somebody else might answer that differently. But to be honest, I would say it was good, and it could be great. And where it goes to the great part is, I think, in the development of the concept, the way we use the venue, the time at which we do the event, and the other elements that we bring in from the city.
Yeah, no, I think you guys did a great job, considering it was like the first one that you guys did at the event. There were a lot of, questions. I think, it's your second event at the same venue. Will you be able to attract the same number of audience as Irwindale? I mean, I think you guys did a great job. I mean, and as always, good show, and a different type of track. There's always like, hey, the track, this, that, but anywhere you go, because you have like personal preferences, right? And I think it was a very unique track, for your series, that we haven't seen. So, all in all, I mean, I think you guys did great. It's just starting from the week leading up to with that, the huge event. Larry brought his crowd, right? And you guys did a great job with the car show and everything like that. But how do you feel from like the audience standpoint? Do you think, or were you able to draw the same amount of number of the audience that you usually do at Irwindale?
Well, we had more bodies at Long Beach than we did at Irwindale, and we knew that we probably would, just because Long Beach or Irwindale is a smaller venue from a seating perspective. We didn't build it as big as Long Beach 1, because we really couldn't do that with additional grandstands. We would have to keep going higher. Right. And so when doing that is quite an additional commitment. Yeah. So we kind of went in between the Irwindale and Long Beach 1 configuration in terms of bodies. And we gave ourselves a little bit of room for, hospitality suites and areas that we could build out so that we could kind of recreate that. But we knew just going into it that we've got to get to the bare bones, show that it can be successful, make a good quality show, get people excited about the outcome. And then, from there, we basically have, kind of carte blanche to continue to build it. And I think that in that sense, there were a lot of success markers that were hit. And, I could pick apart the things that we did that I thought that were wrong, all day. It being a day event, for example, relative to Irwindale, you kind of have that subconscious conditioning that it's going to end at night under the lights, and we always try to go at nighttime.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's no lights there, right? Like there's just parking lights, and every pole that we remove is X amount of dollars. So you're removing the lighting feature that you would need to do a light event, plus you would need to bring stuff in. Yeah. But that is where I want to go. I want to go to that. I think we should be ending at night. That's never been done outside of the Super Drift that we do, which is kind of a really, really one-off. And so that's where I think there's some great potential there. And having the relationship with the city, it's just so hard to deny that that's not a net positive. And if you reflect and think about the alternatives, there's just not a lot. I mean, I think a lot of people miss the idea that, the motorsports regime or the history of the development of motorsports in the United States did not take drifting into account when it was developed.
Yeah.
So, you have some tracks that work that, you obviously they've got a set of turns, but you've got a return that needs to be made sense of. You got ingress and egress that's got to be made sense of. You have viewing points that you have to see from all areas that's got to be made sense of. You have to have enough space for vendors and all that fun stuff, and it's got to be in a market that can draw, or at least one that compares to the one that you're either taking away, or if you're adding a new one, something that will be significant. So, there's like 3,000 tracks in the United States. A lot of them are dirt tracks. We've looked at most of them, at least conceptually. I think there's probably like 30 tracks that we could legitimately do an event at, and probably 20 that would be solid. And we're already going to 8 of those. And many of those are in the same market. So, we have to think very creatively about the way that this sport grows, because it's not as if there's just another NASCAR track, for a NASCAR race like there is for them. And that would be comparable to a situation for us. It's just everything has to be creatively done.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the reason why you guys have been able to grow so quickly, right? You guys really think out of the box and try to think of, creative solutions and not being, stuck under, a certain rule. At SEMA, you usually do your sort of your press conference and your announcements and plans for next year. Can you summarize what you talked about at SEMA this year?
We haven't done the SEMA announcement since about 2021, actually.
Oh, okay. You didn't do one this year?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't there.
Yeah,
So
we used to make that an annual thing. And we did that for the purposes of kind of launching the schedule. And so philosophically, what we were doing is we were basically holding back the schedule from even the drivers, so that press conference could then bring people in so we could talk about these other things that we've worked into that conference. Now, what we kind of realized, around 2020, at the end of 2021, what was that the drivers kind of, were expecting that we were going to do something radical every year with the schedule. And so therefore there was a lot of like, what is it? And over time, when it was like a lot of the same with some dates moved around and maybe a date or here or so changed, and they recognized that as their programs built, they're going to doing all these other things, because we're not like we're not a contractor for them. We don't hold their feet to the fire. We want them to build their programs and go get exposure.
Right.
Then the calendar year becomes really important.
Yeah.
So we're like, it doesn't really make sense to hold that away from them just to do an announcement at SEMA, when in actuality, it's like the least important thing that we usually try to tie into that conference. It's always something about a new sponsor or about a move that we're making in the media space or a rights deal or something along those lines. And those don't come about every year.
Yeah.
So what we found is we were like scrounging to try and let's hurry and sign this contract. Let's bring this sponsor and let's do this deal so we can announce at SEMA. But really what it was is that the schedule was anchoring that conference. So we just abandoned that altogether. I think we would bring it back if we really felt that we needed to. We could have done that this year because we have 3 new events. But we got into this situation where, like, in our Discord channel for the series, we're basically giving the teams those dates as soon as they get locked in. So besides this last year where we needed to have some level of secrecy around some of the dates because we had negotiations going on, that has been kind of the norm for us since about that time. So, will we do that again? I think we probably will. We just have to figure out how to make it make sense to not have the schedule be the anchor.
Yeah. And for the sake of announcement, right? At SEMA, you were trying to like,
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But so, okay. Understood. Yeah, man, I was at SEMA, but I didn't pay attention to press conferences this year. So just wanted to ask you that. So what do you have happening for 2026? Any news, anything that you'd like to talk about here?
Yeah, I mean, 2020, like this was the hardest year for me personally in my professional life. It was just so difficult because we had added so many things. Like since Jim has left, I've been kind of on this, you know, let's do whatever we can to grow as fast as we possibly can, and as strongly as we possibly can, you know, so that we can make Jim proud. I think that's probably the underlying psychology to it. But also too, you know, it is a way that I can put my own stamp on the brand in a certain way. And so I've just been taking on so much.
Yeah. You have a baby too.
Yeah, and well, that's, you know, one of the primary reasons. Along the way, I just thought it would be smart to get married and have a baby when I said I would never do both of those things. Don't kill me, married and baby people. But I was one of those guys. And so, yeah, that definitely has made things more complicated. In a way, it's also inspired, you know, elements at work as well. But the point remains is that, like, we've been taking on more and more every single year. And I could get into the specifics of what that is, but it's things like we have an outside contractor that does a big contract for us, and we are enveloping that in our own way, so that can be an owned asset for us. It's basically like building another business. It's just within Formula Drift, and we've been doing that across the board on a lot of things. And that just means things like that. That's a difference between renting and buying, right? So it's that. And then as far as the schedule is concerned, is like, this is the most radical departure from the schedule we've had over the past 5 years that I could ever think of in our history. Like, we've never had 3 new events in a single year. One is a big deal. So, you know, I do this thing where I'm like, okay, now it's time to like chill and like, let's try to get on cruise control for a little bit. And then we just make the decision to pivot hard and do not 1, not 2, but 3 new events. So the third new one was not necessarily something that we had in mind, but it was something that we had found out when E-Town let us know, like, pretty early on, like, hey, we know your experience with Irwindale, and like last event, never mind, last event, never mind, that they were going to, you know, sell the property after this litigation had resolved, and that they would likely not be able to host our event in 2026. And so we pushed that to the 11th hour, literally to the 11th hour. I mean, like the Monday of SEMA.
Oh, wow, really?
Or the Friday of SEMA. But eventually that became confirmed. And so it went from 2 new to 3 new.
So the three new, just to confirm, are Stafford Speedway, right? Indianapolis, Raceway Park, and Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
Yeah. So the replacements there are E-Town, St. Louis, and I guess, you know, you could say Salt Lake, but regionally they're slightly different. Yeah, I mean, those venues for us and those markets for us, I think are a way in which we can take kind of what we've built in those areas and apply it to a different space, a slightly different location. You know, like with Stafford, you're more like in the Boston area. It's probably closer to New York City than South Jersey is, you know, factoring traffic and things like that. So I think that is still our East Coast event. Indianapolis, you know, is, and there is some, you know, this is, I have to give Jim a little bit of credit here because, you know, he kind of inspired a little bit of the initial stages of this conversation, being that, you know, PRI is kind of based in Indy. And so, you know, going to kind of like the heart of motorsports country was appealing for us. We've been going to St. Louis for a long time. They're wonderful. They're great to work with. We love those guys. We had some challenges in trying to diversify the track layout over the years, and you know, we're trying to work on different dates. I think that, you know, that is a place that we would still want to go to in the future. But we definitely need to give this a shot and see. And then Vegas, we've done Vegas before. But this time the difference is we were under it's ironic because, you know, the guy that built our Vegas event for us, like literally built the Vegas event for us, is our good friend at St. Louis.
Oh, okay.
So we're going back to Vegas. It's under a different, you know, regime now. We're not going to build the parking lot or do anything like that, but we're going to make a 3-year commitment, which is the only one of the venues that we have that relationship with, because we need to put some financing into rebuilding the track that's out there.
Yeah,
And
okay.
so right now there's basically a short course oval there. It's got a little bit of wear to it, and so we think that the market is really strong, and the venue has a lot of the assets that we need, but it needs a little bit of love, and so we're gonna contribute to that in investing in that venue and give that a 3-year run.
Yeah. Yeah, because the previous years when you were in Las Vegas, you were in the parking lot. So you're gonna have like a little oval. You're gonna use that oval that's over there? Or...
Yeah, the technical name of it, or what they call it, is the bull ring. So it's kind of like a mini Irwindale. It's got a lot of the assets. For those that don't know, it's got a lot of the assets that like an Irwindale has. It is a short course banked oval. It's got the main primary grandstands and some secondaries. It's got a really nice ingress and egress, which is great for those kind of venues in particular. Sometimes you don't have that. You've got places like Orlando where you have to wait for cars to come off course before going on track and doing burnouts. Strong infrastructure there. A lot of really great people. It's just not LVMS, the huge NASCAR stadium. So, we have pro-ams that are doing stuff there, and we've seen how strong the market is.
Yeah.
And we've known that it's been strong for a long time.
Right.
It's almost become like a major media market, like how LA is. So when we do events in LA, we always think, oh, you know what? Man, it's going to be hard to get attention into the main press area. So we really need to focus on like the local development, because we're going to be competing against whatever the US Open and Laker games and all people that are buying big media.
Yeah.
Vegas is kind of like that now in an odd way, but it also is a destination place and a place where people like to do stuff. And so we had great successes at LVMS before. We were outgrowing Salt Lake City. We were kind of at the brim there. Even though it's, a really awesome road course, it was hard to see how we continued to unpack that over the time frame. And we had a really good run there. So, we're proud of what we've done there and all the venues. And we're bummed about E-Town, obviously. We really tried to make that work. And would have been awesome to do like a real send-off, which for that venue would have been crazy, because the owners are like super drift fanatics themselves. And like, the Knapp family and Kate are just like some of the most incredible people that you'll ever meet. And so there's a little bit of sadness there, but the reality is like, look, like there are things above me and above us that are going to have precedence. So we're doing a lot.
All right. Well, I think we're coming up on time. But are you going to be at PRI next week?
I am. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I actually, I don't even know if I should say this, but I've been called to be an expert witness in a trial in another state. And so I'm on hold for that. Yeah. Right. I never thought I'd be doing that in my life. I'm on hold for that. It was originally planned to be the Friday of PRI. And so I was going to go from Indy to that venue, but it's kind of been moved around a lot, and it's a long-term case. So I haven't even booked my flight yet, but my plan is to be there Tuesday to Friday.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll be there, and we'll have a little, we'll have a chat. We have the Racer Creator Hub happening at PRI. So Ryan, thanks for your time, man.
Thank you. See you on that couch again.
Thank you both. Stay with us. We're going to transition directly into our next session. We're going to be talking drag racing. We're going to bring Joe Castello with us and any second. And we're going to bring our next guest, Mr. Brad Gerber from the NHRA. So Joe Castello is right there. Joe, welcome back to the program. We'll dive directly back into NHRA. And we have a video to start the interview. So Brad is right here. Good afternoon, Brad.
Hey, good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good to see you again. Thanks for joining.
Let's run the video.
We're kicking off a new season. Thank you for watching over the racers this weekend. Oh, big explosion for Caps.
So these cars quickly remind you that you are not ready for what's happening. Ask any of the best drivers. And if they tell you they are, they're fully.
From burnout to turnout, you don't have any friends up there. Your goal is to beat the person in the other lane.
And you find out real quick it doesn't make a difference. We don't have a weakness.
Racing is not something you do half-ass. You're either all in or you're all out.
I think that it has a very bright outlook and a tremendous future.
Wow, very exciting. Chasing Speed, available on Vice Network next year. Brad Gerber, tell us a little bit about what we can expect to see on Chasing Speed.
Well, that's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to watch. The whole thing about the Chasing Speed is, number one, it's going to launch January 21st. Next year, January 21st. It's going to be launched at 9 p.m. in all time zones. So anywhere that you're at, it's at 9 p.m. in all time zones. And it's a kind of you look back at the 2025 season, and it's really told from a point of view of the racers and the teams, and just get behind the scenes and kind of the excitement, the drama, the angst, the unfortunate issues that go on in racing, which we've all experienced. And man, I've seen different pieces of it. It really is cool. It really is cool. Excited about that because we all saw what went on with the Formula One Drive to Survive issue there, or not issue, it's actually the series that went on there, and what's that done for the sport and all of motorsports, really. And people have been asking us when we're going to do it. And thankfully to the Vance Family Foundation, Terry Vance, the Vance Family Foundation, helped us produce this and helped us made a generous donation to help get this thing off and running. So it'll be a six-part series there.
I am very excited, and just in all honesty, I work for the National Hot Rod Association on race weekends. Brad and I are colleagues. Rest assured, I will throw him some fastballs right high and tight on the inside, Brad. But we do have a lot to talk about. But since we are starting out with Chasing Speed, I do think it's interesting that over the few years that you've been joining us on this EPARTRADE Industry Week, that is, a deliverable. We talked about it as a concept. We talked about it as something that was important to showcase what happens behind the scenes in the sport of NHRA drag racing. And here now in 2025, there's a deliverable. It's coming out in January. And I think that's exciting that the ideas become reality with the group.
Yeah. We love being challenged. And thankful to people like yourself and many people at our company that coming up with these different ideas and what we should be doing and how we could be doing things. And Chasing Speed is one of those things. And it's going to be exciting. We've done a good job. It started off since 2016. I felt like this is my 10th year. Okay, got my 10th year here, and 10th season, I should say. And, it started in 2016 with Peter Clifford, our then president, lining our new TV deal with Fox Sports. Okay. And what we did with our viewership, and our viewership in that first year grew 70+%. And then it went on to Glenn Cromwell and managing us through COVID and things like that. And then going on to different things like our gaming and things like that we're doing right now and stuff. So launched that. That was a big heavy lift as well, and doing that. But there's so many things, and all these things together really helped us grow from what we had in 2018 was a 28 million fan base, and now we're at a 40 million fan base. Okay, so tremendous growth there as well, and that's really what we need to do. We need to continue to grow and find ways to not only grow, but also, like we all say, try to find a way to get our fan base to get younger as well. Our median age is 50 right now, 50.1. So actually fairly young in motorsports overall. But on the other side, we're always tracking TV. Like for instance, this year in TV, we were up double digits on our final show this year. But a category that we really look at as well is not only being up overall in that viewership, but also looking at what our viewership in the 18 to 34-year-old demographic did. Okay, and that was up 14% as well. So some great numbers that we have. We have a lot to be proud of, and very excited of not only what we've done and proud of that, but also the future as well. So
Well, let's set the table. I do want your commentary on some of the big stories, but just so you know, earlier this week we started off on EPARTRADE Industry Week with Josh Hart. We spoke with Josh Hart. He talked about his exciting new endeavor at John Force Racing as Brittany goes off to start a family. We spoke with Doug Kalitta and Alan Johnson. They talked about this season as one of their best, winning the Top Fuel World Championship. And then yesterday we spoke with Tony Stewart, Leah Pruett, and Richard Freeman, who have got a new endeavor. So there's a lot of new, a lot of fresh, a lot of exciting news coming out of the world of NHRA drag racing. Next year, the 75th season of NHRA drag racing. But throughout the EPARTRADE Industry Week, I've heard so many people who are not drag racing refer to drag racers as the origin points of PRI, of the people who set up manufacturing in America, the people who are the origin of so many of the parts and pieces, not necessarily because drag racers are smarter, but because of the quantity of demand for drag race parts and pieces, because it's the everyman motorsport. That being the overarching story of drag racing, you guys being NHRA, the pinnacle and the sanction, entering your 75th season. I think it's a huge story, not just for drag racing, but for motorsports in general. NHRA 75. How are you going to handle this?
It'll be exciting. I'm really looking forward to it. There's no doubt about that. We always said, hey, great what we did in 2025. What are we doing in 2026? And thank God we had the 75th. 75th anniversary is going to be a blowout. We know what our ticket sales are doing. They're doing well right now. Our advanced ticket sales, so we know that they're up high double digits. Let's just put it that way. That's high double digits. And then as you walk into the events, it's going to feel like you're coming to an event, a 75th anniversary, so you'll see a lot of the teams will have different flags coming up, and we'll have different entertainment items going on, main stages, things of that nature. So it'll be a lot of fun entertainment, but really happy about where we're at right now in terms of overall sponsorship. Okay, going into the 75th, that's always very important. What excites me about the 75th, as much as it's a 75th, and it shows you how much stability the NHRA has and how long we've been around. Myself, as you said, PRI, drag racing, SEMA, NHRA has been with this whole industry since the inception, basically. Okay, and for me, it's very close to home. Very close to home because I actually worked with Peterson Publishing back in the day, and Peterson Publishing was one of the very first partners with SEMA, and NHRA was also, so kind of tie that together, and I can kind of bring that together with a couple other people that work here at the NHRA as well. Much like SEMA, a lot of them came out of Peterson Publishing as well. But going into 2026, as you alluded to, how much exciting things we have. JFR going to 4 teams, okay, with Alexis just being announced as well. Josh Hart, super cool guy. I mean, have all the respect in the world. Started off at Bernie's, okay, and with basically detailing cars, okay, is where he started off. A couple $100 in detailing cars and build it into this massive business, okay. I respect his decision because he has this business that he has to run while also trying to run a drag racing team, okay, which is another business. Now he gets to focus on racing and being a driver. And what I really liked about it when he made that announcement was he also said, I get to be a driver and focus on my driving, but then also I get to spend a lot of time at the ropes talking to people and talking to fans and things like that. So what he really likes to do. So all the respect to him. And then with Alexis being there and then, of course, Jack Beckman coming back and things of that nature, that's going to be a lot of fun. And then who knows what's going to go on with that Cornwell funny car over there. That'll be exciting to hear what's going to go on in the next week or so, what goes on there. But then, as you said, what I'm really looking forward to in 2026 is can't wait till Leah is running TSR and then Tony gets up next year in that first race. That'll be really fun to watch and the drama and the dynamics that'll go along with that. So excited about that. But then also you deal with like Ron Capps and Ron Capps Motorsports, okay? And Matty Gordon coming out in the Carlisle Tools Top Fuel dragster there. That'll be awesome, okay? When we walk into PRI, you'll see a big surprise there. You'll see that surprise there, and it'll be you'll see a lot with Ron Capps Motorsports Top Fuel Dragster and Manny
teasing us.
Walking to PRI. That'll be fun.
You're teasing us. All kinds of breaking news going to happen at PRI.
Fun stuff. I can talk forever. You know that, Joe.
Well, will NHRA have, I know the answer. I just want you to talk about it. One of the cornerstones, I think, PRI is a show and everybody loves to go there to either see and connect or say goodbye for the season, right? Like one final time before the holidays. But the NHRA stage has become a fixture. I know we're going to be broadcasting from there once again. And you mentioned, like, who's going to drive the Cornwell Tools Funny Car? Guys, if you don't know, if you didn't follow NHRA this year, that is our reigning world championship car. The driver and the crew guys, the Prock family, Austin Prock, Jimmy Prock, Thomas Prock, they won it for John Force Racing the last 2 consecutive years, and they are going elsewhere. And we don't know at this moment where exactly they're going. So the ride is available. The champions are going to a new team. And that's all part of the interesting stories that are going to, some of them may play out at the NHRA stage at PRI.
Well, we'll have that championship funny car in our booth at PRI. Okay. There won't be a name on it, I don't think. Okay. There's not going to be a name on that funny car when it's placed in our booth, but hopefully there'll be a name on it when we leave the booth, So we'll see what happens there at PRI. Exciting times there. Hey, Prox, where's Austin going to run? Okay. I mean, that there's a lot of people talking about where that could end up. Obviously the family there is world class. Austin is just a super person, and I love his original, genuine personality that he has there. Just a first class person there. But yeah, we have a lot of really good things going on. Doug Kalitta winning the championship. And everything that they do for the good of the sport with Connie Kalitta and Doug Kalitta there, and what they did with Feeding America. Okay, providing over 2 million meals. Okay, to Feeding America there to help the race to end hunger. So that's we do so many great things. It really is. It's hard to put it all in just this. What do we have, 30 minutes here?
Yeah, well, exactly. And we're down to our final 15 or so. So I've got to ask you some tough questions as well, but only after I talk about, we got 3 new markets that the National Hot Rod Association is going to in 2026. Going to Maryland, the Potomac Nationals in the shadow of the Capitol. I feel like that has got huge potential as a destination race. I want you to talk a little bit about that. And then also South Georgia Motorsports Park and the return of Rockingham, big show, Nitro drag racing. They just released photos. These tracks are, adding to themselves, fixing themselves, improving themselves, working with state and local governments to bring in NHRA drag racing. And for Rockingham, it worked. What do you think?
Yeah, you know what? It definitely worked with Rockingham, and what we're doing is making these tracks in conjunction with the local areas and also the NHRA, making major improvements on each of these tracks. And excited to, 20 races next year, 19 different markets. Okay, which is huge for our sponsors and our partners and these teams that bring out so many different people. And it's important not to go back the same market too many times, okay? Because we're at all 4 corners, okay? Seattle, Boston, Gainesville, Pomona, and then everywhere in between, from Chicago, Ohio, Texas, Chicago with the Gerber collision stuff, Texas Stampede to Speed, Ohio with Summit Racing Equipment, ZMAX Dragway with the American Rebel Light, Las Vegas Strip, Winter Nationals, Lucas Oil, In-N-Out Burger, Pomona Finals, go on forever. Let's get back to these 3 new markets. South Georgia. We wanted to get back to Georgia, wanted to get back there. Raul down there is has been working, just a phenomenal person down there, working together, excited about getting there. Maryland going there. Just so happens it's right around Memorial Day weekend, so you can imagine what we're going to be doing there, okay, with Maryland and Potomac. So we got some announcements we're going to be doing there. Rockingham, historical facility there. And as you said, the improvements that they just made, and that all those grandstands and new walls and things like that, just really, really amazing, and markets we need to be in. Those are new markets for us, and so it's new for not only for us to go there, but new fans can come to the event, and then sponsors have more areas and more people that they can talk to and introduce their products to new markets as well. So excited about that.
There are challenges, though. We heard earlier this week the folks at Toyota and TRD excited about their various programs and what they're going to be doing in the future. We've spent a lot of time with Toyota as part of the NHRA, the official car. There's like a deep and it's a loving relationship between NHRA and many of our teams. Kalitta, for instance, and Toyota. Slugger Labby has been just a great friend to everybody in the drag racing community. They are moving on, though, which I think gives an opportunity for someone like you to go out there and potentially find a new official car. So talk a little bit about that. It's great things happening in NHRA drag racing, but at the same time, there's an ebb and flow, and things can always be better and improved. How are you guys addressing that?
Yeah, there are always issues that we have to deal with. Toyota has been a partner for over 20 years. This one in particular hits me kind of personal. My family grew up working at Toyota, okay, and then also both personally and professionally. But they are phenomenal partners, and I feel like they'll be back. Okay, I do feel that way. When we don't know. But there is market share there. Okay, we can prove out that we grew the Toyota market share both in cars and trucks tremendously over the time they were partners with us, and now that market share is open to other people. I mean, it's just proven out that sponsors that sponsor a sport, okay, those fans are more likely to buy that product, okay, and really like that brand. Okay, so we will see different OEs stepping up in 2026 with NHRA. Announcements not yet made, but you'll see different OEs stepping up. They see that market share is open, so they want to take advantage of it. So great for them. But they've been great partners over the last 20 years, and we respect them wholeheartedly. Okay, and everything that they did with us and NHRA and all the teams. So.
Well, if you think about it, just to linger on that for a moment, where they were prior to and where they are now. Absolutely, the involvement with NHRA drag racing. I'll use the word normalized Toyota in the racing and drag racing community. We're even going to have some Toyota cars in the stock eliminator class in the future. Very exciting, and I do hope that they do return in the future. Everybody
Absolutely.
goes through cycles, but I do hope they return because they made inroads into the hearts of drag racing fans, which early on it wasn't an easy road to hoe.
Yeah,
but they did.
There's definitely resurgence with other OEs coming in as well. So they'll feel good about that and what's going on. So
you mentioned gaming. I want to drill down on that. I know for those that don't know, this was a Brad initiative. He was really doggedly pursuing this. And I agree. The gamification of everything. We're talking about sports gambling, wagering, fantasy, daily fantasy. Think DraftKings, think Bet365. NHRA drag racing made a huge investment in time and effort to set the tone on that, to make it okay, I guess the word normalize again. How is that going here this was the first full season of,
yes.
Of wagering. How has that grown and how has that worked?
Well, what we really wanted to do is there are a couple different reasons why we wanted to get into this was, number one, we want to create more engagement. Okay, with our fan base, and any way that you could engage the fans and get them coming back to look at your brand more often, that's always good. Okay, so engagement number one. We also want to get younger. It's proven out that the people that are gaming are a younger demographic. Okay, so that's number two. Number three, yes, we wanted to provide more opportunities for teams, the NHRA teams, and these tracks to find more sponsors related to this field. Okay, so what has happened is we have had things like Muckleshoot Casino, Muckleshoot Northwest Nationals up in Seattle. Okay, we have had different tracks and stuff, Charlotte, multiple times with different gaming partners on there, which is great already. It's continuing to escalate. Okay, right now, I think what's happening is it's just a continual education process. We have to make sure that our racers know what they can and can't do, okay? And then also educate our fans. So it's a little bit of, you're telling one part of that they can't do this, racers, okay? But you're telling the fans that they can do it. So we're just trying to educate people. So it's a long haul. It's a long tail there that we have. Long tail both in terms of education, a long process, and then a long tail of benefits that you may have, like I said, from engagement, increased fan viewership, people coming back more often, et cetera, et cetera. So overall, say it's going well. Is it where I want it to be right now? Never happy with where we are, okay? And I think that's just the nature of the beast with my personality. And some of my execs above me, but that's okay. So, but things are going well right now. So happy with that. Thanks for asking, Joe.
Absolutely. All right. Pam Miller was on a little bit earlier today talking about Fox and IndyCar. And I know that the talk in the grandstands, in the pits, everywhere you go to talk about NHRA drag racing is the belief that this is a product that can garner a good an increase. I won't even characterize it in the television contract and all that. I know everybody's working on that. And I think that many people are hoping that people in that world realize all the benefits that are happening out there in the world of NHRA drag racing, not just the competition, but the cars, the sportsman cars, the classics, the personalities, all the people. How is that going, and what is the timeline for NHRA's, next television situation, which for all I know, it could be with Fox again. I don't know that, the details and the timelines, but people are curious about that.
Yeah. So 2026, we're contracted with Fox Sports through 2026. We are in active negotiations right now with multiple partners. I am not involved with those active conversations, though. I give my input every now and then when asked, but not intimately involved with those negotiations right now. We'll have a nice agreement, I believe, and I feel confident of that. But I really don't know where we're going to end up right now, Joe. So, and that's my honest opinion there. I don't have a lot more. I'm sorry to not have more.
No, I didn't expect you to, but I think you answer a lot by saying that we're not sure. To me,
we're
it's
happy
exciting.
with Fox Sports. We're very happy with Fox Sports. We're very happy with our own production. As you know, we do our own production, and we do our own production for the network, Fox Sports. A lot of people really don't understand that. They think that it's still Fox Sports out there because we wear NHRA and Fox gear. But they're all employees of the NHRA, and that gives us a unique advantage that we could pivot the cameras when we know there's a story going on and we have a good relationship. Hey, Joe, can you go over here and do this? Or can you, hey, do this? Hey, this is going on. What do you think about that? So we have a very good working relationship there, which is always good. And we're very happy working with Fox Sports. I can't tell you that much. I know they're happy with us because we're very efficient in the way that we produce the show as well.
Well, record ratings for drag racing in 2025, there were multiple instances, but the Stampede of Speed had a massive number that I think can't be ignored. I know there was an NFL lead-in and all of those things, but the show proved watchable and retention of audience. Like, that's huge.
Yeah, we have shown, this is what's so important with TV. We have shown that we can retain people. Okay. And the 2 million viewership, we had just over 2 million. I think it was 2.07 million viewers on that particular show. But when we come in, it's so much about lead-ins a lot of times. Okay. So the lead-in, whatever show is before you, if you have a small lead-in, if we have a small lead-in and we have a 200,000 lead-in, let's call them viewership, we can show that we can actively grow that to 300, 400, 500, 600, 700,000. Average gets up to about 500,000 on that scenario. Okay, so we can show that we can hold that networks like that because we can grow. So that's a good thing that's going on there. Yeah, we have a lot of good things going on right now. I do believe, our Mission Foods partnership that we have, they are phenomenal. Every market that we go into, they're going out with between 20 and 30 C-stores. They're putting standees with, you'll go there and you'll see a Brittany Force. So you'll see maybe you won't see Brittany Force next year, I'll tell you that much. But you'll see Antron Brown and you'll see other people there. So we have standees there, Ron Caps and stuff that they're marketing in the local markets and stuff like that. Then we have, everybody that, we have major non-endemics working this right now because they know that we can provide their needs in terms of marketing and fan engagement. I mean, things like Camping World Partners, U.S. Air Force, Napa. I mean, it goes on. Gerber Collision, VP Racing. I mean, I can go on and on. SCAG, Old World, one of your partners right there behind there. Peak, I see there, which is great. So people expect you to have people like, the endemic partners, because we are in motorsports. They expect you to have endemic partners. When you get these non-endemic partners coming into any league, people start saying, what's going on over there? Why are they getting these people? What should I look at? Things like that. And that's what we try to do as well, because there's so much to tell that we just can't cover it in 30 minutes. It looks like I'm out of time. I see Judy and
there it is. Yeah, that's how you know. It's like, I don't want to say like Grim Reaper, but that means our time is over. Brad, thank you very much. I will see you at PRI. Appreciate you and the time and inside look into the world of the National Hot Rod Association.
Look forward to seeing y'all there. Thank you very much. Thank you for hosting. Thank you for allowing me to be on.
Thank you. Great session, Brad. Stay with us. We are going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
Not all trailer cabinets are built for the long road ahead. Aluminum Econo trailer cabinets from C-Tech Manufacturing are engineered to last and ready to ship today. Each Econo cabinet is packed with exclusive features like motion latch drawers and gasket lock countertops, all made under one roof in our Wisconsin headquarters. Shop Econo online today.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you, and welcome back to Race Industry Week. This is the last session of the day. George Tamayo is with us. George, how are we doing today?
I'm good. How about you guys? Been a good day for you, huh?
Absolutely, a busy one. We covered a lot of topics, and now we're going to go into off-road, are we?
Absolutely.
My goodness.
Absolutely. Marty Fiocco from Crandon.
Absolutely, and we talked a lot about the streaming today, and I just want to remind everyone, you can be watching us right there on Zoom as well as on racer.com, Racer Network. Actually, Marty from Crandon is joining us right now as we speak.
And we covered so many forms of racing today. It's really remarkable.
Absolutely, and this is a little tradition. We bring Mr. Fiolka with us. Good afternoon, Marty. How are we doing?
Doing great. It's the beginning of December. It's race week and leading into PRI. It's a great time to be in the racing industry. I can tell you that. It's always fun.
Excellent. So we have a video you sent us. So let's run the video and then we'll dive into the interview.
Let me tell you about this little town in the north woods of Wisconsin called Crandon. With a population of just 1,737 people, it's quiet, peaceful, until Labor Day weekend rolls around. It becomes loud. It becomes legendary. It becomes the home to the Polaris Crandon World Championships. It all kicks off with the Lucas Oil Labor Day Parade, a small town tradition with big time horsepower. Race trucks, drivers, marching bands, and fans from around the world, right down Main Street, America. 4 days, 50 plus races, the best drivers in the world, and over 60,000 fans packing the sport's spiritual home for a weekend like no other. It's more than a race, it's a festival. It's a tradition that's part family reunion and part lifestyle celebration, still going strong 5 decades later.
One more time.
It takes unbelievable talent to see what you're watching. Crandon, are you ready for some racing? Here we go.
From the vintage chaos of Class 11 to Ultra 4s under the lights, crawling boulders and battling darkness. It's off-road mayhem from all walks of life, and everyone's invited. It all leads up to the main event. Crandon is home to the Red Bull Cup race. Pro 2 versus Pro 4. 1,000 horsepower monsters for 10 laps of absolute chaos. No yellow flags, just pure carnage. It's like the cheetah chasing the gazelle. Speed versus traction with 50 grand on the line.
Green flag, and we're racing here at the big house in Brandon.
He backs it in!
Can they get on horse?
This is Crandon. Welcome home to the World Championships of Off-Road Racing. Don't just watch it, come feel it.
Wow. That video kind of says it all there, Marty.
Makes me ready to go back to Labor Day right now. Yes, indeed. Yeah, we work hard on with our partners and with our video crew to kind of come up with some great content like that. And we have a kind of a plan every year and what we're going to do. And this year kind of was the idea that Crandon's home to all these special things and home to what we feel is one of the best races in America now, motorsports races in America. And we feel we've been working towards that now for 10 years. And I think now we feel like Labor Day weekend, we've had a few outside people, some journalists and even some other track promoters come and say, this is definitely one of the top events in American motorsports, period.
Yeah.
It's off-road racing. And watching that reminds us why, right?
Yeah, totally. I mean, the video kind of covers, I think, a few of the points that we want to elaborate on a little bit this afternoon. But let me introduce you, Marty Fielka. You've been the promoter at Crandon International Raceway. How long have you been doing this, Marty?
I started there in public relations actually 2014, and then started promoting in 20. So it's my 10th year now as a promoter.
There you go.
There. Congrats. And it's a career highlight on a career that's spanned a lot of things in the off-road space and in the motorsport space. And but it's definitely been an honor and had the vision for where I wanted to help Crandon get to 10 years ago, and feel like at least on Labor Day now we're there. We're right there where we want to be, and we have so much momentum now that it's taken a long time to build. But we're happy, and we feel like we have new things to discuss for next year that have been a result of all that work. Right, it's a cumulative effect. But all in all, Crandon International Race is in a great space, and off-road racing is in a great space too right now.
Yeah, totally. So let's dive in a little bit. So this last one in September of this year was the 56th edition of the Crandon World Cup. Yep. I mean, it is kind of the Super Bowl of short course off-road racing, right? Like it's the mega event of the year for everybody. What was the quick recap of this year's event? Because by all told, it was the biggest and best ever.
Yeah, it was definitely a record Friday for us, record weekend in terms of attendance. I think some of the highlights again were just some of the great racing that went on, having, not only short course racing with the Championship Off-Road Series, which is there every, has their series, bringing in the Ultra 4 USA guys, because we built a whole rock racing area that's really been popular and been growing in terms of the fan engagement in that. Vintage Volkswagens and the Class 11s are there. Yep. So you have racers from all across the country now, whereas before it was a lot of Midwest-centric racers. I think that's a big one. I think for us, having all 4 OEMs there activating, so we had Ford in a big way, Ford for performance. We had Toyota back again. We had Chevrolet, and for the first time, Ram was there too, along with Polaris, who's there in a big way. And all the activations with Yokohama and Maxxis and all of that has really grown into something really special. So it's now really it's really a lifestyle 5-day camp weekend. Camping's super important for us. And just, the return of, Racer Network again, coming back again, and us producing a television, 17 hours of live television. Mm-hmm. That's on top of what Champ brings via, their flow racing commitments. So we've 30 something hours of live television, and all produced, between us together, just like, Brad Gerber was talking about with NHRA. We have our production crew that we do it. It's not Racer coming in. We do it for Racer in association with, we work together. The Racer Network guys were all there in our VIP camping area, the Gold Medal Camp, we call it. And, and that's another thing that's probably the biggest highlight for us, is having activation in terms of having, in 5 years ago, this didn't happen, but having president of the Polaris there, the head of Toyota Motorsports there, the head of Red Bull Racing there, all of them camping together in a space that's actually Mike and Angie Skinner have come in now to help us actually do. And, they set that up, and it's been a great addition to the weekend. A lot of B2B stuff goes on there. And, remembering the fact that these folks are coming in for 3 or 4 nights on Labor Day weekend. Some of them are bringing their kids, because we have VIP fishing tournaments and all kinds of things for them. And it's just become that kind of weekend. That's you want to be. If it's Memorial Day weekend, you want to be at Indianapolis, and if it's Labor Day weekend, you want to be in Crandon. And that's kind of what we've talked about for years. And it feels like we're there. We're there now, and seeing that the growth of the fan base and coming from places outside, just near Green Bay. They're coming from Milwaukee area, Chicago. We see them coming from Minneapolis. And all surroundings. So that's been a really nice thing too.
Yeah. I think one of the things in your video captured it so nicely that is, a huge benefit, something you can't recreate it at a place other than places like Crandon, is that connection to the town. You think about, like, for me, I think about like Le Mans has a connection to the town. Indianapolis obviously has a connection to, there's so many others that we can't, name, but that connection to the town and is what brings that kind of magic that you can't just create that, right? It's this thing that exists, and it's this magic that you have with it. And it's the sort of the antithesis in many ways to kind of the modern day sterile super stadium type environment, right? Talk a little bit about that part of the experience, about how it's you are there at the track, and you've got great vantage points for viewing and all of that stuff and the camping, but there's this energy, this synergy with the town.
There is, and it extends well even beyond that. It's really not just the town; it's the fact that town is in the Midwest, and I mean that with all the good things that American Midwest has, and we're up in the Northwoods of Wisconsin, and every person that comes. I'm from Southern California. I work in Crandon in the summertime, but I'm here, and every person that comes out, the first thing they talk about is the people at the track, the ownership group, how different they are, and how different our volunteers are, and how different the experiences if you're coming in as a partner, and the difference of a fan in the fan base. And it's just very nice, and it's very Midwest, and you can't replicate that. You just can't. And when I first got there, the mistake I made was trying to polish the diamond too much.
Right. Yeah.
Diamond needed polishing, but I went too far in trying to corporatize it, sanitize it.
Yeah.
And that's not what Crandon is. The magic of people camping, the magic of people, going to the parade with their kids, the magic of, all of that, the fireworks and the moonshine and the cheese curds, as I call it. And that's all part of what makes Crandon. And the town is a mile away, downtown Crandon. But, when you go down there for the parade on Friday, it really starts with Friday morning. And that's really everybody's favorites. And all the race cars have to go. They all leave and they go right down the highway, and they park and they set up for 3 hours there. We do our first preview television show from there. But the fans were all there signing out. The drivers are signing autographs. Everybody's enjoying a beautiful day in a little town in the Midwest. And no, you can't replicate it. And it started in Crandon too. You have to remember, Short Course racing really started there. So we're blessed to not only have that spiritual home, which it is, but it's extended itself because of the basic town and the people who built that place, and the Flannery family who now own it. And they're all from Crandon. It's built year over year. There's no corporate plan. There's no big investors coming in and saying, hey, we're just going to build this mega thing. And it's not like that. Hey, we need a new entrance building, so that's our summer project. That's what we're going to build this summer, and then next summer we'll build whatever else. But it's always building and growing. But it's taken, as you said, 57 years next year to get here.
Yeah, totally. It's not like you can't mask that stuff. You have to find ways to accentuate it. because it's really a big part of the magic.
You accentuate the fact we have a barn and all the buildings look like barns. You accentuate the fact that there's lakes everywhere, and we have, you know, ponds now that we stock with fish for the VIPs who go camping. You have to accentuate what you have. And to me, the thing I love the most about it, unlike any place else, really, especially in the West Coast stuff, is that it's all grass. Grass, except for the racetrack.
Yeah.
So it just looks beautiful. It looks great on camera, and there's trees everywhere. And camping is all on grass. You know, that the fans love. It's just like a park. It's like, you know, it's a great equivalent to a place that we've built a great partnership now with our friends down at Road America.
Right.
It's about 2.5 hours away, and it has the same vibe of grass and just, you know, needs constant attention and cutting in the summertime. But that green makes everything feel different, look different. And when you have a Pro 4 race at the magic hour, let's say at 6 o'clock at night or whatever it is, and everything looks beautiful. It looks like a baseball stadium. And that's, to me, the magic of what makes it special too.
Totally. Absolutely. So you mentioned a few minutes ago, as you were talking about the manufacturers and partners that you had at the event. And I kind of want to widen the lens on that a little bit, because you know, there's a sort of a chicken and egg thing, and I'm wondering how Crandon's taking advantage of. Off-road is so big now. It is such a major part of every manufacturer's lineup and where their emphasis is. And it's not just the traditional Fords and Chevrolets and Dodges and Rams and things like that. I mean, you know, you could kind of go to the other side of the spectrum and look at even brands like Porsche that are embracing getting dirty, getting off-road, and others like them, right? Yeah. So from where you sit at Crandon, which again, part of the magic which your video showed at Crandon is it's not just about, you know, the fast, big trophy truck type. You got your Ultra 4s, you've got your vintage, you got everything in between. You just have this celebration of off-road lifestyle and competition and racing there. How are you guys positioning yourselves to, one, be a promoter of that, but also how do you capture that emotion that's happening everywhere else and bring it to Crandon?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the off-road space right now is really strong, and it really, the rebirth in a sense really started 15 years ago with the birth of the Raptor, right? That was really the first big thing that really kind of shook everybody's minds about, wow, you can go get a high performance truck with these great suspension, take it to Baja just out of the showroom floor. Yeah. You know, clearly that, plus I would say the Polaris RZR back about the same amount of time, you know, that really changed everything too. Now in the old days, you had to enjoy high performance driving, you had to go buy a race car essentially, or when we started Wide Open Baja, you know, in the early 2000s, that was an access portal to get people to go to Baja and drive buggies. That's one of the co-founders of that with Todd Clement, and doesn't exist anymore. Now you can go, so many more people can just enjoy it, right? They can just experience it. That's changed it. I mean, the truck market's strong. You know, there's good profit in it. You know, we see inklings of Toyota now with their new side-by-side that they debuted at SEMA. The new Scion, that was really a fascinating project that looks like it's got some legs to it. I think Toyota's out there, Chevy's out there, certainly Ram's looking, and like you said, and you know, Jim Farley, you know, has said he wants Ford Racing now to be basically the Porsche of off-road racing. When you make that kind of statement and that commitment, we just saw that with their Ford truck effort down in Baja, you know, production truck for Raptors. You know, it's really good for Crandon. I mean, we're working on a few things. First of all, they're there and they understand that if they think of off-road in the Midwest, off-road motorsports, it's Crandon, right? If they think about, you know, other events on the West Coast, it's the Mid, King of the Hammers, Baja. But Midwest, they're going to put their stake in Crandon because that's really still the biggest event, most prestigious event. We keep building towards that. You know, now we actually, with the Ram, we built an activation track. We actually they were giving rides in these trucks, and these were not like slow rides. These trucks were in the air. So fans, they put like 2,800 people through that course that they built there. I know Ford's looking at some things next year. So that's all part of it. Yes, having Ultra 4 there is part of it. And then the thing that's going to happen in a big way next year is that next June we're basically reimagining our June brush run event, our Forest County Potawatomi brush run event. It's also been around for over 30 years, but next year we're going to go far deeper, lean much harder into night racing. We have lights at the racetrack now. That hasn't happened, but we are also working. The big news, working with Rally X. So they're bringing their series to Crandon next June. We have some announcements we're making actually next Thursday, TRI, about that. And then also next June, we're introducing something that's happened on the West Coast here with NORA, which was vintage, basically bringing old vintage off-road cars to Baja. But we're doing the same thing essentially at Crandon. We're going to be bringing in vintage cars, people, and almost doing a whole retro lifestyle event. It's all the same June weekend. But we're just leaning into kind of this idea that, we have one major festival and when the next one's going to be pretty strong, and the other thing that's going to be exciting to me is that, the Rally X is an international series. It's EV plus, plus other cars. We may bring vintage rally cars too. The track lends itself to that because it's not super rough. And we had them on, we had an exhibition race, here last Labor Day weekend at the Polaris World Championships, and we ran the EV cars on Sunday. Different vibe, but they're working with Kicker now and Borla to actually put sound systems on these cars, which allow them to actually put high decibel noise. It can be a noise of a V8, it can be like a Star Wars sound, whatever it is they're deciding to do. But they're working hard at that. And the group there with Andreas Eriksson and stuff has been really, really, they also weren't sure about what was going to happen when they came to Crandon. They didn't understand, no matter what you kind of explained to them, they got there and, there was a family ownership and the whole, it's very American. And they got there, I think at first they were a little bit too Eurocentric in their kind of thinking, which is what happens. And, the conversation has always been, look, rally racing in the United States needs a home that's made, that's built, that you guys don't have to build. And you don't have to, we have television there, we have a facility there, we have the dirt there, we have fans there. Let's put this together and give, because we've seen what happened with Rallycross and other things, that it just didn't, Nitro, the Nitro series also just didn't, because there was so much expense up front building these tracks. They were spectacular, but then the cars don't run that long. And then, and you're running those with the Class 11 Volkswagens, and the Volkswagens are getting as much viewership as the big cars are. So it's hard to justify. Now they're looking at other places as well that are existing facilities. I think for rally in this country, that's going to be at least a home, a settled down home base for them that they can build off of. And for us, it brings an international element to Crandon International Raceway. I mean, now there's going to be television based on that overseas. There's all kinds of things that are spinning off of that, but that's what we're going to do now is go dig hard into that. And I think it's going to be a big addition for off-road and for Crandon for sure.
That's huge. Yeah, that's huge. Rallycross has its sort of traditional homes in Europe and in England at Biggin Hill and in I'm forgetting the name of the track in Sweden where it's big. So yeah, to have an anchor point here in North America, I think is going to be a big boost to that genre of racing. And the fact that it provides a great contrast to the World Cup weekend.
Yeah, it does, and it also it's still now at Crandon being a recognized facility. I mean, becoming more and more internationally recognized in that sense. We have big fans now coming from Australia. All these things, these crossover drivers. Mad Mike was there a lot. This year it looks like next year potentially Toby Price is going to come and race there. We've had that's all kind of a nice partnership between Red Bull, even Yokohama. Andrew Carlson's team, they have a Pro 2 that they allow, or they bring other drivers. Tanner Faust has raced there. Travis Pastrana has raced there. So that all adds to it. So we're working on a couple ways to bring a race at champion style thing. We'd like to have some more NASCAR people come Labor Day, but I think you're right. I think the June weekend's great because we have time in the schedule. We have room to build. We have room to house them. We have they take up space. Even at 400 acres, we're running out of space, which is a unique problem to have, but it's a good problem. And I think that, like you said, really the basis though is that we feel like we can offer them a real stable platform to be a springboard for them on a business plan that kind of works. If you guys come here, television's already set up. This is already set up. You guys have to, just come in and worry about, bringing partners in and having a great race and bringing in, that's the concern. And if you relieve yourself from being the builder and the promoter, then you can spend a lot more time worrying about being a race series. I think and that's for them. They understood that, and that's what's exciting for all of us.
Yeah, huge. Talk a little bit about the differences and the similarities between the short course world and the sort of the desert off-road world. Where's there the fusion, the crossover? Where are there the differences?
I mean, as things go, I mean, back in the early days when you had short course racing at Riverside and at Crandon, those were kind of started off as basically desert cars, buggies, trucks. They'd lower the ride height and they put some, smaller tires on and basically went racing. And then as the Mickey Thompson series kind of evolved, they got specialized. And of course, everything has got specialized. Right. So when you watch a Pro 2 or Pro 4, 1,000 horsepower, all-wheel drive, 6-speed X-Track gearbox car, Toyota like the Greaves have, or, Jimmy Henderson, those guys, when you watch them run, they're spectacular at what they do. They don't do it for long. Yeah. I mean, you'd be amazed that a 15-minute race is essentially an endurance race to try to keep these trucks working, because they just are so hard on everything. Yeah. But that's what makes them spectacular. And when they're not as expensive, let's say, as an all-wheel drive trophy truck, which is right now at about $1.2 million on this generation Mason truck, which is just that. The next gen is next generation is $1.6 million or more for the new version of those trucks. They're meant to run 18 hours. And even we saw at the Baja 1000, Bryce Menzies won and his front diff was falling out, but they're running them so hard. That's changed. It's a much different discipline. And the thing that you noticed when we used to do this, if we brought desert cars to a short course race like we did in Chula Vista in the old core days, the Class 1 cars on trophy trucks look terrible. They're slow. They're painful to watch in comparative terms. I mean, they're just not light, and they're not low to the ground, and they don't do what a Pro 2, Pro 4, Pro Buggy does, right? Yeah. And so the sport is specialized itself. The great part about bringing like Class 11 Volkswagens or Class 11 Volkswagens, they're essentially the same car. Ultra 4, they're those classes. The unlimited rock race cars that the Lauren Healy's have and the Vaughn Gittens, those look great because they do rocks and they do short course, and they're also 1,000 horsepower with drive.
Yeah, those are crazy.
But they do some things, they change them. But we really work at trying to give it, it's all about the show, right? I mean, I'd love to have trophy trucks here, but it wouldn't be a show at all. It would be not good for anyone. So the idea of bringing some vintage cars back, some vintage trucks, that has some appeal to it, because those are more stock. But you here now you've specialized the sport into, and the thing that's gotten, it's just like desert racing's become, the guys at the front do it all the time. They're out. You just can't buy a trophy truck and go to Baja and expect to run with the Menzies or the McMillans. The Pudias, they're so good at every facet of that. Well, short course is the same way. Probably 5 years ago, Bryce Menzies could bring his Pro 4 there at Crandon and run up front. Now they just can't. They've gotten so good at perfecting those trucks, and they do it all summer long. So when you come to Crandon, it's difficult to do that. And the guys who come from the outside as fast as they are still pretty shocked at how intensely competitive this stuff is. It doesn't matter if it's a pro side-by-side classes, even the sportsman classes, but then you get into the meat of the action, pro light, Pro 2, Pro 4, Pro Buggy. It's a war, and it's a 15-minute war.
Yeah, super intense.
Yeah.
The big weekend, the Labor Day weekend is 4 days of action that we see in the public, but it takes a full year to put all that stuff together. Give us a little bit of the insight about what you have on your agenda coming up in the the winter months because there's probably, going to be a couple feet of snow over the track.
Yeah, well, the racetrack itself, kind of goes into hibernation. I mean, I know I talked to Cliff Flannery last night. He said it would be -5 or something there today or last night. So I've been there in those conditions. Nobody wants to do anything. It's under all snow anyway, and they're out ice fishing or they're hunting, and that's the nature of that. I think, but the office is always working. Our office manager Kennedy is always there, and it's not quite a full-time job for me. I have other clients, but it's quite a bit of time. Like you said, there's a lot that goes into it. It just in terms of television production and getting that set and getting your talent set, and then working with the series, and like for instance, so now you're bringing the Rally X cars. Well, that's a whole different safety conversation now with USAC, and we have meetings next week to discuss how we're going to blend our safety crew in with theirs. So if one of the EV cars catches fire, how does that looks different? You really almost have to tow it into one of the
really
lanes.
is. Yeah,
it's going to burn it. I mean, so that's a constant conversation. Partnerships always require a lot of work, right? There's just constant people, it's constant turnover, and people. We're blessed now to be able to have longer term contracts, which help just that take some of that off the shoulders of both sides, us and them. And they know, where they're going to be budget wise and everything else. And, the thing that's really fun is now it's become a creative process of, okay, how are we going to activate this, or how the partners all want to do something more. That's not just content creation. It's, going out to the fan base. And so that all adds to a lot of the fun of it. But people would be amazed. And then when they really would be amazed is once spring opens up, and then the maintenance on the equipment. The amount, Cliff Flannery's crew have been, since Labor Day, has been doing nothing but turning over dirt, mixing in clay. I mean, the dirt, the science of the dirt it's its own thing. It's a 1 3/4 track. Yeah. So it's all that. It's, the buildings and shutting down for the winter and then opening up for the summer. And then, we're constantly cutting grass and reseeding, and, the fences were falling over because of, every time there's in the winter, which I've learned, when it gets so cold, it starts lifting up the dirt, right? So you see fences that are bent over, and, we've just to make the track crammed and presentable, it's signage that needs to be replaced. It's brutal. And it's not like Southern California, you put a sign up in the last 8 years. It doesn't happen there.
Yeah.
The vinyl rips and it's cold and windy. And so it's a full-time process, but we don't have a lot of full-time people. The Flannerys are there, and I'm there, but the blessing is that for instance on Labor Day weekend we'll have like 400 to 500 volunteers that come to the racetrack. It's a great charity thing that we can give back to their charities for working for us, whether it's all the food stands, or whether it's parking or security or whatever it is. We couldn't function without that, and that ties it right back to the community, and it's always been that way.
Yeah,
and I think that's how a lot of places like us survive. I mean, you have to remember, you wouldn't last in Southern California, but there's various venues, Iola, which is a big car show venue, some other concert venues where they have 2 events a year, 1 event a year, and the facility can stay. But it's 2 events right now, and we're open 8 days a year. So the trick is making those 8 days count. And
there you go.
Fans have a great time, and everybody wants to come back.
Nice.
Yeah,
Marty, our time is up, but all the best for next year, and it'll be interesting to see how this, the rally portion kicks off in June, and right up to Labor Day weekend for another awesome event next year. 57 next year.
Yep, Polaris World Championships. It'll be our 11th year with Red Bull too, Red Bull Cup Sunday. So proud of all those numbers and those companies staying with us, and just proud of being part of Crandon and being part of this week. It's been great. So I appreciate it, George. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Marty. Thank you very much for joining us. Great session. Great job, George. And this concludes our day. This is the end of day 3. We will be back tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Pacific. We'll start the day with Michael from Chip Ganassi Racing. We'll have Moto America, GP Explorer, Formula E. We have a legend, legend, Freddie Spencer, NASA. We'll talk again off-road with Score International, American Rally. Taro will bring Honda Jason, the automotive creator. We'll talk with the American Off-Road Series Championship. We'll have Knoxville, and we'll end the day with our good friends from PRI, Michael Good, who will be closing the week and invite us to the PRI show next week. So thank you very much for being with us today. A big thank you to our sponsors, ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Shock, Peak, Fifth Third Bank Motorsports, Scott Lewis Associate, Quarer, ARP, and CTEC, and of course our good partner and good friends at Racer, the entire Racer team. Thank you very much. We'll see you